Shin Hail walks toward ancient gate as energy descends within the darkness. He senses danger and steadies himself, preparing magic quietly. A massive beast emerges roaring and blocks his path. Shin Hail kneels, activating circle as cold energy gathers. Power intensifies as he channels force-forming freezing technique. His eyes sharpen as magic surges outward, covering battlefield. Frozen energy explodes, shattering surroundings, while beast struggles violently. Ice binds creature as Shin Hail stands controlling power. After battle he rises, knowing his strength has grown. Shin Hail introduced as talented heir within powerful Shin family legacy. He stands before father receiving expectations to uphold family honor strictly. Shin Hail resolves internally to surpass limits and prove his worth. His father acknowledges talent and urges him to reach magical peak. Shin Hail accepts expectations and vows to become greatest mage someday. He declares ambition to surpass family and rise beyond national limits. 2 years pass as academy. Life begins with practical exam announcement. Students gather while Sayuk mocks Shin Hail as powerless, weak individual. Shin Hail walks quietly, enduring ridicule, despite determination remaining unshaken. Sayuk mocks Shin Hail while others observe silently during exam. Shin Hail remains calm, knowing mages hold value despite limitations today. The practical exam begins as summoned beasts appear before participants. Instantly, Sayuk demonstrates fire magic, easily defeating targets using advanced systems. Observers explain modern magic relies on devices, simplifying casting without effort. Shin Hail admits internally he cannot use such systems effectively yet. He focuses gathering mana and forming structure through precise steps carefully, releases controlled power, striking beasts while enduring ridicule from Sayuk student nearby. Despite insults, Shin Hail continues, proving effort and determination through action. Shin Hail kneels after failure as exam result declares his suppression unsuccessful. Other students react mockingly while Shin Hail acknowledges his failure silently. He realizes improvement in incantation speed, yet remains deemed unfit by others. Shin Hail refuses, giving up choosing path of traditional magic despite limitations. He studies old books, alone struggling with lack of modern resources available. While organizing books, he discovers strange ancient text attracting his attention immediately. Shin Hail opens book, realizing it belonged to legendary Archmage Raybell. Memories surface about ancient mage known as creator of all magic. Shin Hail recognizes opportunity, sensing this book may change his future. Shin Hail opens the ancient book as sudden radiant light bursts violently around him. The light startling his senses and shaking the room while mysterious energy surges through his body. He awakening unknown power within him completely beyond previous limits. Shin Hail opens book as ancient voice speaks from within glowing pages. A mysterious figure appears revealing legacy of legendary Archmage through book. Shin Hail senses connection as power resonates and voice reaches him. He recalls past failures, realizing being unsuitable became unexpected advantage. Instead, the reflects on isolation and endurance as hidden power begins awakening slowly. Light surrounds him as new strength revives his potential beyond limitations. Next day academy continues as Shin Hail attends class, quietly observing surroundings. He studies alone, maintaining focus, while others continue ignoring his presence completely. A student approaches him, initiating interaction as Shin Hail acknowledges, calmly. Shin Hail meets Ji-sun-chan, who casually approaches while eating during lunch. Ji-sun-chan appears relaxed, yet displays strong magical ability through past achievements. Despite personality differences, Ji-sun-chan remains Shin Hail's only trusted companion. Ji-sun-chan notices Shin Hail tension and offers silent support during conversation. Shin Hail reveals discovery of strange book from previous night. Calmly, Ji-sun-chan becomes curious, recognizing reference to legendary figure within conversation. Shin Hail shows book explaining its unusual structure and mysterious blank pages. He explains hearing voices and sensing connection when opening the book previously. Ji-sun-chan reacts with interest, realizing the book holds significant hidden power. Shin Hail reads final page, discovering dangerous requirement involving death and transformation. He realizes method requires forming mana circle within brain instead heart. Ji-sun-chan reacts with concern, recognizing extreme risk involved in such method. They move to dormitory, attempting to open book together. Ji-sun-chan tries opening book but fails as condition remains unmet completely. They confirm only specific constitution allows book access, limiting its usage strictly. After Ji-sun-chan leaves, Shin Hail examines book alone within room quietly. The book responds, opening easily as hidden writings begin appearing suddenly. Shin Hail notices blank page, changing, confirming book reacts uniquely to him. Successor must abandon heart method and follow different path. Shin Hyul realizes current magic system differs from instructions within mysterious book. The book reacts violently as new information forces him into confusion. The message demands destroying heart circle and creating one inside brain instead. Shin Hyul reacts with disbelief as dangerous method becomes only available option. He hesitates, recognizing extreme consequences yet senses truth behind instructions given. Shin Hyul recalls knowledge about mana harming brain causing collapse or death. He struggles internally, understanding method could instantly end his life completely. Despite fear, he considers possibility this path holds true power beyond limits. Shin Hyul visits instructor, seeking evaluation of mysterious ancient book carefully. Instructor examines book, noticing unusual script and sensing its age seriously. Shin Hyul requests confirmation whether book holds magical properties or seals. Instructor questions Shin Hyul motives, but agrees to inspect book thoroughly. After careful analysis, instructor declares no magical traces present within book. He accepts response though, doubts remain hidden within his thoughts. Shin Hyul reflects, realizing even skilled individuals failed opening the mysterious book. He considers implications, understanding book reacts uniquely, only to him alone. Shin Hyul concludes possibility of truth, determining book holds real power. Shin Hyul sits alone, considering medicine capable of destroying his heart mana circle. He recalls father intentions, forcing him toward abandoning magic and pursuing theory instead. Shin Hyul realizes taking medicine will erase his remaining path as mage completely. Determined, Shin Hyul refuses surrender, choosing dangerous path despite fatal consequences ahead. He consumes medicine, accepting risk as his life reaches irreversible turning point. Shin Hyul collapses, acknowledging decision may lead him toward death today. Shin Hyul suffers intense pain as his heart mana circle begins collapsing. He struggles on ground, feeling his identity as mage fading rapidly. Determined, Shin Hyul endures agony, accepting forbidden path toward new power. Shin Hyul attempts circulating mana through brain, despite overwhelming danger and instability. A mysterious voice guides him as strange energy begins stabilizing his condition. He experiences connection with mana-sensing harmony forming within his consciousness. Shin Hyul awakens, realizing he survived the process against all expectations. He notices changes as previously blank pages now reveal hidden writings clearly. Shin Hyul understands he completed first step, gaining access to true magic. The ancient mage reveals name Idrid and declares Shin Hyul his disciple. Shin Hyul accepts legacy as book transfers knowledge. He realizes responsibility as inherited power begins shaping his future path forward. Days later, Shin Hyul attends academy. While secretly studying contents of Idrid, he reads new entries, discovering structured knowledge appearing within the mysterious book. Shin Hyul grows interested, realizing learning magic becomes engaging. Then he studies theory, understanding mana possesses will independent from human control. He learns brain normally rejects mana, causing conflict, leading to destruction. Realizes his condition differs, allowing coexistence between brain and mana. Shin Hyul learned that mana affects brain, explaining his earlier abnormal condition clearly. Instructor announces evaluation rule, warning students about stricter academic standards immediately. Shin Hyul listens quietly, understanding consequences for those unable to meet expectations. Instructor reveals rule proposed by Shin family targeting weaker students within academy. Baek Sayuk react, while teacher identifies borderline student among current class members. Shin Hyul senses implication, realizing attention may soon focus directly on him. Shin Hyul leaves academy, heading toward city with determined expression despite situation. He arrives at training center, considering costs required. Shin Hyul hesitates, recognizing financial burden yet understands necessity. As he arrives at training center, Shin Hyul requesting access to private simulation room. He confirms familiarity with device, ignoring staff reactions regarding his reputation quietly. Staff recognizes him as Shin family member, yet considers him unfortunate and weak. Shin Hyul enters simulation, initiating challenge, as multiple wolves appear surrounding him. He analyzes situation, recognizing difficulty of facing numerous monsters simultaneously alone. Shin Hyul prepares to respond, understanding battle will test his current limits. Recalls Idrid teachings, focusing on developing his new mana circle. He activates power, releasing controlled energy, forming unique structure within his body. Shin Hyul unleashes attack, realizing new magic greatly exceeds previous abilities. Shin Hyul realizes new mana circulation grants power beyond conventional magical limitations. He understands using brain allows energy flow through entire body freely. Shin Hyul unleashes overwhelming force, recognizing his suppressed potential finally awakened. The ancient mage explains infinity circle forms foundation of new magic system. Shin Hail learns control depends on mental imagery guiding mana precisely. He grasps principles, realizing this path marks beginning of greater mastery. Shin Hayal leaves training center exhausted after intense session testing new abilities. Staff observes him wondering about his progress compared to previous reputation. Shin Hayal departs quietly carrying confidence and determination for future growth. Shin Hayal sets unprecedented record in Wolf Challenge, shocking the staff. He breaking expectations completely, while leaving training center with quiet confidence. Under quiet sky, Shin Hayal, realizing his hidden power, has finally surfaced, marking the true beginning of his legendary rise forward. Hayal initiated the Infinity Circle, drawing upon forbidden principles from an ancient magic system. Unlike modern spellcraft, Idred's book taught that mana wasn't controlled by rigid algorithms, but flowed naturally through the body. At first, he found it contradictory and vague, especially phrases like, "Mana is your arms and legs." Still, he persisted, hoping to grasp something beyond the boundaries of conventional understanding. As he meditated, he encountered the so-called Wall of Enlightenment, a barrier all magicians faced when they reached the edge of known techniques. Hayal chose to follow the book's instructions, circulating mana through his entire body. After 10 hours of deep focus, he emerged with clarity, though physically drained. Despite his fatigue, he kept his struggles hidden. His peers remained unaware of the intense mental effort he endured. Their casual greetings contrasted sharply with the burden he carried alone. Years ago, reaching the second circle at 12 earned him praise. Now, forming a third circle inside his infinity circle, demanded even more. He remembered his father's words about perfection, once spoken with high expectations. But to Hayal, perfection had become a myth, an illusion shaped by arrogance. Sitting in silence, he continued training, discarding false ideals. Deep within, he could feel real progress forming. Hayal internalized the ancient teachings, directing mana as if it were part of his own body. Flames emerged in his hands, pure and unshaped, responding to will, not code. Unlike AI-assisted magic, this power required no incantation, only imagination and control. The method, once abstract, became real. Instant spellcasting flowed from instinct, not commands. While modern systems prioritized consistency, the path recorded by Beitner defied that. His approach embraced freedom. Spells bent, twisted, and reshaped midair, reacting directly to intent. Hayal watched as formulas transformed before his eyes. Despite the physical toll, he kept pushing. With every attempt, the structure of standard magic unraveled further, replaced by raw adaptability. He wasn't just practicing, he was redefining what a spell could be. He had surpassed the threshold and now broke through the wall of enlightenment. But his breakthrough was interrupted. A messenger arrived, summoning him to the drawing room. Hayal learned his father had come to visit. Their meeting began with silence and distance. As they sat together, his father expressed doubt, questioning his son's decisions and direction. Hayal responded firmly. Despite past failure, he had made real progress. With conviction, he declared his goal to rise beyond ridicule and doubt, and become the grand magician who would lead this era forward. Hayal's father remained unmoved by his son's resolve. He dismissed Hayal's goals as illusions, claiming that abandoning AI magic would forever prevent him from becoming a proper magician. Despite Hayal's earnest declaration, his father warned that hard work and ambition were meaningless without conformity. Still, Hayal refused to waver. He declared he would not give up on magic nor depend on the family name to succeed. He would rise without shortcuts, earn recognition through achievement, and reclaim the respect once lost. His aim was not survival, it was leadership. He desired to become the head of the Mage Shin family through merit alone. His father listened silently, unimpressed. Even as Hayal pledged to prove his worth, his father questioned the value of such a challenge. Hayal accepted the risk. Should he fail, he would abandon his dream. But if he succeeded, he demanded recognition and support. Though skeptical, his father left without further objection, leaving behind only parting words that hinted at reluctant acknowledgement. Days later, a new challenge emerged. The Academy announced its next evaluation, a single-elimination duel tournament. This test would measure true strength, not theory, as murmurs spread among the students. Hayal knew this was his opportunity. The battlefield would determine whether his path held true power. The evaluation would span 3 days, attracting outside spectators from major institutions. Starting at the round of 16, public attention would intensify. Aware of the stage ahead, Hayal steadied himself, determined to reveal the strength he had forged alone. A stir spread throughout the academy as news of an official duel broke out. Whispers filled the halls, especially with rumors that the magic tower itself would be watching. The tower, a legendary institution of elite magicians, was a dream destination for every student. Its attention signaled immense opportunity. Among the gathered crowd, Hale stood quietly, his opponent. Baek Sahyuk approached with mocking confidence, a second year known for arrogance. Sahyuk viewed this match as a formality. He belittled Hyle, referencing his past failures, but Hyle remained calm. Memories of the Junior Magic Tournament finals resurfaced 5 years ago. Sahyuk had suffered a humiliating defeat at Hyle's hands. Still bitter, Sahyuk promised revenge. What he didn't realize was that Hyle had grown even stronger since then, concealing his power behind a reserved demeanor. The rumors of Hyle being a mere A rank had fueled Sahyuk's arrogance, leading him to underestimate his rival. Laughter erupted from Sahyuk's side, mocking Hale's past. But Hale saw this as the perfect moment to reveal his true capabilities. He resolved to use the duel not just to win, but to make a statement. Facing Sahyuk's sneers, Hale's red eyes glowed with quiet intensity. This time, the outcome would be even more decisive. Baek Sahyuk fumed as Hale mocked his outburst with calm amusement. The humiliation of being reminded of his past defeat fueled Sahyuk's rage. Despite his threats, Hale remained composed, brushing aside the insults with a smile. As Sahyuk launched a reckless attack, Hale effortlessly countered, voicing a quiet truth: anyone can fall, even someone once praised as elite. Hyle walked away, reminding everyone that true brilliance doesn't fade, though labeled a defect. He had never abandoned his pursuit of power. Sahyuk's frustration boiled over, swearing vengeance with uncontrollable fury, but Hyle didn't flinch. The battle may have paused, yet the damage to Sahyuk's pride was lasting. By the next day, Hale's actions were already the talk of the academy. News headlines called him a returning prodigy, resurrecting public interest in his name. As he casually read the articles, he anticipated Sahyuk's involvement in the sudden media frenzy. It was predictable and useful. With attention locked on him, Hyle saw only opportunity. A call from his father interrupted the morning. Concerned about the press, his father warned him of the consequences. Hale, however, reassured him with confidence. He hadn't stepped into the spotlight recklessly. Every move was calculated to settle scores, prove his worth, and reclaim everything he'd lost. The weight of the Shin family name loomed over Hale's every move. His father reminded him that while he carried the family's surname, his actions reflected on them all. Hale acknowledged the pressure, but embraced it with conviction. He believed the value of proving himself was worth the scrutiny. Gripping an ancient book, he declared his identity boldly. As the once renowned prodigy, Hale was determined to rise again and become the family's pride. His words echoed with confidence, even as his father warned him of failure's consequences. On the day of the midterm evaluation, anticipation filled the arena. Hale stepped in with calm resolve, while Baek Sahyuk mocked him publicly, still underestimating him. The crowd's attention intensified with every taunt thrown at Hale, but Hale remained unaffected. With a composed demeanor, he turned Sahyuk's ridicule into a moment of control. Without casting a single spell, he silenced the jeers and shifted the momentum. His quiet confidence began to overshadow the noise. At Obelisk Academy's central arena, students and spectators gathered to witness the second-year midterm exam. The duel's intensity was heightened by the reputation of its participants. Standing confidently in the ring, Hale raised his hand and declared he would win using only first circle magic, a claim that drew immediate disbelief from the crowd. His opponent, Baek Sahyuk, sneered at the statement. Fueled by pride and irritation, he lashed out with scorn, viewing Hale's words as an unforgivable insult. As the signal to begin echoed across the arena, Baek unleashed his attack without hesitation. Flames burst forth from his spell, his specialty explosion, magic crackling with destructive force as it streaked toward Hale. The attack was a third circle spell, a level far beyond what Hale had claimed he'd use. The explosion landed with tremendous impact, engulfing the stage in smoke and fire. Convinced of his victory, Baek laughed arrogantly, certain the battle had ended. However, as the smoke cleared, Hale remained untouched. Not a single burn marred his form. Baek stared in disbelief, panic flashing across his face. He launched another fierce spell, hurling more fire toward his opponent. Calmly, Hale raised his hand. A swirl of blue magic gathered, and water formed his answer to the incoming flames. The searing fireballs roared downward, but Hale met them with a calm, fluid motion. A surge of water magic collided with the flames mid-air, neutralizing them with precise control. Shock spread across Baek Sahyuk's face as he watched his most powerful spell dissolve effortlessly. His pride, rooted in explosion magic, faltered in the face of a mere first circle counterspell. Spectators and instructors alike took notice from the VIP room. High-ranking mages began to discuss the match with growing interest. One of them, curious about Hyle's technique, had come only after reading a small mention of a prodigy reappearing. Despite lacking detailed information, the mage sensed something extraordinary in the boy's casting. Kim Kangan, a well-known master and 8th circle mage, confirmed what others were beginning to suspect. Hale's precision and speed were far from ordinary. Despite using beginner-level magic, his command of it mimicked that of a top-tier mage. The sheer accuracy and reaction time left little room for doubt. Back in the arena, Sehik grew frustrated. His explosion spells were nullified, his dominance slipping. Even worse, Hale's casting speed was unnaturally fast. As panic set in, Sehik unleashed another barrage, desperate to end the fight. Flames erupted again, but Hale stood steady, unshaken, focused, and completely in control. Surrounded by flames, Hale calmly raised his hand, dispersing the fire with a swift counter. Before Sehik could react, a spear made of condensed wind energy tore through the flames, slicing past him with alarming precision. Panic flared as he realized he hadn't even seen the spell being cast. Confused and off balance, Sehik watched as Hale stood unharmed. None of his attacks had left a mark. The power difference was clear, yet Hale continued to use only first circle magic. As Sehik struggled to regroup, Hale effortlessly summoned another wind spear, aiming directly at his opponent. Though enraged, Sehik couldn't ignore the pressure. Hale's spells weren't just fast, they were timed and placed with absolute control. His accuracy and layering techniques surpassed the level expected of any second-year student. Realizing the wind spear had even been cast behind him, without notice, Sehik stood frozen. Meanwhile, Hale calmly raised his staff again, surrounded by swirling air, fully prepared to demonstrate his superiority once more. Hale raised his hand, conjuring a spear of wind that shimmered with emerald energy. The crowd watched in disbelief as the spear split into two mid-flight, piercing through the air with precise force. His opponent, stunned by the phenomenon, questioned the logic. Wind spears weren't supposed to double. Yet Hale smirked, already preparing the next move. This time, 4 spears formed and shot forward, overwhelming the arena. Faced with the incoming barrage, the white-haired challenger reacted fast. He summoned a barrier, layers of magic pulsing outward to defend against the storm. The first wave struck with force, but he managed to block it. Confident, he chuckled, believing the threat had passed. That confidence broke instantly. One of the spears curved unnaturally, striking from a blind angle. As panic set in, Hale stepped forward, calm and composed. His opponent tried to retreat, hoping distance would weaken the assault. He counted on the limits of spell range, strategizing escape over engagement. Hale, observing quietly, allowed it. Then, without warning, he cast again. A spear burst forward, faster, sharper, more direct. The enemy realized too late, this wasn't ordinary magic. The spear landed. A cry echoed through the arena. The duel had only just begun. As the battle intensified, the observers in the stands fell silent. Among them, a powerful figure took notice. Shin In-hyuk, head of the Midoshin family. His keen eyes recognized something unusual in Hyle's spells. Not only were they cast instantly, but their structure defied known magical logic. It wasn't just speed or power. The configuration itself was foreign. Experts quickly identified the technique: open-source magic. This system used transparent, shared magic blueprints that allowed real-time adjustments. Anyone could access, modify, and deploy it efficiently, almost like operating game commands. But Hale wasn't using it normally. Instead, he applied reprogramming, style enhancements, pushing the spell's capacity far beyond standard limitations. Back in the arena, Sanyuk collapsed under the pressure. He couldn't believe he was struggling against a mere circle spell. Hale approached calmly, explaining that the power of a spell wasn't in its tier, but in how it was used. A single, well-aimed circle spell could be deadlier than a grand incantation. To prove his point, Hale used a basic water spell to immobilize his opponent, suffocating him despite the arena's safety barriers. The match was clearly over. As the arena grew quiet again, Hale stood tall. The instructor confirmed the result. Hale had won decisively. After the match, Hale silently stood near the arena wall, while others celebrated. He clenched his fist, overwhelmed by a familiar emotion. Returning as a mage after so long reignited a part of him he thought lost. The cheers echoed in his mind as he reaffirmed his presence in this era. Elsewhere, a mysterious man observed from above. Intrigued by Hale's performance, he recognized the return of a once great talent. Curiosity filled his eyes as he expressed interest in learning more about the rising mage. Later, Hale was greeted by an enthusiastic friend who bombarded him with praise and questions. When asked about the nature of his spellwork, Hale only responded with a knowing smile, guarding the secret behind his power. After catching wind of a suspicious article online, Hale and his friend uncover shocking news about the recent evaluation results. The top academy had released rankings, and Hale's name was nowhere to be found. Rumors of his incompetence swirled, and whispers questioning his abilities filled the room. Despite the humiliation, Hale arrived at the academy, calm but tense. The moment the crowd recognized him, all eyes turned, cameras flashed, and doubt filled the air. A challenger, Kim Kynan of the Blue Tower, suddenly appeared, drawing attention with his reputation. He casually referenced Hale's previous defeat, attempting to provoke him. Wrapping an arm around Hale, Kynan activated a stored spell, shocking the onlookers. Fire erupted from his palm, a demonstration of the H-circle spell, Memorize. The audience gasped, impressed by the instantaneous casting. Kynan explained that Memorize allows spells to be prepared in advance, though it came with limitations. It could only store weaker spells, making it rarely used by elites, but when asked about its accuracy, Hale confidently confirmed it. Observers speculated that Hale's capabilities must be far above average. Amid rising excitement, a revelation spread: Hale could use 4-circle magic. This placed him near the level of Tower Lords, triggering media frenzy and admiration. Yet doubts remained. How had he bypassed standard magic systems? When questioned about breaking the rules of open-source magic, Hale offered an unexpected explanation. Calmly, he revealed that he had modified the spell formula itself, something considered impossible within conventional magical theory. His claim left even the most experienced mages stunned. Spell formulas were regarded as immutable foundations. Altering them was likened to giving flight to a car, unthinkable and forbidden. Yet Hale wasn't just theorizing. He demonstrated results that contradicted long-standing beliefs. The magical energy he summoned took on the form of glowing butterflies, signaling the emergence of a new form of magic. What was once thought incompatible had become viable through his innovation. As the dazzling blue butterflies enveloped the room, Hale declared the start of a new magical era. News of his modification magic spread rapidly, provoking disbelief and admiration alike. His friend Yunho remained skeptical, but acknowledged Hale's victory. Before parting, Yunho mentioned preparing for a strong opponent the next day. Intrigued, Hale watched him leave, unaware of who awaited him next. The following day at Obelisk Stadium, Yunho lay defeated on the ground. Hale recognized him as the opponent Yunho had referenced, but the next challenger quickly stole attention. Adela Starret, a prodigy from 2 prestigious magical bloodlines. Her presence exuded pressure, and Hale braced himself for what was to come. The duel began with a display of Adela's rare elemental prowess, Moon, element magic from the House of Mystics. Her spellcraft blended power with elegance, overwhelming her opponent before he could retaliate. Layers of hexagonal defense collapsed under her luminous assault. The match concluded swiftly, and the announcement of her victory echoed across the arena. Spectators erupted in applause. Hale, watching from the stands, narrowed his eyes. He analyzed her techniques silently, noting that her secret magic merged light and dark elements in unique ways. Unlike standard open-source magic, her spells had no publicly known parameters, neither in range nor in strength. As he contemplated her advantage, Adela's gaze unexpectedly met his. Startled, Hale briefly wondered if she was already anticipating a future confrontation. Her confident demeanor suggested so later. In a more casual setting, Hale offered an energy drink to the defeated Yunho. The loss clearly weighed on him, but he took it with gratitude. Facing Adela had been a stroke of bad luck. When asked about his own match, Hale confirmed his second victory with a smirk. Soon after Adela approached, her steps firm. She acknowledged their upcoming battle, then stunned Hale with a personal request. She wanted his help to rediscover the reason she joined the academy. Hale and Adela, heirs of 2 prestigious houses, Matushin and the House of Mystics, grew up as rivals. Their families maintained strong ties, so the two frequently encountered each other at social and magical events. From childhood, their competitive spirits clashed, and they stood side by side as equals, always pushing the other to improve. Adela even abandoned her studies abroad, just to chase Hale's accomplishments. However, after Hale was declared AI incompatible, everything changed. Communication ceased, and the rivalry halted in silence. Being marked as incompatible impacted both their paths. For Hale, it meant exclusion. For Adela, it meant losing a benchmark she had measured herself against. The tension between them remained unresolved. Then came the academy tournament. Hyle prepared silently, while others doubted him. Adela, unaware of his return to form, readied herself for any challenger. Fate stepped in. Before the match, Adela was announced as his next opponent. The crowd erupted at the unexpected pairing. Adela entered the arena confidently. Hale, however, was nowhere in sight. Whispers spread quickly. Accusations of cowardice followed. As time ran out, Adela was declared the winner by default, but just before the final call, Hale burst into the arena. Out of breath but grinning, he apologized simply, "Sorry for being late." Hale arrived breathless, drawing the attention of officials and spectators alike. His sudden appearance caused a stir, but the staff didn't allow him to rest. As punishment for his tardiness, he was ordered to begin immediately, despite the pressure. Hale remained calm. When Adela asked for an explanation, he simply dismissed it as nothing major. As the duel began, Hale summoned glowing blue magical formations with swift and precise movements. Adela, watching him carefully, realized his power felt more refined than before. Hale acknowledged her strength, admitting he needed the extra time to prepare specifically to face her. His confidence wasn't arrogance, it was focus. Adela, intrigued and slightly caught off guard, questioned how he could possibly be ready in just one day. Power surged around him. The aura Hyle released now was different, denser, sharper, more complete than the day prior. Adela sensed the shift immediately. This wasn't the same opponent she had known. She wondered aloud if she was finally about to see the full extent of his abilities. Hyle, unwavering, promised to make her fight seriously from the very start. The arena echoed with the start of the match. Adela didn't hesitate. She launched her first wave of magic, channeling energy directly toward Hyle, with precise and practiced control. Fire spells rained forward like a barrage, without flinching. Hyle responded by summoning elemental wind, ready to counter her overwhelming assault. Hale's summoned wind burst forth, colliding with Adela's flame projectiles in midair. Each explosion lit up the arena as spells clashed violently. Adela swiftly responded with another technique, calling forth Earth Needle, which ruptured the ground beneath Hale. A sharp pillar of energy tore upward, threatening to impale him mid-motion, thrown into the air. Hale became vulnerable. Adela quickly analyzed the situation and initiated her next spell. As he hovered without footing, she activated Arrow Impact, aiming to strike while he couldn't dodge. The audience recognized her strategy, targeting her opponent during a suspended state. Hale, however, anticipated the move. Instead of falling, he activated a barrier mid-air, an action few thought possible. The crowd gasped. Not only had he defended himself, but he also reversed the barrier's structure and used it as a platform to recover. Landing with precision, Hale's calm demeanor returned. Adela acknowledged his unique approach. To overcome him, she would have to unleash her full strength above. Hale reached toward the sky, drawing down light itself to escalate the duel even further. Blinded by the intense sunlight, the blonde mage staggered backward, shielding his eyes. Realizing too late that the brightness signaled more than weather, he sensed the energy shifting in the air. An attack was rapidly approaching. With no time to escape, he was forced to raise a protective barrier, casting the third circle spell, Great Shield, in desperation. Above, Hale descended with precision. Using the first circle spell Arrow, he manipulated the wind to control his fall and stabilize his posture midair. His agility defied expectations as he curved through the sky, launching a sharp aerial strike. The shield caught the impact, but its caster gritted his teeth. The force was sharper than predicted. Hale landed gracefully, his momentum unhindered. Observing the spell combination, he analyzed the opponent's defense. Using only a first circle spell yet overwhelming a third circle barrier showed strategic intent. His movements were calculated and precise. The opponent readied for a counterattack, trying to anticipate Hale's next move, but Hale was already ahead. His hand moved swiftly, magical energy building at his fingertips. With calm focus, he summoned a water missile, compressing the mana into a concentrated blast. No wasted effort, no hesitation. Hale prepared to end it with overwhelming control. Adela countered swiftly, summoning fire at his heels to boost momentum. But Hale was already mid-cast, launching multiple water missiles in rapid succession. With seamless control, he directed the barrage downward. The swirling blasts forced Adela into a full defensive stance, conjuring a shield to block the incoming strikes. The area lit up with blue energy, crashing against Adela's barrier with unrelenting pressure. Despite the intensity, Adela grinned. From his view, Hale's spells were manageable. A first circle spell alone, he believed, wasn't enough to break through. But unknown to him, Hale had already activated a fourth circle spell, Memorize. While it restricted him to lower circle magic temporarily, it allowed instant casting without delay. The illusion of weakness was deliberate. Adela didn't realize that amidst the previous exchange, Hale had secretly launched a modified wind spear, veiled in sunlight. It struck suddenly, bypassing Adela's defense, and sent him staggering. Shocked, Adela couldn't track when the attack had begun. Lying on the ground, he struggled to rise. Hale calmly stood before him, unfazed. Observers watching realized the truth. Hale had predicted everything. From the opening earth needle to the final strike, each move was calculated, concealed by light, guided by strategy. Hale's assault was never improvised. From the observation deck, instructors analyzed Hale's strategy in detail. He had deliberately used arrow during his descent to divert Adela's focus, steering her expectations toward a direct confrontation. By pairing it with Earthbind, he made it appear as if a ground battle was inevitable. In truth, he had been aligning himself with the sun's position all along, preparing to launch a precast wind spear at the perfect moment. Observers below began to grasp the depth of Hale's planning. Among them, a man with sharp golden eyes understood why Hale had recently earned the title Grand Mage of the First Circle. Yet, another figure remained skeptical, insisting that no matter how refined, it was still just first circle magic. On the field, tension remained. Although Hale had created several advantages, he hadn't landed a decisive blow. Cracks spread across the floor, but both fighters stood firm. One onlooker noted Hale's inability to finish the battle outright, while another pointed out that Adela had yet to use her strongest spell. Realizing the shift, Adela began drawing on her full strength. Her aura changed instantly. With dazzling magical energy rising around her, she invoked her most powerful moon, a tribute spell Halo, a hidden magic from the House of Mystics. A luminous array of ancient magic ignites above, as Hale triggers a complex summoning formation. Energy bursts from beneath his feet, breaking the floor as he launches upward toward the activation point. Moments later, glowing symbols rotate in midair, casting light over the silent battle arena. Inside, the viewing room, suited officials observe the arena, their expressions unreadable. One man turns away, confident in the outcome and uninterested in the match's conclusion. He states the battle is settled, leaving without a second glance as murmurs rise behind him. A shocked analyst stares at her device, struggling to process the readings on screen. Nearby, a man's grin fades as he realizes something has gone completely off script. Looking skyward, a girl stands frozen, unable to believe what just unfolded before her. Flames erupt violently as Hale releases Flame Vulcan, enveloping the stage in fiery light. His opponent stumbles, overwhelmed by the strength he shouldn't possess at this level. Adela demands answers, startled by signs he may have reached the fifth circle. The night before, Hale sits alone, moonlight spilling through the dormitory window. Doubt lingers in his eyes first. Circle spells won't be enough against someone like Adela. Gripping the ancient tome, he commits to mastering forgotten magic no one expects. Within the book, Heyul uncovers a complex new page, inscribed with mysterious glyphs and patterns. Sitting upright, he contemplates the text's meaning, wondering what power lies behind the phrase, Sime. Without delay, he reaches out, channeling mana into the glowing circle beneath his fingertips. The circle responds instantly, pulsing with energy as Hyle presses his hand to the page. Light explodes upward, surrounding him in a vortex of luminous magic from the book. Eventually, the book levitates, radiating intense power while the floor beneath begins to tremble. Hayal regains consciousness in an unknown room, rubbing his head in confusion. Looking around, he finds himself in a grand library, awash in golden illumination. Suddenly, a silver-haired girl appears, introducing herself as Alpha, guide of the first trial. She reveals the space is part of Idrid's book, a literal dimension within its pages. His eyes widen as he absorbs the truth. This isn't teleportation but magical immersion. Bookshelves stretch endlessly, forming the boundaries of this spell-forged world. A grin spreads across Hyle's face, impressed by the book's unreal nature. Alpha states the purpose, to determine whether his mastery of Sime is complete. She concludes by promising trial instructions will follow, before testing his magical limits. Alpha explains that passing the trial unlocks access to second circle magic through the next page. Hale connects the objective. Completing this trial is key to advancing further in his training. With no hesitation, he accepts the challenge as Alpha prepares to activate the first trial. A magical being appears amid glowing fragments, her presence illuminating the entire room with arcane brilliance. Hyle lifts his gaze, startled by the sudden energy surge now surrounding him from all sides. The entity begins to explain the challenge, and the familiar voice confirms, It's his teacher's trial. A luminous crystal, identified as the elemental gem, floats gently into Hyle's waiting hands. This unstable gem demands purification, an intricate task requiring extreme precision and understanding of mana flow. Staring at the gem's volatile energy, he realizes the difficulty ahead won't be ordinary. Hyle steadies himself, recalling that only mastery over heart's intent can subdue such force. Without hesitation, he channels his focus, attempting to synchronize his energy with the swirling chaos. Colorful energy flares violently, reacting to his intent, refusing to yield so easily. Magic rings around him like a storm, testing his endurance with relentless pressure. Sweat drips as he forces concentration, pushing against the unstable wave inside the gem. Suddenly, the pressure spikes. He stumbles back, nearly overwhelmed by the backlash. Thrown to the ground, Hale gasps, shaken by the gem's defensive resistance. As realization dawns, he understands that separating the mana requires more than brute effort. Driven by resolve, he rises again, ready to challenge the trial, no matter how many attempts it takes. Victory finally arrives as the crystal stabilizes, gleaming with purified energy in Hyle's grasp. Joy spreads across his face when the elemental mana light acknowledges his achievement. A voice confirms success. Hale has mastered heart's intent and earned recognition as the successor. Lying flat on his bed, Hale breathes deeply, fatigue weighing down every muscle. The ancient tome beside him shimmers, pages turning on their own, etched with new magic. Eyes wide, he studies the revelation at last. The method to weave the second ring is his. Meanwhile, the stadium buzzes beneath a clear sky, signaling the next match is near. A blonde mage dominates the arena, summoning a brilliant spell circle called Halo. One spectator clenches his fist, assuming Hale stands no chance against such a display. Confidently, the blonde declares the match over, convinced of her superiority. However, something feels off. The presence she expected has shifted into something unfamiliar. An eerie pulse follows, announcing the awakening of a new force, the second circle. Hale's resonance activates as crimson magic flares, and his red eyes narrow in focus. Power condenses as he unites two infinity circles, balancing flame and void in perfect sync. With complete resolve, he commands the energy forward magic, now answers his will without hesitation. A sudden shift in the atmosphere draws the attention of observers to the center of the arena. Alarm spreads as one fighter recoils, her pulse racing from the surge of unknown magic. Towering behind Hale, an enormous construct forms, radiating pressure unlike anything the crowd has seen. Without delay, he unleashes Flame Vacan, fire coursing through his arm like a living weapon. Reacting instinctively, the blonde mage conjures a barrier, hoping to shield herself in time. From above, the summoned construct transforms into a blazing cannon pointed with deadly precision. Desperation floods her thoughts. This magnitude of magic cannot be stopped. Even as she braces for impact, the barrier fractures under pressure too great to contain. Despite defeat, her eyes soften, acknowledgement replaces pride. He's returned stronger than ever. The weapon fires, releasing a devastating blast that rocks the arena foundation. Across the stands, spectators flinch from the intense light and roaring heat. Standing calmly, Hale watches the aftermath, his presence now undeniable. His opponent collapses, overwhelmed by the attack's raw power. Dropping to one knee, Hale gasps, body heavy from exertion. A clear voice declares the result. Shin Hyle has claimed victory. As the meeting ends, one figure turns to leave, prompting a question about his sudden exit, rather than explain further. He simply cites other appointments, avoiding direct conversation. The blonde noble smirks, subtly, accepting the vague excuse without pressing the matter. From across the room, another observer comments on the man's lack of subtlety. Hale, adjusting his jacket, teases that lying clearly isn't the man's strength. Later, surrounded by noise and people, Hale exhales, fatigue settling into his bones. Magic theory floods his mind as he recalls sinking the second infinity circle, amplified by heart's intent. The hybrid moon attribute merged light's precision with dark's intensity. By tuning the energy output, he successfully neutralized Halo's overwhelming force. Thou moon magic is guarded knowledge. He reconstructed it through keen observation. That insight, combined with purification training, pushed his control to expert levels. None of it came easily, but every piece was vital in defeating Adela. Amid quiet chatter, Hale sits unnoticed, deep in thought. A firm stride breaks the silence, heading straight toward him. With a cheerful call, a familiar voice snaps him back to the present. Hyle turns, surprised by the sudden presence of someone powerful entering the room. The Mage Tower Master steps forward, drawing attention from everyone nearby with his arrival. Without hesitation, he approaches Hyle, clearly intending a direct and serious conversation. Inside a quiet reception room, Hale sits across from a distinguished mage following his recent duel. Acknowledging the performance, the man commends Hale's battle, clearly impressed by the level of control displayed. Without hesitation, he questions whether Hale has already broken through to the fifth circle of magic. Reflecting on the match, Hale realizes his use of second circle magic appeared far more advanced. It's likely the observer assumed high-level techniques or memorization spells were involved. Smiling calmly, Hale denies the accusation and subtly shifts the explanation toward vision-based magic. Curious, the mage connects the claim to transformation magic mentioned during an earlier interview, rather than elaborate. Hale vaguely accepts the link to avoid further suspicion. Revealing his true rank would only attract global attention and unnecessary complications. To avoid trouble, he resolves to keep his higher-tier spells hidden for now. Still skeptical, the mage probes deeper into the connection between second circle casting and vision magic. With a grin, Hale finally admits he enhanced the structure of the memorized spell. Amused and astonished, the mage bursts into laughter and stands from his seat. He marvels at Hale's ingenuity, recognizing the depth behind the clever approach. Grasping his hand, he praises the feat modifying a core spell beyond its original limits. Hale notices the man's crimson eyes glowing intensely. Recognizing them as magical in nature, the mage, without warning, activates the red jade magic eyes to inspect Hale closely. Power radiates between them as tension fills the room. The man scanning for traces of mana. After examining him, the mage steps back with a quiet but satisfied confirmation. No mana lines typical of a fifth circle mage are detected, supporting Hale's earlier claim. Smiling, the man declares he'll explain the truth to the reporters and clear misunderstandings. With the inspection finished, Hale bows politely, offering a farewell to his unexpected guest. Alone again, he exhales deeply, mentally replaying the unexpected encounter. The power of red jade eyes leaves him unsettled, knowing few could deceive their gaze. Those eyes, said to pierce through the essence of mana, belong to Master Kim Gangan. Despite this, Hale miraculously passed without detection, hiding his Biteneo-style magic. This ancient technique remains his greatest secret, one that must never be carelessly exposed. Cheers erupt across the stadium as the official declares the battle's conclusion. Standing tall, Hale is named victor, magic still flickering in his hand. With red eyes glowing faintly, he accepts the win, hiding truths even deeper than victory. As Hale turns to leave, a woman suddenly calls out, halting him in his tracks. She approaches. Surprised, he's already moving despite the intensity of the recent match. Hale requests feedback on their battle, hoping to gain insight and evaluate his performance. The woman agrees, suggesting they discuss it in the waiting room for privacy and clarity. Hale reflects on the strategic lessons learned and how much more there is to understand. Behind him, the woman silently admires his growth, stirred by determination and focus. Later, the scene shifts to a towering building where the atmosphere becomes formal once more. Inside, reporters crowd around Hale, eager for statements following his match victory. A new figure steps forward, surprised that the situation is still unfolding publicly. Sunlight glimmered over the towering headquarters as tension quietly stirred within the influential family. Inside the hall, the massive crest emphasized the authority that shaped every decision in the building. Hale arrived at the entrance, unaware that his return immediately unsettled several watching relatives. A sharp voice confronted the suited man, demanding to know why Hale was being ignored again. Instead of reacting emotionally, he questioned what meaningful options remained for them at this point. Their exchange shifted toward last year's chaotic events, which neither wished to experience again. A memory emerged showing Hale once hailed as a promising talent with extraordinary early achievements. The man argued that such potential had faded, leaving only minimal two-circle capability behind. His companion disagreed, noting the public's growing admiration for Hale's recent performances. The man dismissed that praise, insisting Hale survived battles through unstable techniques and forbidden methods. According to him, incompatibility imposed a fixed limit that no effort could ever overcome. Hearing this, the woman reluctantly acknowledged the harsh reality he laid out. A new warning followed, suggesting Hale might eventually threaten the position of the family's successor. Any danger of that kind, he claimed, should be eliminated long before it could escalate. Magic burst from his hand as a cup shattered, demonstrating how far he was willing to go. The evening sky glowed warmly above the academy as the midterm duel reached its conclusion. Across the training floor, deep cracks revealed how intense the recent exchange had been. A final call from the referee ended the match just as Hyle's opponent collapsed in defeat. Applause filled the arena the moment Hyle was announced as the second-year champion. Students crowded forward, thrilled by his victory and amazed by his sudden rise in skill. Facing their excitement, Hale lifted a hand in acknowledgement while remaining calm and composed. Several friends rushed over, eager to congratulate him and celebrate the hard-earned win. Not everyone reacted kindly, as a few classmates muttered that forbidden techniques boosted his success. Amid the noise, his instructor approached with pride, encouraging everyone to honor Hyle's achievement. The crowd tried pulling him along, insisting he join an impromptu celebration. Hale gently declined, explaining that an important appointment required his immediate attention. With a brief apology, he slipped away from the cheering group and exited the hall. City streets rushed past as he ran toward the promise he intended to keep. A waiting chauffeur greeted him, mentioning that his arrival had already been anticipated. Learning that the family had requested his presence, Hale prepared himself for what awaited him. Moonlight covered the family estate as Hale arrived after being summoned for the first time in a year. He paused at the entrance, remembering how his incompatibility with AI magic had forced him to leave. After stepping inside, he reflected on the past year spent living at the academy instead of his home. The interior looked unchanged, causing Hale to acknowledge how little had shifted since his departure. His footsteps echoed through the hall while he moved toward the room he once avoided. Stopping before the large double doors, he prepared himself for the meeting awaiting him inside. Hale recognized the room ahead as his father's private study, a place tied to difficult memories. He steadied his breathing, accepting that returning here was necessary for the path he had chosen. Aunt's permission was given from within. He entered the study, ready to face whatever outcome awaited him. Returning at last, Hale faced the familiar doors of his family estate with determination. Inside, his father gave a cold, brief command to enter, his eyes still on his work. With a respectful bow, Hale stepped forward and greeted him formally, waiting for his father's reaction. His father's voice was sharp, criticizing Hale's perceived failures and outdated approach to magic. He dismissed Hale's lack of results and compared him unfavorably to other AI-driven mages. Though unimpressed in the past, he admitted hoping Hyle's intellect might still bring value. Acknowledging his past defeat, Hyle listened as his father referred to a recent published article. The elder Shin expected that loss would break him, yet Hyle had shattered expectations. Instead of giving up, he had mastered transformation magic, bypassing his incompatibility. Impressed at last, his father recognized the magnitude of Hyle's breakthrough. Rather than scolding, he offered his son the long-withheld praise and recognition. Rising confidently, Hale accepted the acknowledgement, fueled by years of silent effort. His father promised full support and urged Hale to request any magical resources required. He restored Hale's place in the family, naming him the rightful heir. Standing proud, Hale vowed to serve the Shin household without hesitation. A final item was handed to Hale, his father's seal, marking official recognition. Before he could leave, a stern warning followed. Failure would not be tolerated. Should Hyle falter or regress, his father vowed to erase his magic without hesitation, without delay. His father pressed for a clear answer. What was Hyle truly aiming for? Calmly, Hyle repeated the ambition he once declared to lead the Shin family. Despite standing behind siblings like he, Minji, and Inhyuk, he refused to settle. Gaining recognition from the entire family would be his first step. To achieve that, Hyle announced his intention to enter the World Academy Olympiad. He promised victory not through support, but by earning the gold medal himself. Held yearly, the Mages Olympics was reserved for elite mages under 20. Its prestige rivaled adult-level contests, watched by the entire magical world. To date, the nation's best result remained a silver. No one had reached gold. Skepticism filled the room as his father questioned his understanding of the burden. Still, Hyle asked for one thing: official family protection during his training. Though reluctant, his father silently weighed the request, withholding immediate rejection. The academy's peaceful exterior masked the intensity of Hale's current training efforts. Books were scattered across the room, where Hale had fallen asleep studying. Waking up abruptly, he realized he had lost track of time while researching the second test. Although the first trial had been cleared, advancing to the third circle required passing another. His only clue mentioned resonance, a term linked to mastering the second circle's power. The requirement was clear: he had to raise his control to a new level. Using the book's instructions, he attempted to trigger resonance by adjusting mana flow. Hale managed to produce a faint reaction, though the results remained unstable. After repeated attempts, he paused, deciding to refresh his mind with a walk. A quiet city morning welcomed him as he stepped outside in casual clothes. While reflecting on his next steps, he planned to continue analyzing resonance. Suddenly, something unexpected caught his eye, pulling his attention across the street. A sudden gust of wind flung a plastic bag directly into Shin's face, knocking him down. As he sat on the ground, groaning from the impact, a girl rushed over to check on him, rubbing his head. Shin looked up and was stunned to recognize the girl. It was Adela. They began walking together, and Shin asked why the bag hit him in the first place. Adela explained that she was playing with the plastic bag when it slipped away in the wind. Though she apologized, Shin wasn't angry. He even gained a banana milk from the incident. As they continued walking, Adela brought up how she had heard Shin returned home recently. He confirmed he had gone back to the magic tower the day before. Adela asked if his dream of becoming the head of the magic tower was still alive. Shin quietly responded that it was no longer his dream. Catching Adela by surprise, she assumed he had given up due to competition and strong rivals at the magic tower. He calmly disagreed, hinting that his new goal was something even greater. Shin revealed his ambition, to become the master of all mages, not just a tower head. Adela stood frozen, overwhelmed by the scale of his goal and his confidence. As they walked on, she quietly admitted that following someone like him was intense. Under the calm night sky, the magic tower residence glowed in quiet grandeur. Inside, a girl slammed her hand on the table, unable to contain her frustration. She demanded answers, but her brother responded coldly, trusting their father's intentions without question. Summoned to the hall, the siblings stood before their imposing father. He ordered them to stay away from Hyel for the next 2 months, without exception. Shocked, the sister raised her voice, seeking the reason behind such a decision. Their father reminded them that Hyel had just returned to the tower. With a year apart and still being a minor, Hyel needed space to adjust. The 2-month restriction, he explained, would allow Hyel to reconnect without external pressure. He pointed out their ambitions, implying their motives weren't purely familial. No one spoke, though the message was clear and heavy. Feigning acceptance, the brother nodded and asked if the meeting was over. As they exited, the sister followed, questioning his silence. Without a word, he walked ahead, leaving her behind. Behind closed doors, bitterness surfaced. He couldn't accept the order at all. Since Minhyuk and Minji weren't competing for leadership, their absence from the meeting made sense. Still, the idea of giving Hyel special treatment due to a 1-year gap felt suspicious. Normally, their father would have dismissed that as weakness, not used it as justification. Hyel, now 17, was beyond the age for any protective clauses to apply. Confusion set in as they questioned the true motive behind their father's leniency. She speculated, but her brother rejected the idea that Hyel had already proven himself. The possibility arose that their father had noticed something exceptional in Hyel's mysterious magic, or perhaps a private deal had been struck between Hyel and their father. Frustrated, she burst out, overwhelmed by the implications and lack of clarity. Despite her outburst, her brother calmly began withdrawing surveillance to avoid alerting the shadows. He decided to head out, no longer interested in following Hyel blindly. If Hyel had made a secret arrangement, the Black Tower would reveal the truth. Stella Academy held its ceremony as students gathered beneath the grand archway to witness new honors. While addressing the crowd, a professor acknowledged the top achiever, an unlikely candidate who defied tradition. Hyel received recognition without fanfare, quietly accepting the award as murmurs of admiration filled the room. Elsewhere, classmates voiced skepticism, dismissing his victory as luck aided by mere vision magic. Smirking behind his back, others predicted a quick fall, convinced the system would expose his flaws. Rather than be rattled, Hyel sat silently, his eyes steady, his resolve unshaken. Class ended with a dramatic complaint from a drained peer who flopped to the floor. Though tired, he perked up at the thought of practical lessons replacing dense theory tomorrow. Hyel casually lifted him, suggesting physical training might help build stamina. The worn out student muttered insults, frustrated by his own limits. Ignoring the whining, Hyel challenged him to a training session after dinner. Caught off guard, the student froze, unable to answer right away. He awkwardly declined, blaming poor condition instead of interest. Hyel wasn't fooled and called out the hesitation directly. In the end, the truth slipped out. Training with Hyel was simply terrifying. Clouds drifted above the academy as a new training day quietly began. Inside the gym, Hyel lifted weights far beyond what others even dared to attempt. Gasps filled the room as disbelief spread. His physical strength didn't match his slender build. Recognition struck one student as he realized the lifter was Shin Hyel. After finishing his reps, Hayul calmly explained the importance of strength in supporting mana flow. Referencing an ancient tome, he recalled that physical training boosts magical precision and stamina. Suddenly, dark beasts materialized above the academy grounds, disrupting the peace. Within moments, several shadow panthers dropped into the courtyard, circling Hayul aggressively. Rather than retreat, he stood his ground, eyes narrowed, preparing for a direct confrontation. Blue energy surged as he swiftly evaded the creature's claws and fangs. Surrounded, he gathered fire magic into his palm, his stance unwavering. With precision, he launched a burning strike, Flame Vulcan engulfing the nearest enemy in flames. The display ended with Hayul earning a perfect score on the combat test. Later, while resting, he reviewed his progress and traced the markings of the Infinity Circle. Driven by potential, he silently vowed to strengthen it further and reach new magical heights. Hayul closed his eyes and began to synchronize the two types of mana within his body. Energy surged around him as the Ring of Will and Ring of Resonance formed and rotated. He adjusted frequencies and flow rates, raising the mana purity of the rings through focused control. After intense concentration, he collapsed on the bench, drenched in sweat from the strain. Despite reaching a 99% sync rate, frustration lingered as that final percent refused to move. Even so, he clenched his fist with determination, vowing to reach Circle Master level. Later that night, Hayul ran through the streets, maintaining his physical training. Breathing steadily, he kept his pace, unaware that someone was watching from the shadows. Behind a pillar, a cloaked figure emerged silently, eyes fixed on his movement. Suddenly, the stranger struck, and Hayul blocked the ambush just in time. Recognizing the attacker, he narrowed his eyes as the hood fell, revealing a familiar face. It was Baik Sayuk, an old rival, standing before him once again. A swift blade strike was halted as Hayul blocked the attacker's move. With composed precision, rage twisted the silver-haired man's face while he barked questions about Hayul's hidden strength. Instead of answering, Hayul crouched down, amused, calmly questioning the attacker's flawed assumptions. The enemy leapt upward, hoping to regain control of the confrontation through brute force. Frustration spilled from his voice, revealing his fragile confidence as he hovered above. Hayul remained unimpressed, stating plainly that recklessness would only lead to more consequences. A fiery burst exploded from the man's hands as he cast magic in broad daylight. Observers gasped while Hayul assessed the reckless act, noting it would be recorded. Charging forward, the enraged attacker hurled a fireball, ignoring the growing danger around him. With sharp timing, Hayul sidestepped and struck the man's stomach, halting his momentum instantly. He followed with a clean takedown, pinning the aggressor to the pavement. Watching agents approach, Hayul stayed composed, aware the situation had now shifted in his favor. Surrounded by officials, the captured mage yelled threats while restrained by enforcement agents. Hayul explained his response was self-defense against illegal magic use. He pointed out the CCTV, ensuring they'd see the truth without further delay. At the academy, students murmured about Baik Sayuk's reckless use of magic in public. Displayed on the board, a notice confirmed his punishment, just 10 demerit points. Whispers grew louder as many questioned why such a violation didn't lead to expulsion. Influence from the Bach family explained everything. Their donations had secured him protection. Rather than punishment, his actions were shielded by money and ambition. Hayul, passing through the hall, guessed Sahyuk was now facing consequences at home. Standing alone, Sahyuk spoke anxiously to his father over the phone. The voice on the line lashed out, blaming him for jeopardizing the family's status. With the call ended, guilt and pressure weighed heavily on his expression. Fueled by humiliation, he shouted Hayul's name and stormed across campus. Hatred clouded his judgment as his pace quickened. Emotion took control, and he charged ahead, shouting without restraint. He blamed Hayul for everything that had gone wrong. Before reaching his target, an instructor calmly stepped in. Offering an alternative, the man hinted at a path toward revenge. Inside his room, Hayul leaned back, calmly reviewing the aftermath of Baik Sayuk's outburst. Instead of dwelling on protest, he acknowledged a small gain had already been secured. A new message appeared. His father confirmed they'd acquired 3% of the Baik family's mining rights. Titles in noble society weren't earned by merit alone. Ownership of resources played a major role. Through forced negotiation, the Baik family had surrendered value far exceeding the punishment. Sasyuk avoided. Now disgraced, Sasyuk stood on the brink of being cast out by his own bloodline. At school grounds, Hashul quietly considered if the academy's instructors were still under influence. His thoughts were cut short when Instructor Smith unexpectedly called out to him. Recognizing the voice, Hayul greeted him cautiously, uncertain of the man's sudden friendliness. Smith noted Hyle's apparent dislike, confronting it with unfiltered directness. Though caught off guard, Hale denied it as Smith insisted his advice was genuine. Something felt off, but Hale replied politely, despite growing suspicion. A handshake offer followed. Smith suggested they start over. Without warning, sinister energy burst from Smith's body, alarming Hale immediately. That twisted smile confirmed it. This meeting was anything but sincere. Purple, black flames engulf Instructor Smith's body as ominous energy surges violently around him. An intense disturbance in the air draws Hale's attention. This isn't ordinary mana. Recognition dawns. The dark aura traces back to the notorious Black Tower. Feared by magicians, the Black Tower stands outside the 12 official towers. Its members follow a rogue sorcerer known only as the Black Magician King. Hyle clenches his fists. Smith's connection implies more enemies may be lurking nearby. Feigning calm, he locks eyes with Smith, hiding the unease building inside. Instead of reacting, Hale shifts focus, deciphering the structure of the surrounding magic. The formula appears complex, but not unfamiliar. He's seen this before. Mind control, a dangerous type of spell designed to hijack one's consciousness. Fortunately, his mind resists intrusion, immune to external manipulation. Remaining composed, he lets Smith believe the spell has succeeded. Laughter fills the courtyard, masking Hale's hidden awareness. He carefully plots his response, knowing time is short. By pretending submission, he aims to uncover everything about the Black Tower. Hale walked calmly beside Instructor Smith, concealing his suspicion beneath a quiet expression. Without hiding his contempt, Smith ridiculed Hyle for functioning without a magic chip. Instead of further mocking, he handed over a strange object, ordering Hyle to keep it without question. A slow nod from Hyle masked his inner alarm as the atmosphere grew tense. The instructor's voice deepened, now demanding an explanation of Hyle's mutation magic. Suddenly, Hyle's head throbbed. The spell was trying to claw into his guarded mind. Memories of victims overwhelmed by forbidden spells surfaced in rapid flashes. This form of mind control magic directly attacked the brain structure and resisted normal defenses. Smith's goal became clear: extract mutation secrets, even if it meant destroying Hale's mind. Chuckling, Smith admitted he once tried to sell Hale off due to incompatible magic. Now he claimed he'd return Hyle's name after the mission succeeded. He left without remorse, fading into the academy grounds. Hyle observed silently as Smith disappeared into the crowd. Though surrounded by classmates, his thoughts lingered on the threat still looming. With quiet determination, he resumed walking, aware this was only the beginning. The academy courtyard remains calm. But Hyle quietly isolates himself from the crowd. Sitting alone, he carefully inspects the mysterious device Smith handed him earlier. Realization strikes. He suspects it's a forged chip meant to label him as a criminal. Contemplating deeper, he concludes Smith wouldn't act alone without instruction from the Black Tower. The situation grows complicated, and Hale begins identifying possible suspects behind the plot. Some unknown in power likely requested this scheme, aiming to damage his reputation permanently. He narrows it down to 4 siblings involved in the succession battle. His eldest sister wouldn't bother. She has no interest in underhanded tactics. His older brother lacks the resolve to orchestrate a plan this risky. Kim Kangan, the Blue Tower Master, appears unexpectedly and asks to speak with Hyle. Tension rises as Hyle notices something strange in his expression. Acting quickly, he prepares to confront the situation. Now is his only chance. Furious, the older man lashes out, accusing Hale of being nothing more than a hindrance. Rather than respond with emotion, Hale quietly resolves that this moment must become a turning point. With calm observation, he asks about the strange research that seems to be troubling the elder. A glowing crystal is revealed. Its vibrant color identifies it unmistakably as elemental manalite. Taken aback, Hale instantly recognizes its rarity, realizing the significance of what lies before him. Wasting no time, the elder demands to hear what was so urgent. It required a personal visit. Hyle explains he's been looking into something peculiar, something closely related to the same material. Startled, the man reacts strongly upon hearing the crystal's name spoken with such familiarity. He questions Hyle's knowledge, clearly rattled by the younger man's unexpected awareness. Without hesitation, Hale reveals his own crystal, activating its radiant energy with practiced ease. The elder recoils in shock, eyes widening at the identical structure and magical output. Describing it as flawless, Hale confirms it's a perfectly crafted elemental manalite. Suspicion turns into inquiry as the elder asks if Hyle truly created the crystal himself. A confident reply follows. Hayal affirms he was its sole creator, laughing nervously. The man calls the revelation absurd, unsure whether to believe it or not. Legends speak of James Pillar from the Red Tower, revered as the greatest magical craftsman, despite his own elite status. The man admits few in the Blue Tower could match such work. Hale replies coolly, explaining he brought the stone simply because the tower could handle it. A direct question follows, pressing Hale to reveal how he stabilized the magic stone. Instead of answering fully, he deflects with a calm, "No comment," hinting at pure luck, smiling. The elder concedes and praises Hale's fortune, choosing not to press further. Carefully examining the crystal, the man notes it holds all 4 elemental properties, an unprecedented trait. He then asks about Hayal's true intention in bringing such a rare item. Confidently, Hayal reveals his goal, to use the stone in crafting a powerful artifact. The elder, intrigued, wonders if the item will be clothing, a weapon, or something else. An array of gear flashes through his thoughts, each suitable for elemental enhancement. Hale clarifies function is key. The form doesn't matter as long as it amplifies magic. Crafting something of that caliber, the elder warns, demands expensive, high-grade materials, assuming family support. He jokes the costs will surely be covered without issue. Hale refuses firmly, requesting the project be kept hidden even from his own bloodline. Grinning, the Tower Master calls Hale sly for keeping such intentions hidden until now. A glowing number appears. Hale calculates the crafting cost to be around 450 million. Turning serious, the elder questions whether Hale can afford it without relying on his family. Without hesitation, Hale offers a different solution. He'll prove himself through action, not excuses. He announces his intent to craft the elemental manalite again, right in front of the master. Surprise flickers across the elder's face as he realizes Hale truly means it. A loud laugh escapes the elder, clearly entertained by the proposal. He assures Hale that the budget is more than sufficient and even hints at a bonus. Before leaving, Hale makes one final request, piquing the elder's curiosity. A black chip is revealed. It's an illegal enhancement device, highly dangerous. Shocked, the elder demands to know where Hale acquired such a thing. According to Hale, a Black Tower agent within the academy passed it to him. Moonlight shines as Hale steps outside, resolved to take action. A brief farewell follows. His ally wishes him luck. Watching her depart, he remains still, focused on what lies ahead. The elder reflects on the risks, uncertain whether things will proceed as smoothly as hoped. Hale presents proof mages from the Black Tower are secretly hiding within Obelisk Academy. Despite doubts, the elder chooses to act, willing to take the risk based on Hale's lead. Arriving at the building, Hale speaks confidently into his phone, confirming the operation's progress. Without hesitation, he steps into the elevator, still receiving key details from the caller. While ascending, he calmly assures the person on the line that the plan will not fail. The call ends as he walks through grand doors into a formal and elegant space, maintaining a composed expression. He strides forward with purpose, unfazed by the lavish surroundings. Inside the dining room, his arrival is announced to the siblings already gathered at the table. Minji greets him warmly, surprised by how much he has matured since their last meeting. Inyuk adds a teasing remark, noting Hale's growth and stronger presence. Gratefully, Hale thanks them, his tone polite but emotionally reserved. 2 elder siblings meet his gaze as he acknowledges them with a respectful nod. The man remarks on his appearance, observing how he now carries himself like an adult. Meanwhile, the woman simply states how long it's been since they last spoke. Behind his calm demeanor, Hayul silently analyzes the atmosphere and suspects hidden intentions. Suspicion sharpens his thoughts. Someone at this table may have betrayed him. A sibling lifts a glass, proposing they dine and speak, curious about his real purpose. To address unresolved matters, Hale explains that he called this meeting after much reflection. His announcement immediately triggers doubt, with a sibling questioning the value of such a trivial reason. Instead of backing down, another demands full honesty, pushing Hale to reveal his real purpose. Without hesitation, Hale declares he has no interest in pursuing the family's succession. Skepticism spreads as the table bursts into disbelief, mocking his supposed lack of ambition. Diverting the topic, someone brings up his rumored use of vision magic in recent events. Accusations fly, suggesting he's using magic as a hidden strategy in the air conflict. Hale clarifies that, for someone like him, the vision magic is a lifeline, not leverage. He urges them to believe that he's focused on survival, not status or inheritance. A reluctant agreement surfaces, softening the atmosphere after the tension. Hale gives a slight nod as others suggest they pause the rivalry for now. Laughter follows, as the gathering shifts into a rare moment of shared ease. Clinking glasses and warm smiles fill the dining hall. Though seated among them, Hale's thoughts drift elsewhere, silently observing. When the clock chimes, he senses it's time to move toward his true goal. A sudden alert flashes on everyone's device, labeled as an extraneous warning. Startled by the notification, the group reacts with alarm and reaches for their phones. Won's sibling, visibly confused, questions what's happening while scanning the urgent message. Inyu quickly realizes the situation is critical, declaring it an emergency broadcast. Another sibling expresses disbelief that something serious could happen at such an odd hour. Moments later, someone announces a match has been found related to the alert. Under a moonlit sky, confirmation arrives that Hyle's theory was correct. A detailed report exposes Instructor Smith's link to tampering within the training academy. An investigator races through the night, acting on the intelligence before it's too late. The evidence outlines sabotage during the scheduled survival test. Cross-referencing details reveals collusion with the Black Tower involving training materials. Smith is caught attempting to escape from the scene. While others dined, Hale used the moment to close in on the truth. The spy's photo verifies Smith's infiltration of the academy. Even more troubling, Hale now suspects a sibling's involvement in the betrayal. Hale quietly celebrates his flawless execution. Having collected intelligence without exposing his identity, he reflects on one missing link, direct proof, tying the operation to Instructor Smith. At that moment, an ally praises Hyle's efforts, promising to return the favor one day. During a follow-up call, Hyle receives closing words of appreciation from the Blue Magic Tower. He ends the call politely, but a sudden explosion interrupts the calm night. Caught off guard, he turns quickly toward the blast, trying to assess the situation. The shockwave throws him back as flames engulf the area. A mysterious attacker appears, repeating Hyle's name with murderous intent. Pinned to the ground, Hyle stares up as the enemy declares a deadly intention. Upon spotting Bayek Sayuk, Hale narrows his eyes, aware something is dangerously off. A sudden blast hurls Sayuk into the air, engulfed in violent, surging flames. Blazing energy plummets from above, tearing through the sky like a fiery spear. A swirling water shield forms instantly around Hale, absorbing the initial shock. Cracks ripple across the barrier's surface as intense force presses in from outside. Without hesitation, he reinforces the spell, stabilizing the shield just before it collapses. The fireball collides with the ground, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Wounded but upright, Hale emerges from the smoke, breathing heavily. From a distance, Sayuk laughs, declaring the vast difference in their power. Crouching under the awning, Hale watches Sayuk approach with unsettling energy. There's something unnatural. His eyes are bloodshot, his aura unstable. Uncontrollable laughter bursts from Sayuk as madness consumes his expression. A crimson potion labeled Berserker drips violently after being shattered. The effect is lethal. Users fight relentlessly, ignoring pain or self-preservation. Leaping forward, Hale intercepts him, determined to end this rampage. Hale strikes Sayuk with force, attempting to subdue the out of control berserker state. Sayuk snarls in response, claiming he's fully recovered and more dangerous than before. Without warning, a deadly spell-burning infection explodes from Sayuk's hand toward Hale's chest. Through the smoke, Sayuk emerges arrogantly, mocking Hyle's survival as luck. Hale staggers, wounded yet standing, which fuels Sayuk's disbelief and anger, covering his face. Sayuk accuses Hale of blocking his magic and dares him to retaliate. Suddenly calm, Sayuk shrugs off the outburst, saying it's just a mood swing. Hale realizes the erratic behavior confirms the effects of the Berserker potion. However, he suspects something more. The spell's power felt far too intense to be normal. Doubt creeps in as Hale considers that the potion alone can't explain Sayuk's strength. Activating Wind Sphere, Hale prepares to test Sayuk's limit directly. Sayuk retaliates with fiery rage, unleashing a barrage against Hyle's approaching magic. Hale regrets underestimating Wind Sphere's impact during their last clash. Still, he unleashes Arrow Boom with full force, determined to end it. A flash of shock crosses Sayuk's face as the spell connects unexpectedly. Sayuk prepares a fiery spell, charging Flame Shotgun at dangerously close range. Hale notices the short distance and realizes he has little room to maneuver. The blast erupts violently, forcing Hale to barely escape its radius with swift movement. Surrounded by flames, Hale steadies himself, gasping from the relentless assault. He questions Sayuk's intentions, suspecting something deeper behind the overwhelming aggression. Sayuk, laughing maniacally, brushes off the accusation, confused about any supposed chip. Calmly, Hyul denies using any illegal device and challenges Sayuk's assumptions. A sudden shift in magical energy confirms Hyul's theory about the chip's hidden function. He explains it modifies formulas, altering both spell power and casting range. Hyul reveals his sensitivity to mana shifts due to his circle acceleration research. He acknowledges both the berserker and illegal chip are fueling Sayuk's unstable magic. As energy surges around him, Hyul activates resonance, ready to end the fight. Awakening from deep reflection, Hyul unlocked a new realm of magic through Idrid's ancient book. During long nights of study, he came to understand the cost tied to this forbidden technique rather than physical pain. It was time itself that punished reckless use, delaying all mana activity afterward. 3 minutes of resonance would freeze his mana for 12 hours. His internal warning clashed with Sayuk's mockery, yet Hyul remained composed under the pressure. Calculated decisions mattered more than bravado. 3 minutes had to be used with surgical precision. A sudden pulse cracked the ground as Earth Needle surged upward, catching his enemy unprepared. Sayuk's confidence shattered upon realizing the spell's strength far exceeded second circle capabilities. Grinning, Hyul let the doubt settle in. His power wasn't supposed to reach this level. Enraged, Sayuk launched flames skyward. Dismissive laughter followed. His opponent failed to notice the enhanced construction hidden within the barrier. Rather than repeat a mistake, Hyul had perfected the defense to reverse the impact. Waves spiraled upward, neutralizing the flames before they could land. Sayuk's arrogance blinded him to the trap that had been forming since the first strike. With a quiet smile, Hyul revealed the truth: every spell had been part of a larger plan. Sayuk screamed Hyul's name, his rage exploding after being humiliated in combat. He insisted that Hyul's power came from illegal enhancement, unable to accept defeat. Honestly, breathing heavily, Hyul dismissed the accusation. His calm expression declared the battle finished. Stepping forward, Hyul activated a dark binding spell beneath Sayuk's feet, without hesitation. In a flash, magical energy surged, pulling Sayuk downward as he struggled to resist. Had Sayuk shown even a moment's mercy earlier, his fate might have differed. Blind rage fueled Sayuk's screams as he demanded Hyul reveal himself. Without warning, Earthbind and Airbind ensnared him from the shadows. Caught in a web of restraints, Sayuk's strength quickly turned useless. According to Hyul, mercy had expired. The only kindness left was efficiency. His tone remained measured as he exposed the flaw in Sayuk's artificial power. By synchronizing Sayuk's circuit with a berserk feedback loop, he turned his body into a trap. Agony took over as Sayuk's mana ruptured within him beyond his control. Hyul observed the collapse without emotion, unmoved by his enemy's cries. This final strike closed the chapter. Sayuk had fallen to the very power he misused. As Sayuk's body lay motionless, Hyul stood over him while blue light quietly faded into the night. Without delay, Hyul reached for a buzzing phone lying near Sayuk's collapsed hand. He answered calmly, addressing his father directly, acknowledging the call was expected. Hyul pointed out how unnatural the silence was, despite the massive commotion at the dorms. No one had intervened. Not even a single authority figure, confirming prior manipulation. He deduced only someone like his father could delay law enforcement and still remain passive. From an unknown location, Hyul's father admitted the claim, revealing his personal involvement. Suddenly, Hyul noticed movement in the bushes, signaling the arrival of a new figure. A masked assassin emerged, and his father's voice declared the operative's name: Seacoke, Hun. Several masked figures scattered across the park's path lay unconscious as Hyul walked toward the scene. Instead of requesting help during the confrontation, he deliberately allowed himself to be observed. Holding the phone, he calmly revealed his true intention, demonstrating his mastery of third circle magic. His superior questioned the sudden progress, doubting Hyul could have achieved such results in a short time, feigning innocence. Hyul claimed it was a temporary effect, though in reality he had planned this. To ensure secrecy, he had used advanced spells to block surveillance and mask their communication entirely. With the conversation ending, Hyul politely acknowledged the order to return and hung up. A pause lingered before the older man broke into laughter, entertained by the unexpected boldness, though uncertain of Hyul's past activities. He acknowledged the boy's overwhelming confidence as impressive. A cloaked man stepped forward, addressing Hyul with familiarity, revealing himself as Seacoke Hyun. Lowering his mask, the man greeted him formally, confirming their long-standing connection. After examining him, Hyun noted Hale's wounds were more serious than they initially appeared. Hale offered quick treatment, but assured the rest would be handled by the family's physician. Without hesitation, he entrusted cleanup to Sokhaeun and turned away. He made one final request, that the incident remain entirely undisclosed to outsiders. Stars glittered above the city as a man exited the building in a frustrated rush. He stormed down the hallway, trying to make sense of the chaos he'd just learned about. Inside his apartment, he stopped cold and uninvited. Masked visitor was calmly waiting on the sofa. Leaning back, the intruder greeted him like an old friend, mocking his delayed return. Outraged, the man demanded answers, accusing him of stealing confidential materials. The masked figure responded with dry amusement, stating the failed mission wouldn't compromise the client's safety. With a sinister grin, the intruder promised the victim wouldn't live through the night, remaining composed. The man dismissed the threat and pressed for information about Hyel. He was informed that Baeksa Hyok had equipped Hyel with deadly enhancements. The shocking revelation that Hyok was now brain dead caused the man to demand more details. While uninterested in Hyok's fate, he was desperate to know what happened to Hyel, according to the intruder. Hyel had successfully defeated the berserker, enhanced attacker. Confirmation came with a boast, but the masked man admitted his account wasn't entirely accurate. He had observed the fight start, yet failed to witness the final outcome. Still, he speculated that Hale's rise could pose a serious threat going forward. A masked squad stood behind the speaker, confirming Seek Hyun led the elite shadow unit. Hyel, holding back frustration, realized such a group's movements couldn't happen without high-level clearance. The masked man dismissed further concern, assuring him that upcoming test results would justify everything. Without delay, the intruder turned to leave, mentioning another target named Remsmith. In a swift motion, he disappeared into the cityscape, leaving no evidence behind. Hale remained still, quietly acknowledging the ease with which his home had been infiltrated. Days passed, and a report confirmed Remsmith died suddenly during transportation. Though unsurprised, Hale paid attention to the phrasing, noting how neatly it ended the issue. The news felt like the final move in a game already decided. Leaning back, Hale reviewed how Sokhaeun contained the Baeksa Hyok incident. A message from his father appeared, detailing the results of secret negotiations. Reading further, he realized everything had been tied up behind the scenes. Morning light filled the room as he scrolled through the rest of the update. One headline stood out, an announcement about the upcoming Academy Olympiad. With renewed interest, Hale smirked, eager for what was coming next. As arcane symbols swirl around Hale's hand, a surge of magic pulses from his core. A memory resurfaces. He understands the steps required to unlock the third circle's power. The ancient book responds, glowing brightly as he ascends, ready to face the next challenge. Light blinds him momentarily before he awakens in a silent, endless white dimension. Warily exploring this realm, Hale wonders if it's another stage conjured by the grimoire. A woman named Beta materializes before him, declaring her authority over the second test page. Taking in her words, he contemplates whether this trial mirrors the first in difficulty. Beta details the objective: manipulate the circle using refined elemental mana with absolute precision. Success grants deeper access, but failure results in complete reset. Hale braces himself for what's ahead. Contrary to his assumption, more pages must be cleared, increasing the pressure and stakes. Despite the risk, he finds the unknown thrilling. Beta initiates the test with a solemn gesture. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes from above. Hyul stiffens, recognizing it as his master's. Instructions follow swiftly. 100 magic circles will appear sequentially and must be activated correctly. Magic flares to life as he begins the activation, synchronizing with each glowing formation. Failure to activate within 3 seconds means total restart. The intensity of the trial becomes real. Hale assumes the test is straightforward. He just needs to remember the order of the magic circles. That idea is immediately dismissed. The pattern reshuffles every attempt, blocking any shortcut through memorization. Acknowledging the difficulty, he prepares to tackle the challenge through focus and adaptability. Instead, sunlight warms the academy rooftops, casting a quiet peace over the surrounding city. Meanwhile, inside, Hale sits slumped over, mentally drained from countless hours with the book. Though progress is slow, he takes note of his steady improvement with each trial. Later, he realizes that Drapes's book might only be one part of a greater whole. A glowing message confirms that multiple volumes exist, each aiding future achievements, fueled by purpose. Hale understands he must eventually locate the remaining scattered books. Feeling mentally blocked, He heads outside to clear his mind and refresh his thinking. During his stroll, a chance meeting catches him off guard. Adela appears before him. Recognizing each other instantly, they reconnect after what seems like an unexpected coincidence. They share a quiet moment on a park bench, enjoying the brief calm. Adela comments on his tired look, prompting Hale to explain his sleepless night. Their conversation shifts as he shows her a paper on space transfer magic, sparking her curiosity. Hale scans the research paper closely, puzzled by its awkward structure and incomplete arguments. Adela silently sips her drink, waiting for his reaction as he stays deep in thought. After trying the drink himself, he agrees it is surprisingly good, but critiques the paper's lack of conclusion. A specific sentence catches his attention. Its source claims to be based on Raybel Bittner's theories. Realization dawns. Bittner is the legendary Archmage connected to the book guiding Hale. Curious, he questions the book's author while noticing similarities in the theoretical structure. Adela names the mysterious writer. Go Sang Jun, a researcher with no known background, at his desk. Hale continues digging, trying to uncover more about Sang Jun's identity. He finds nothing but the single paper and speculates the author may have vanished after criticism. Feeling restricted by what's publicly available, he wonders if that's all a student like him can access. Instead of giving up, he reaches for his phone, determined to break that limit. He places a call to the Blue Tower Master, declaring he's more than just a student. A glowing tower stands tall as a phone buzzes to life on a quiet desk. Hale, lounging in a library, casually answers the call without much concern or energy. On the other end, someone requests help finding a person, sparking Hale's interest instantly. Elsewhere, Noble Academy bustles with activity as students gather in the training hall. Amid the crowd, Hale steps forward and channels magic effortlessly, swirling mana around his body. A student watching him reacts in panic, hurriedly summoning shields to brace for impact, feigning innocence. Hale questions the fairness accusation with a smirk. The other student bursts in frustration, shouting about imbalance and trickery, despite the chaos. Hale calmly explains it's just a low-tier spell, causing further disbelief. Impressed by the defense, Hale commends his opponent's shield technique. Trembling, the student glares at him while Hale quietly reflects on his own growth. Instead of backing down, the challenger proposes hand-to-hand combat, which Hale accepts confidently. Charging forward, the student sees an opportunity and strikes. Hale counters immediately, grabbing and flipping him mid-air. They crash hard as onlookers watch in stunned silence, unable to process Hale's swift victory. With a casual expression, Hale responds confidently, unfazed by the earlier fight. Standing tall, he considers the tactic used and admits it wasn't a bad move. He breaks down the outcome logically, explaining how close combat negates magic variability. Criticism follows quickly as the bruised student complains about Hale's brutal and chaotic fighting style. While adjusting his clothes, he mutters that Hale's approach lacks elegance and fairness. In response, Hale offers blunt advice: if it is unfair, then train harder. Their talk shifts when the student suddenly asks about Hale's next objective. He grins knowingly, revealing that Hale's aim is to win the Olympiad. Caught off guard, Hale is surprised that someone noticed his true intention. Past performance during barrier tests, the student claims, made it obvious. Even so, he warns that Hale's current magic level won't be enough to win. Hearing this, Hale reflects silently, accepting the harsh truth. Knowledge from a tome confirms he must go beyond resonance and reach a higher circle, determined to advance. He decides to search for Go Sang Jun. Meanwhile, a suited man arrives, apologizing for the time it took to locate someone. Upon reaching Tempest 7th Street, Hale scans the area with focused intent. His eyes land on a familiar storefront. It's the bookstore he frequently visited in the past. Realization dawns. The man he's been seeking was nearby all along. As the door opens, Hale steps inside and greets the shopkeeper. Startled, the elderly man looks up and recognizes Hale with a warm smile. Noting his progress, he mentions Hale's recent ability to wield magic properly. Rather than taking credit, Hale thanks him for the books that guided his path. With a laugh, the man brushes it off and asks why Hale came today. He politely brings up Go Sang Jun, saying he has questions about the man's research. Instead of refusing, the shopkeeper agrees and offers to introduce them. A warning follows: answers may not come even if they meet. Puzzled by the remark, Hale silently wonders what it means. Without delay, they walk down a quiet corridor toward the back. Stopping before a door, the man gestures for him to proceed. Heart racing, Hale whispers the name, Go sang June. A steady beeping filled the quiet room as medical equipment surrounded the unconscious man. His pale arm lay exposed, marked by monitoring devices and evidence of prolonged treatment. Two visitors entered solemnly, drawn to the fragile figure resting beneath the sterile white sheets. The older man introduced the patient without hesitation, his son, Sang-jun. Now trapped in this condition, Hyul listened carefully, glancing at the bedridden mage while questions formed in his mind. He learned that Sang-jun had crossed a forbidden line, breaking the most dangerous law of magic. Curious, Hyul asked what kind of taboo had been defied. Circulating mana directly into the brain was the answer, an act even seasoned mages avoided. Shock hit Hyul, he too had once done that. Unaware of its grave consequences, Sang-gun had done it willingly, chasing a theory. Others had already deemed a failure. With no alternatives left, he believed using his brain was the only way forward. Now motionless, his condition left Hyul wondering how close he came to mastering forbidden magic. Apologizing softly, Hyul regretted pressing for answers. The elder, however, reassured him, touched by the boy's sincere pursuit of knowledge. Watching Hyul study magic so earnestly reminded him of Sang-jun, and it brought quiet comfort. As the sunset colored the sky, Hyul approached the elder with a polite but firm request. He asked to review the book Sang-jun once used in his intense magical research. After a pause, the old man agreed, preferring the books be read than left forgotten, before handing them over. The elder raised two specific conditions Hyul must follow. The first was to include Sang-jun's name at least once in any future magic paper. The second was clear: never circulate mana into the brain under any circumstances again. With conditions accepted, the elder guided Hyul to the shelf where Sang-jun's books were stored. Just as Hyul reached out, one book emitted a strange glow and fell from its place. Its design and aura stunned him. It resembled the legendary and forbidden Book of Uzair. Holding the book, Hyul sensed something powerful sealed within the worn magical pages. He was granted permission to read it, as the elder recognized its unknown contents. Flipping it open, Hyul gasped. The theories inside far surpassed anything even his master had taught. Grateful, Hyul thanked the elder sincerely and prepared to leave with the book. Curious, he asked if there were other works related to the mysterious Vadier magic. The elder hesitated, unsure how Sang-jun ever acquired such a rare red hardcover tome. Confusion spread through Hyul's mind as he questioned how the Book of Idrid appeared in his possession. While reflecting on his earlier search, he recalled only discovering one similar book in the study. Though puzzled, he decided that having at least one clue was far better than nothing. Without warning, magical light erupted from both books, surrounding him in a surge of energy. Staring wide-eyed, Hyul noticed the books reacting together, initiating a process beyond his control. A hidden message declared him the rightful heir to the Book of Idrid's legacy. The activation triggered a teleportation spell, casting the books aside as the light consumed him. Hyul landed in a mysterious chamber filled with furniture, magical runes, and warm daylight. He sat up, disoriented, trying to comprehend his sudden relocation into this unfamiliar space. A soft tapping on his neck caused him to turn his head quickly. He discovered a blonde girl dressed like a maid, smiling mischievously. With an energetic pose, she welcomed him into the world inside the Book of Mimir. Inside a sunlit chamber, Hyul sat up, puzzled by the intricate magic circle surrounding him. Before he could gather his thoughts, a girl in ornate clothing approached with a confident smile. Introducing herself as Mimir, she claimed to be the administrator of this place. Mimir's well, according to her. The room was a hidden library built by Ray Belbitainer for his heirs. Realization struck Hyul this space was reserved for chosen successors like himself. Though unimpressed by the library's size, he was told it would expand with his progress. Mimir pointed out that its small scale indicated he hadn't cleared the second trial yet. With a slight nod, Hyul confirmed it, just as she requested they speak informally. She reasoned that frequent meetings made formality unnecessary and encouraged a friendlier tone. Smiling faintly, Hyul agreed, easing the tension between them. Impressed, Mimir praised his progress and early arrival at the chamber. She revealed he could now use spells up to the 5th circle without guidance. In response, she summoned a glowing tome with a swift, magical gesture. The heavy book hovered before Hyul before gently landing in his arms. Flipping through its pages, he read the detailed theory of resonance. Mimir explained that the library stored information too complex to include in Idrep's original codex. Curious, Hyul questioned why such critical data had been excluded in the first place. Rather than avoiding the question, She clarified that the codex prioritized essential knowledge to avoid overwhelming successors. According to her, the codex was merely a condensed guide, not a comprehensive resource. Hale realized this space functioned as a deeper archive that expanded with each personal breakthrough. Encouraged by this, he confidently claimed he could now conquer the second trial without hesitation. Magical diagrams unfolded across open pages, pulling him into a vast space of floating circles. Instead of struggling, Hale aligned with the rhythm of the spell structure and surged forward. Compared to earlier efforts, progress had multiplied 19 circles mastered in the time 10 once required. Reflecting on past hardship, he acknowledged how far he'd come through sheer perseverance. Fueled by determination, he believed all 100 circles could now be completed soon. Obtaining Mimir's codex before the Olympiad felt nothing short of miraculous. Later that evening, Hale arrived at a grand estate under the glowing city lights. While approaching the entrance, he wondered if this summon had something to do with his recent growth. The attendant welcomed him respectfully, confirming his identity as the renowned finalist, Hale. Hale entered the study alongside a maid, standing calmly before his composed yet stern father. Without hesitation, his father acknowledged Hale's valuable contribution to a recent operation. He revealed that Hale's efforts exceeded half the total work, justifying a larger share of the mining rights. Recognizing Hale's success, his father offered a reward and asked what he desired in return. Rather than riches or position, Hale requested possession of an ancient relic within the family's vault. Though skeptical, his father warned that relics were mostly symbolic, not practical tools of power. Still, Hale rejected that view, expressing firm belief in the value hidden within the relics. Amused but respectful, his father allowed the request, limiting it to just one item. Gratefully, Hale accepted the condition without argument, determined to claim his choice. Inside the treasure vault, he identified the ancient artifact he sought with unwavering clarity. Among the stored relics, one stood out, cloaked in energy and sealed in glass. He chose the robe once worn by Ray Bell Bytainer, a symbol of legacy and power. At an elite academy, Hale walks confidently toward a meeting under the glow of moonlight. An elder respectfully presents a sealed black case, its golden emblem gleaming with historic importance. Though cautioned not to regret the decision, Hale accepts it with a calm nod of thanks. As his car speeds through the city, Hale reflects on his family's ancient magical archives. He eyes the robe within, wondering if it truly belonged to the great Archmage, Ray Bell Bytainer. Doubt surfaces if it's a fake. The entire legacy he believes in could be meaningless. A sudden burst of energy surges from the robe, stunning Hale with its overwhelming mana. The projection of a robed figure appears, stirring a deep recognition in his heart. Grinning, he becomes certain only a true relic of the master could emit such force. Later, in his room, Hale inspects the cloth closely, noting its craftsmanship and texture. He spots the messy signature, unmistakably his master's, confirming its authenticity. Confusion returns when he notices something odd about the robe's layering. Surprisingly, the robe's inner and outer layers appear reversed in function. Standard robes shield externally and channel mana inside. But this one defies convention. Realization hits his master intended it to be worn inside out, by design. Kneeling over the glowing robe, Hale feels the pulse of unfamiliar energy coursing through its threads. Despite being reversed, the robe's structure doesn't change. Both mana layers remain perfectly aligned. This discovery confirms the design wasn't flawed but crafted with purpose, though its intention remains unclear. A question lingers in his mind: could this really be a forgotten relic from the past? Only now does he grasp why his father chose to keep it hidden in storage. As magic erupts from a nearby book, it activates a spell circle in the room. At the center, a lively girl named Mimir appears, surrounded by enchanted objects and books. She immediately recognizes the robe and praises Hale's uncanny ability to locate it so soon. However, her expression shifts as she senses something abnormal in the robe's configuration. Hesitation fills her face when asked to explain, as if restricted by knowledge she can't share. Though she hints at hidden truths, Mimir ultimately withholds details, suggesting he's not ready to understand. Left without answers, Hale agrees to return the robe for now. Mimir finally reveals a clue: Bytainer. Style magic holds a forbidden spell beyond common understanding. Merely attempting to name it causes her visible pain, forcing her to stop mid-sentence. Hale, puzzled but intrigued, repeats the name True Magic, grappling with its mysterious significance. Hale questions whether the magic he uses qualifies as real. Now hearing about true magic, Mimir clarifies that knowledge about true magic is locked until he reaches a higher level. She explains the robe's purpose is to support that advanced magic, not ordinary techniques. Hale then asks what level is required to understand the robe's secrets. Mimir reacts with urgency, revealing the answer: he must reach the 5th circle threshold. Bittner style magic only reveals its true form when 5th circle mastery is achieved. A glowing tome hovered in the air, radiating ancient power as arcane symbols lit up around it. Hale activated the formation beneath his feet, channeling energy while counting each passing stage aloud. As he reached the final count, the spell exploded in brilliance, completing the ritual successfully. A congratulatory message floated above him, just before a familiar voice echoed into the space. The voice acknowledged his accomplishment and prepared to instruct him on crafting the 3rd ring. 3 circles manifested before him, but interference interrupted the process, leaving Hale visibly alarmed. He held the book tightly, exhaustion in his breath, confirming the 2nd test was now complete. With the next goal in mind, he looked toward the guide for weaving interference rings. Thanks to the robe and Mimir's support, progress had come faster than expected. A sealed red book emerged, restricted until mastery of the 5th circle was achieved. Mimir explained its conditions. True usage began only after surpassing the 5th test. Unready for it yet, Hayul chose to set the artifact aside temporarily. Before he could store it, Mimir objected, questioning the waste of such a valuable item. She pointed out the robe's flaw: mana layers were reversed, limiting practical use. Despite that, it could trap mana inside, helping achieve full saturation if used wisely. Hayul listened as Mimir detailed how mana saturation accelerates the spin of internal circles. This rapid circulation enhances both cognitive function and physical responsiveness to an extraordinary degree. By maintaining saturation, he realized he could avoid the need for sleep entirely. Wearing the robe for 5 hours alone would keep him at peak condition. Even more surprising, that effect was merely a bonus, not the robe's core power. Only the chosen successor could handle it. For others, the robe would be fatal. 2 days later, Hayul continued training under moonlight, unwavering in his concentration. Attempts to grasp interference fell short, leaving one crucial step elusive. Sitting with the book in hand, he sensed progress, but not completion. The text revealed a solution: complete synchronization with the external mana. Achieving that balance would unlock the unstable 3rd circle's full potential. Realization sparked a new confidence. What was once unclear now felt reachable. Success required merging resonance rings with the mana surrounding him. Determined, Hale rose with resolve, prepared to execute the formation again. Mana surged, internal and external forces aligned for a final synchronized attempt. Hale stood surrounded by phantom figures as blue mana creatures emerged from the void. He absorbed mana through synchronization, stabilizing his body and suppressing the mana's violent reaction. Everything around him faded. A pure connection with the mana formed through deep concentration. The figures surrounding him reacted, recognizing his entry into full synchronization. They invited him to play, drawing him further into the flow of magic. Instead of resisting, Hale accepted the rhythm and mentally completed the ring structure. By morning, the magical energy had faded, and the room returned to silence. Hale rose slowly, his body drenched in sweat from the intense night. Confidently, he declared the process finished with a calm and composed expression. Mana surged again as he began forming the 3 circles in sequence. Deliberation and resonance aligned as his body entered perfect magical harmony. Finally, he activated the 3rd circle interference, marking completion of the technique. Having achieved the 3rd circle, Hale wore a satisfied expression. Proud of his magical breakthrough, his vision expanded with swirling colors, marking the beginning of his pursuit toward higher mastery. As the chapter opened, the path ahead hinted at greater trials and stronger opponents to come. Resting against a tree, Hale quietly acknowledged the start of the upcoming battle survival exam. Set in Gangwon's vast wilderness, the test challenged students to endure for a full 32 hours. With a special artifact on each wrist, participants faced a shrinking battlefield as time advanced. It wasn't just monsters they had to avoid. Ambushes from rivals could earn extra points too. Hale remained calm, even as threats emerged around him, watching animals scatter from nearby activity. A fiery attack burst toward him, forcing an agile dodge and immediate counter. Preparation. With quick footwork, Hale closed in, drawing on the interference magic he'd refined earlier. The enemy's casting faltered as Hale disrupted Sehyok's magic using precise layered control. Shock flashed across Sehyok's face as the technique collapsed before landing a hit. Suddenly, Hale's earth sphere shattered Sehyok's barrier, scattering magical fragments mid-air. Knocked backward, Sayuk struggled to process how the defense failed so easily. Standing above him, Hale mocked the clumsy ambush attempt, without a hint of concern. Hale casually questioned his opponent's loud outburst, unimpressed by the lack of tactical focus. Energy spirals from the circle of interference coiled around his arm, amplifying precision and control. Instead of raw power, he exploited a barrier's weakness and struck precisely with a lower circle spell. Kengi Hawk lay motionless on the ground as the system confirmed his immediate disqualification. Passing by without hesitation, Hyle noted how the opponent's carelessness had decided the outcome. Points were awarded instantly. Hyle glanced at his wrist device as it confirmed a successful elimination. The quiet forest gave way to tension as Hyle continued walking, alert for new threats. Doubts crept in. He suspected someone might be monitoring or targeting him from a distance. Without warning, a fireball soared toward him, erupting nearby in a fiery blast. Around the next bend, a pack of beasts surrounded him. Cutting off every exit, he quickly assessed the setup. This wasn't coincidence, but an orchestrated trap to stall or kill, thou outnumbered. Hale welcomed the chance to test interference magic against living targets. As the beasts lunged, magic burst from his body, freezing them mid-charge. Far away, surveillance footage captured the scene as observers monitored his every move. Within the control room, examiners noted his efficiency with growing interest and silent recognition. Inside the control room, instructors observed Hale's performance, impressed by his potential to break into the top ranks. One examiner joked about the challenge of reaching the end, while others focused seriously on the screen. With no further objections, they admitted that doubting Shin Hale's skill was no longer reasonable. Several instructors agreed his performance far surpassed someone once dismissed as a failure. Even the score rankings showed Hyle dominating with a massive lead. He had exploited the Bloodclaw Wolves' pack behavior, delaying his attack until they regrouped to maximize points. After clearing the wave of beasts, Hale sensed a strange vibration spreading through the ground. Unstable terrain shook violently beneath him, signaling an unexpected emergence. To his shock, the forest floor cracked open, revealing something colossal moving below. A massive crystal-covered beast burst forth, catching him midair. Recognizing it instantly, he identified the creature as the legendary emerald turtle. Hale smiled, curious why such a high-ranking monster had appeared this early in the exam. Standing before a towering crystal beast, Hale assesses the threat with measured calm and readiness. His expression sharpens as he recognizes the emerald turtle, determined to engage it directly. Charging forward, he initiates battle, unleashing the first strike with confidence and calculated force. Far above, Academy officials monitor the event from within the observation tower's secure meeting room. The staff discusses the evaluation scenario, acknowledging the turtle's formidable power and intended difficulty. Despite Hale's reputation, faculty members unanimously doubt his ability to handle the beast unaided. Looming over the arena, the emerald turtle boasts high resistance and devastating defensive traits. It strikes relentlessly, but Hale evades with agile movement and unwavering focus. While dodging, he searches for an opening, maintaining pressure without sacrificing defense. Midair, Hale casts a barrier spell, creating a platform to reposition with perfect timing. Using the barrier to leap again, he lands behind the turtle in fluid motion. Observers admit the tactic is clever, but worry about the barrier's limited durability. Flames erupt as Hale releases Vulcan Flame, engulfing the monster in a fiery blast. Watching the smoke clear, he anxiously awaits confirmation that his spell had any effect. Realization hits: the emerald turtle still stands, untouched and unshaken. Dodging to the side, Hale keeps just ahead of the emerald turtle's crushing pursuit. He admits internally that even a fifth circle mage would struggle against such overwhelming force. Its speed surprises him, perhaps enhanced by the mana flowing throughout its massive frame. Launching into the air, he searches desperately for an opening to strike. A flicker of blue gathers in his hand as he readies a focused spell. Calculating quickly, he concludes that brute force alone won't break through this creature's defenses. When the beast charges again, Hale reacts by deploying a barrier to absorb impact. The shield shatters under pressure, its strength insufficient against the enemy's raw physical power. Colors distort as his mana collides with the creature's core, triggering an unexpected reaction. With energy swirling around him, he synchronizes instinctively to the turtle's mana rhythm. Capitalizing on the moment, he slashes forward, channeling force through resonating power. A forgotten passage surfaces in his mind. Mana disruption weakens magically fortified beasts. Power builds as Hale chants the final sequence, targeting the core's exposed point. From the control room, startled observers watch the scene escalate beyond projected limits. With a final surge, the turtle collapses, its crystalline form shattered by precision and resonance. Exhaustion shows on Hyle's face, yet a faint smile forms as the tension fades. His wrist device beeps, confirmation appears. He's earned 100 points for his victory. Clenching his fist, he mutters in satisfaction, proud of the result and his effort. In the mansion of the magic god, high-ranking observers watch the footage in silence. The elder notes the emerald turtle's weakness to ice. Surprised by Hyle's execution, confusion lingers. He can't grasp how someone with 3 circles pulled it off. Another confesses he doesn't know either, still processing what he witnessed. On screen, Hyle harvests the beast, earning praise for his survival instincts and planning. Proudly, a mentor claims credit Hyle wasn't raised to be anything less than capable. A curious voice asks why Hyle acts so decisively compared to others. The elder responds, years of restriction shaped that boldness into who he is now. Previously sidelined, Hyle now stands as a contender, reshaping his family's perception. Uncertainty arises as leaders try to define Hyle's unique development path. While peers followed standard training, Hyle explored paths others overlooked. Watching him calmly cook by the fire, they can only whisper what a bold man. Beneath the moonlit sky, Hyle rested near a campfire, beginning his first night of survival training. According to Academy rules, no combat is permitted between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., offering temporary safety. While acknowledging the purpose, he believed this restriction could hinder true skill development for students. Other nations enforce harsher outdoor training, pushing students to their limits without leniency. Thankfully, he brought a master's robe, allowing quick recovery through its built-in magical support. With preparations done, he decided to eat and preserve his strength for the next trial. Not far away, another student cheerfully finished his meal, unaware of someone watching nearby. A sudden noise caught his attention, prompting him to turn toward the dark forest. Emerging from the trees, Sunchan and Adela appeared, much to Hyle's surprise, around the fire. Hyle questioned their unexpected arrival together. Sunchan admitted defeat, having followed Adela after midnight. Drawn by the aroma, both eyed the meat cooking on Hyle's fire. After a sigh, he tossed the food their way without further complaint. Gratefully, Sunchan and Adela accepted, their hunger overriding pride. The 3 ate in silence, the forest calm under the watchful moon. The group enjoyed the meal, praising its flavor with surprise and enthusiasm. Adela grew curious about the meat's source, suspecting it came from a honey bear. Hyle calmly corrected her, noting only 2 monsters in the area were safe for consumption. He identified them as the honey bear and the elusive emerald turtle. Everyone was stunned when he casually revealed he had defeated an emerald turtle that day. Sunchan, in disbelief, questioned how Hyle accomplished such a rare feat. Recounting the event, Hyle described how the turtle lunged aggressively without warning. Reacting instantly, he unleashed a fierce fire spell that pierced the beast's tough defense. The explosive attack overwhelmed even the onlookers, who watched in awe and shock. With confidence, Hyle stated that training battles were recorded for Academy review. When asked for details, he mentioned exploiting a weakness he had previously studied. Although unclear on the method, the others accepted his explanation. Rather than fight immediately, Hyle insisted on a proper duel the following day. Smiling, he promised a fair match, nothing hidden. Adela stepped forward, prepared to reveal her own hidden strength. The second day of the survival test began as the glowing circle of the field shrank further. Inside the control room, observers noted that only a handful of participants remained active. While walking through the forest silently, Hyle noticed a strange magical reaction in the air. He responded instantly, casting Wind Spear as swirling blades of air formed around him. The spears launched upward, crashing into the sky with explosive force. With a smirk, he acknowledged the return of intense magical combat conditions. Suddenly, a strong opponent closed the distance with incredible speed. Before Hyle could react, the enemy struck with a devastating blow to the side. Struggling to recover, Hyle realized this attacker was far stronger than anyone he'd faced so far. Under the clear sky, Ji-Sanwook calls out to Hyle with a cheerful grin, rather than relaxing. Hyle narrows his eyes, anticipating an intense close-range duel. Despite the odds, he clenches his fist, confident that fortune might favor him. Inside the hall, Sanwook effortlessly knocks down an opponent, leaving onlookers stunned. Whispers fill the air as students admire his body enhancement magic. Reputation already secured, he stands among the top 2 martial artists of his year. With no hesitation, Hyle rushes forward, initiating the confrontation. Sanwook grins, activating his magic as a glowing aura surrounds his fist. Energy clashes violently when Hyle meets him head, on in close combat. Meanwhile, instructors analyze the match from a distant control room. They recognize the bout as a rare magic, enhanced physical fight. One notes, Hale's unorthodox strategy could turn the tide if used wisely. A red glow flickers. Hale's demon eye activates mid-fight. He avoids a feint and counters with a swift empowered knee. Thou still pressured. Hale harnesses precise magic and force to push San-wook back. Hale dodges with precision, his movement disrupting San-wook's rhythm completely. Reacting too late, San-wook begins to lose control over the pace of the match. The fierce energy radiating from Hale suggests a connection to the rumored demon magician. Suspicion builds as San-wook watches Hale manipulate mana in unfamiliar ways. Rather than panicking, he welcomes the challenge with a grin. With confidence, he reminds himself that he also has his own strengths to rely on. Determined not to lose in melee combat, San-wook charges in aggressively. Hale seizes the opportunity, identifying a narrow window to counter. A burst of magic condenses in his hand, prepared to strike. Instructors observe as San-wook blocks, but his defense falters under the force. Hale reflects silently, knowing his attack lacked deception. A disguised flame strike might have dealt greater damage through the guard. Circling fast, Hale positions himself behind the unsuspecting San-wook. His opponent repeats a predictable defense, unaware of the trap. Feigning a punch, Hale delivers a magic, charged kick with perfect timing. Sharp pain shoots through San-wook's chest as he grips his ribs, suspecting fractures. Instead of retreating, he flashes a wild grin, refusing to let the pain stop him. Driven by sheer willpower, he throws himself back into the fight without hesitation. Hale warns him calmly relying only on brute force will eventually break his body. Unfazed, San-wook charges with relentless momentum, ignoring the warning signs. Fatigue starts catching up, but he still tries to push beyond his limits. As fists collide, Hale uses technique over strength to overpower his opponent's strike. The force sends San-wook crashing to the ground, unable to stay on his feet. During that instant, he focused all his mana into his jaw to survive the blow. Muscles trembling, San-wook lies stunned, struggling to rise. Hale observes the effort and silently respects his opponent's persistence. What impressed him most was San-wook's instinctive defense in the middle of collapse. Recognition dawns: this fighter isn't just strong, he's experienced. A reward notification appears, but Hale stays focused. Clearly San-wook was far from an ordinary adversary. As night fell, streaks of magical energy descended into the forest below. Hale quietly observed the arena status, noting that only 3 participants were left. A shift in the system confirmed the number had dropped to 2 as a new figure approached. The towering headquarters gleamed under sunlight as a disruptive blast echoed from inside, drawing attention. A young man stood injured, blood trailing from his chest as energy flickered violently around him. Inside, a tense meeting unfolded. A woman expressed concern over a magical threat spiraling beyond control. Rising in panic, she demanded answers, struggling to maintain composure amid escalating chaos. Nearby, shattered remains of a defeated beast hinted at the scale of his lone battle. Realization dawned that the entire academy had witnessed the impossible one student overcoming an overwhelming foe faced with silence. She pleaded for reassurance while he calmly stepped forward, brushing past her. Dark energy pulsed from his hand, inner thoughts hidden behind a composed expression. He offered to take blame, asking only that she spare their mother from learning the truth. Shocked, she questioned his reasoning, only to hear him call her family without hesitation. Touched by his words, she softened, unaware of his concealed smirk behind her back. Jealous voices muttered from the side, accusing him of slyly seizing opportunity yet again. His gaze darkened, recalling a rival whose actions could not be ignored any longer. Elsewhere, a blonde warrior fought fiercely, power erupting in spectacular waves of force. From above, he looked down upon the city, unaware someone now moved decisively against him. Under the moonlit sky, a silent resolve promised that this confrontation would unfold unlike before. With a swift gesture, intricate circles spun into existence, brimming with charged magical energy. A deafening clash followed as Hale burst forward, meeting the attack head on with raw force. Moving with precision, he slipped past streaks of magic, refusing to fall under pressure. The blonde mage, calm and focused, launched another barrage, declaring his defeat was inevitable. Still upright, Hale endured the storm, fire in his eyes defying her expectations. No hesitation slowed him as he countered, sending shockwaves that rattled the field. Confidence grew in his expression while energy flared, matching her strength without faltering. Realization crept into her voice. His magic had advanced beyond what she'd imagined. From above, a radiant blast cut through the earth, shaking the ground beneath them. She maintained composure, acknowledging his growth without showing fear, turning her gaze skyward. She understood that this duel was far from over. Lightning surged from her arm, declaring the start of her final technique. Recognition flickered in her eyes. He'd reached the fourth circle, and awakened Heart's Eye. Hale, unwavering, stepped closer and asked if she truly intended to push things this far. The Heart's Eye symbol glowed, revealing a secret magic passed down through Adela's maternal bloodline. A man with silver hair explained its nature, comparable to a top-tier detection. Type Mystic Eye. By combining two powerful family traits, Adela had become an overwhelmingly versatile combatant. As magic swirled beneath the moonlight, she declared her intention to fight with full strength. Her eyes sharpened, calling out Hyle for hiding the power he once used against a beast. Dozens of glowing circles materialized, firing down as she pressured him to respond. Hyle smirked, revealing his own mystic eye, just as he activated it deliberately. In a flash, layered spells manifested using complex formulas and precise elemental manipulation. That massive surge of interference caught Adela off guard, shifting the battle's pace. Bolts scattered and exploded before impact, diverted from their original path. Stunned, Adela struggled to understand what had just happened. Meanwhile, Hyle stood composed, calmly asking how she interpreted his counterattack. A serene moon illuminated the Arcane Committee's estate, where unease stirred beneath the calm exterior. Clutching a wineglass, Sankyul struggled to steady his hands, disturbed by the unnatural spell behavior. No ordinary magic could explain the seamless manipulation of trajectory he had just witnessed. Inside the lounge, explosive combat scenes flickered across the screen, revealing Hale's overwhelming power. Inhyuk, caught off guard, admitted his own ignorance regarding Hale's recent magical development. Reflecting aloud, he noted a shift in the household secrecy, now replaced transparency. Surprised by the transformation, Sankyul acknowledged the extent of Hale's growth while away. He once dismissed Hale's success in the midterm exam as nothing more than luck. Assumptions faded as he realized Hale's persistence had carved out genuine strength. Initially, the boy had lacked spell mastery, relying on borrowed techniques. Through tireless effort, Hale uncovered deep truths hidden from even elite mages. His overwhelming display revealed brilliance previously overlooked, forcing them to reevaluate their judgment. Sankyul, quiet now, voiced gratitude for Hale's impact. His daughter, once directionless, had regained purpose after meeting him. With eyes now blazing, she soared under the moon, fully awakened. Expressing sincere gratitude, he acknowledged how much Hale's return had changed everything around them. Thanks to his presence, Jisoo slowly found her lost motivation and began moving forward again. Watching the screen, Sankyul gave a slight smirk, silently agreeing with that sentiment. Magic dissolved into the sky as the duel's end was announced beneath the glowing moon. The atmosphere quieted, trees swaying gently as the artificial battleground faded from sight. Still alert, Hale stood alone, gaze sharp, his breathing steady amidst the settling mist. While catching his breath, Hale claimed he would have won if given a bit more time. Jisoo dismissed the claim with confidence, certain her advantage was clear from the start. Before things escalated, a voice of authority cut in, signaling it was time to stop. Morning arrived with students eagerly comparing results and discussing the outcome of the match. Conversations paused when one student mentioned a surprising detail about the rankings. Hale's name stood out. He had placed 26th, sparking disbelief. In a festive mood, Sun Chan proudly revealed the snacks he'd prepared for everyone. Despite his effort, disappointment crept in when no one responded with excitement. His moment was cut short as Jisoo asked him to move out of the way. Bright skies opened the scene as the group eagerly rushed to rewatch the match from the start. Shock hit when they realized the footage spanned a full 14 hours of content. Night eventually fell, and the trio remained glued to the screen, undeterred by exhaustion. Eyes glazed, Sun Chan slumped forward, overwhelmed by the sheer length of analysis. Laughter bubbled from Jisoo, who confessed it had been surprisingly enjoyable, though tired. She admitted she hadn't expected herself to last the entire session. Amid the shared fatigue, Hale teased that he thought they'd quit halfway through. Jisoo smiled warmly, acknowledging the rare loyalty of a good friend. Hale silently agreed, realizing how much he valued the people by his side. With a serious tone, Jisoo apologized for previously keeping her distance. Her regret was genuine, believing she had made the wrong choice. Hale reassured her, revealing he had also chosen to remain distant back then. Startled by the truth, Jisoo leaned in, Asking when that had happened, rising from the couch, Hail declared that he had changed and grown stronger. With confidence, he clenched his fist and announced he had something important to show. Hail focused his energy, drawing complex runes mid-air as mana surged into his outstretched hands. His friends reacted in disbelief, recognizing the spell's formation as something extraordinary and forbidden. With confident precision, Hail completed the casting, releasing the powerful technique known as Moonlight Bullet. With a calm expression, Hail steps forward, drawing attention from everyone in the room. A radiant magic sphere materializes between his hands, emitting structured energy in flawless formation. He firmly announces it as his original spell, leaving nearby students visibly confused and shaken. One student immediately objects, insisting the spell shouldn't be accessible to someone like Haeyul. Instead of arguing, Haeyul activates the complete spell sequence, silencing further doubt. Another challenger accuses him of exploiting restricted information, demanding an explanation. A woman in uniform notes his unique focus, prioritizing clarity over brute magical force. Thou impressed. She questions how an outsider developed such refined technique. Unfazed, Hail prepares to demonstrate the deeper theory behind the spell's structure. Surprise spreads as the spell is recognized as a recently discovered high-level magic. While the room erupts in speculation, Hail calmly watches their reactions. He then reveals his goal, to enter the Olympiad, stunning everyone into silence. Without hesitation, Hail declares he's taking them to the tournament. One classmate panics, overwhelmed by the sudden challenge. Still, Hail urges them to prepare. This opportunity won't come twice. Dark energy surges around Hail as he coldly asserts his determination to prove his strength. A frightened classmate lets out a scream, overwhelmed by Hail's intense magical presence. Elsewhere, the blonde girl remarks on the limitations of interference magic while evaluating its utility. A crystal-like spell projection emerges, illustrating how interference magic manipulates actions and suppresses decisions. That power, when used tactically, turns the tide in tightly contested group scenarios. Its effectiveness becomes most apparent during siege battles, where strategy outweighs brute force. The group listens as Hail confirms the magic's broken potential in specific combat situations. Curious, the blonde girl wonders aloud whether he has yet another trump card. With a smirk, Haeyul assures them he's still holding more hidden strengths. Under moonlight, a cloaked figure activates a teleportation spell inside the academy. Magic bursts outward, forming a glowing array that initiates the arrival sequence. Haeyul appears within the circle, reuniting with a young girl and her companion. He casually brings up their earlier goal, winning a medal at the prestigious Olympiad together. They discuss both the tournament and Haeyul's decision to reveal interference magic. Brushing off her comment, Haeyul insists his timing was exactly right. A sharp notification flashes across Haeyul's device, prompting his immediate attention and response. He confidently informs the others that a crucial update has arrived, and it is worth sharing. Elsewhere, a student excitedly reads the same announcement, thrilled by the upcoming challenge. The blonde man quickly apologizes for his enthusiasm, assuring Haeyul there's no need to reply. Haeyul listens quietly as the man praises his magic while vowing to uncover its secrets. Without hesitation, the man departs, leaving Haeyul to reflect silently on the encounter. News about the elemental Monistus artifact is revealed through Haeyul's communicator. He processes the message, uncertain whether it brings good or bad news. A short distance away, the artifact is finally ready for use, signaling the next phase. Startled by what he sees on his phone, Haeyul's expression shifts into shock. He questions whether the craftsmen are pushing themselves too hard and suggests easing up. The response is firm true. Craftsmen can't resist the allure of a new mana stone. Reassured, the man casually dismisses concerns about the artifact while walking with confidence. Before the call ends, Haeyul urgently stops him, saying there is something he needs. Though the man assumes it's about past compensation, Haeyul's tone implies a different matter. Rather than answering directly, Haeyul notes that it depends on the Tower Master's interpretation. Intrigued, the other man asks to hear the proposal, curious about Haeyul's intent. He then requests the Blue Tower's craftsmen be assigned as engineers for the Olympiad team. Mimir reacts with disbelief, shocked that he's willing to fight a fifth circle mage. Haeyul sighs, realizing the demand is tougher than expected, but still accepts it. Standing tall, he confirms his request directly to the Tower Master. Laughter bursts out as the request is instantly rejected, though disappointed. Haeyul listens as the tone shifts. A condition is offered: win a duel, and the decision might change. Haeyul expresses disbelief over the duel condition, recalling the power difference with a fifth circle mage. A vision of the upcoming opponent flashes in his mind, one wielding immense, unstable mana. Despite the threat, the Tower Master finds Hyal's boldness amusing and is eager to watch. Later, back at the tower, Hyal silently curses his impulsive decision to accept the condition. Mimir questions the reasoning behind risking so much just to bring in Blue Tower engineers. Determined, Hyal explains, they're the only ones who can legally customize national-level artifacts. A comparison shows ordinary artifact quality versus those crafted by the Blue Tower at least 10% better. Only their engineers can fine-tune the elemental mana artifacts critical for winning the Olympiad. Understanding the stakes, Mimir finally agrees, acknowledging that external help is necessary. Hyal jokes about needing luck, then heads off to study alone inside the magic trial room. Inspired, Mimir begins her own research, vowing to improve alongside him. As the scene shifts, fireworks fill the sky, signaling the official start of the tournament. The broadcast confirms Hyal's team as representatives, drawing attention from across the nation. On the venue floor, he joins his teammates, ready to face what's ahead. Their leader publicly thanks them, promising their performance will determine the nation's magical future. Praise spreads through the crowd as observers discuss the rising reputation of the youngest magic user. One man emphasizes a past achievement, defeating an emerald turtle alone during a previous encounter. The scene flashes to a powerful clash, reinforcing Hyal's status as a consistent magical prodigy. Another attendee highlights Hyal's duel against a fourth circle magician, noting how he held his ground. Visuals of spell exchanges show Hyal surviving a storm of magical attacks with calculated precision. Admiration grows as no one can now call his participation unearned, or label him a mismatch. Whispers of his achievements continue spreading, but one individual watches with growing resentment. As the voices echo, the man's thoughts spiral. Consumed by jealousy and internal rage, old memories resurface. Painful failures and shame caused by Hyal's success dominate his mind. In the midst of the celebration, the man silently vanishes from the ballroom. He walks alone, fueled by dark intent, muttering as his thoughts intensify. A chilling resolution forms. His eyes narrow, and he decides Hyal must be eliminated. Brilliant magical energy erupted above, illuminating the vast library as symbols shimmered through the air. Amid the glow, Hyal sat within a glowing circle, poring over books stacked around him. He turned pages steadily, bathed in sunlight, streaming through towering arched windows. Mimir approached and asked if he had completed his reading. Hyal confirmed with a nod. According to her, he had now finished every text related to destruction magic. When asked if he understood it better, Hyal admitted he didn't. Not even close. He managed to grasp parts of the structure, though the deeper meaning remained unclear. Mimir compared it to asking a wingless creature to fly, stressing the need for conditions. With eyes closed, she declared true understanding was still out of reach for him. Realizing what she meant, Hyal concluded the third trial was the key to progress. Mimir confirmed his assumption all answers lay hidden within the third page. He then questioned her connection to the person who mastered destruction. Instead of explaining, she hinted at a reason beyond simple rules. It wasn't restriction holding her back, but something more personal. She gazed ahead silently, bound by a promise made only between two individuals. Symbols burst from the book, releasing vibrant magical energy, as the page responded to Hyal's intent. Facing the glowing tome, he questioned the weight of the promise that silenced Mimir. Without delay, his hand pressed onto the page, initiating the transition into the third trial. Light and vines spiraled around him, pulling his body into a strange, swirling passage. With effort he pushed forward, yelling through the overwhelming force surrounding him. Soon after, his feet landed softly on glowing grass beneath a radiant sky. Towering trees and thick foliage revealed he had entered a massive unfamiliar forest. Though he expected another guided realm, no voice or guardian awaited him this time. A distant figure caught his eye, raising the possibility that the forest itself was the trial. From a high vantage point, he scanned the endless greenery stretching far beyond sight. Hyal recognized this would not be a simple challenge, given the scale alone. Suddenly a flash overhead interrupted his thoughts, signaling something was near. The earth trembled, forcing him into a defensive stance. A creeping sensation warned him he was being watched. A colossal, armored beast emerged, towering and hostile, blocking his path forward. Hyal stiffened, realizing far too late that the monster had been right behind him. The drake lunged in a blur, its massive frame nearly crushing him on impact. Flung into the water, he surfaced coughing, his body aching from the sudden blow. A slit pupil glared through red scales reptilian, and unnervingly intelligent. Thick, armored plating covered the beast, tougher than any natural defense he'd seen. Its claws curved like forged blades, radiating lethal precision with every movement. Recognition hit instantly. This wasn't just a monster, it was a disaster. Class Drake. He pieced it together quickly. This creature was the core of the third trial. Even its breath warped the surrounding mana, warping the very air with pressure. Attempting to stand, he found his limbs frozen in place. Fear whispered that escape might not even be possible this time. Before panic consumed him, a mysterious figure appeared between him and the beast. With calm authority, the newcomer praised his courage in the face of hopeless odds. Steps light and steady, she approached, her presence glowing with magical grace. Observing him closely, she acknowledged his unbroken will and composure under crushing pressure. The mysterious woman declared Hyel had passed and should now be able to move freely. Caught off guard, he looked up at her. Uncertain of her identity or purpose, she introduced herself as Elena C. Greenwood, guardian of the forest and Ray's longtime friend. Startled by the glow, Hyel stared as a mysterious figure emerged from the enchanted water. The radiant form revealed itself a dryad, long believed to be a mythical forest spirit. Without hesitation, she suggested dealing with the threat nearby, her expression calm and unwavering. A growling beast loomed in the shadows, but the dryad acknowledged Hyel's restraint in not invading. She extended forgiveness, not for the intruder, but for the disruption caused to her domain. Power began to gather in her hands as she prepared to act with decisive force. Her voice commanded the creature to retreat, condemning it as a relic of a fallen era. Glowing energy twisted upward, forming into vines pulsing with spiritual magic. Around them, the forest responded, colors brightened, air stirred, and nature seemed to breathe again. It felt as if the entire forest crowned her as its ruler. Declaring final judgment, she warned the creature of its fate if it refused to submit. A silent strike followed so fast, blood appeared before the monster even reacted. Hyel's eyes widened. Countless wounds marked the beast with no hint of movement. What remained was only an afterimage, evidence of a lightning-fast attack. He stood speechless, unable to comprehend what power she had just unleashed. Crimson steam hissed from the creature's body as it reeled from the dryad's earlier assault. Despite the damage, it let out a defiant growl, unwilling to back down. With eyes closed and voice calm, she delivered a single warning leave. To Hyel's surprise, the beast's wounds vanished instantly, as if they never existed. The seamless regeneration left him questioning her abilities. Was she a hidden high-class being? When asked if he was unharmed, he nodded, crediting her intervention for his safety. Inviting him deeper into the forest, she addressed Hyel as her successor. They arrived at a secluded treehouse nestled in magical light. Inside, the aroma of herbal tea filled the air, carefully prepared in Ray's memory. Hyel lifted the cup, eyes wide after tasting its unique flavor. He blurted out praise, calling it the finest tea he'd ever tried. With a soft laugh, the dryad asked if it met his expectations, glancing at the warm light above. She expressed relief that it brought him peace. Hyel hesitated, then admitted his shame for appearing so vulnerable earlier. She gently assured him that such feelings were nothing to be embarrassed about. Facing the drake had left Hyel shaken. Its sheer presence was impossible to forget. Even recalling the moment, he admitted he couldn't move an inch under its pressure. According to the dryad, such a beast should have avoided her domain entirely. Apparently, something had drawn it in Hyel's rare mana. Surprised, he asked what could make him so appealing to a monster like that. The dryad explained his high-purity mana was irresistible, like a gourmet feast to the drake. Overcome by desire, the creature had temporarily ignored its fear of her. She then offered to answer more questions, prompting Hyel to ask where they really were. Though the place came from a book, it felt far too real. He wondered if the drake itself had been an illusion. Smiling slightly, the dryad said it was neither real nor fake. This world, she explained, was constructed from historical records, faithful but artificial. Rather than fiction, it was a magical recreation inside Idrid's book. To simplify it, she called it a copied world. Hyel finally grasped the truth. The past had been brought back, page by page. Hyel questioned how such a vast world could exist inside a book's pages. The dryad admitted only Ray or his successor could understand the magic behind it. She explained the space was created specifically to pass down a unique form of magic. Curious, Hyel asked what kind of power was meant to be inherited. The dryad revealed it was magic, once wielded by a third circle master of destruction. That power included divine eyes, an ability to perceive the true essence of magic itself. A piercing gaze glows with power, golden eyes, capable of perceiving truths beyond normal sight. Recognizing it instantly, Hale identifies the legendary divine eye of the Baitanor style. Though incomplete, the ethereal woman explains only Ray and Hale possess the ability to fully command its power. Modern skyscrapers stretch toward the sky as morning light bathes the bustling city below. A sleek black car speeds through traffic, carrying a man focused on an urgent mission. Without delay, the subordinate announces his intent to report on the matter previously discussed. Minhyuk and Minji reportedly showed no interest in Haeul, maintaining emotional distance. Even Xia, once closely connected, reacted with a surprising lack of concern. This shift, it suggested, stems from orders issued by the family head. Though Xia appears calmer, her restraint likely hides deeper caution. She's likely aware that Haeul remains under the watch of secret protectors. His behavior also stayed neutral, detached, but without signs of hostility. Professionalism seems to have overridden personal ties in both their actions. Caution is advised until the conclusion of the mysterious forgotten period. Sound. Blocking spell is activated before revealing suspected links to the Black Magic Tower. A total of 32 individuals were reviewed, including elders uneasy about Haeul's unexpected return. High-ranking executives from partner companies were also subject to the thorough investigation. Despite suspicions surrounding the Black Magic Tower, no incriminating evidence surfaced during the probe. Among those examined, 5 showed questionable histories that warranted further attention. Had the investigation escalated too quickly, those hiding in the shadows might have reacted. Rather than risk exposure, the agent decided to eliminate the threats through direct intervention. Inside, a secluded sanctuary, magical energy pulsed as Haeul stepped into the glowing chamber. Training to awaken his full potential with the divine eye officially commenced. His determination impressed the guide, who noted his uncanny resemblance to her former master. At her instruction, Haeul closed his eyes to begin the mana infusion process. Energy channeled into him steadily, unlocking dormant abilities, layer by layer. The mentor prepared to reveal the truth, normally hidden until the 4th circle. Not a single ancient tome or countermeasure book had ever referenced the divine eye. Wondering about a different lead, Haeul mentioned a mysterious volume. Mimir's tome. Smiling gently, she confirmed it and delivered Mimir's hidden message from the 3rd trial. A subtle shift in Elena's mana draws Haeul's concern, sensing something briefly disturbed her. Without hesitation, she apologizes and gently redirects the conversation away from Mimir's mention. Energy gathers again in her palm as she brings the focus back to Divine Eye training. According to Elena, the secrecy around Divine Eye stems from her being bound to the tome rather than reveal it early. Ray sealed her explanation within the book's 3rd trial. Given the page limitations, only core knowledge was chosen to be passed down. Mimir's vast mana couldn't be contained in one tome, prompting Ray to create a 2nd volume. With preparations complete, Elena signals Haeul to open his eyes once more. To his surprise, their manas resonate so precisely, he cannot distinguish them apart. A creeping oddness unsettles Haeul as his body reacts to unseen changes. Elena calmly explains she disabled his optic nerves to awaken a 6th perception. In this state, traditional senses must vanish so the new one can surface. One by one, touch, smell, and taste dissolve into emptiness. Even sound and sight fall silent, leaving him adrift in absolute stillness. At last, Elena casts him into the world of death, where the next trial begins. Elena casts a formidable spell, instantly severing Haeul's 5 senses and trapping him in darkness. Nothing can be heard, seen, or felt. He stands alone, suspended in a void without anchors. Despite the numbness, he gradually regains bodily awareness. The absence of sensation confirms he's still alive. Terror seeps in as solitude closes around him, deeper than mere darkness. A wave of isolation presses down. No sound, no warmth, only oppressive stillness. Instead of panicking, he clenches his fist, choosing focus over fear. Determined, Haeul channels magic through sheer willpower and begins to stabilize. Brilliant glyphs form around his body, pushing against the suffocating silence. The barrier shatters, he emerges, descending into a forest glowing with ancient light. Stunned, Elena watches his return, unharmed and composed, beyond expectation. Most break within minutes, consumed by madness or despair. She recalls enduring years to master what he just overcame. 3 minutes have passed, yet he shows no signs of collapse. Mana from the forest responds to his presence, drawn to his calm aura. Elena, astonished, realizes the successor has already surpassed every limit she imagined. 2 full decades of minutes pass, yet Hyel maintains absolute control over his breathing and stance. Steady mana rings pulse around him, revealing a flawless synchronization of body and energy. Watching closely, Elena realizes this balance was no accident. Ray must have foreseen Hyel's potential all along. The moment Hyel speaks, Elena flinches in surprise, pulled from her thoughts. With a nod, she lifts the spell. Light flows gently as the sensory seal dissolves. Air fills his lungs again. A relaxed smile spreads across Hyel's face as tension leaves his body. Elena hesitantly asks how he resisted the madness. The experience should have been unbearable. Instead of collapsing, Hyel had convinced himself it was safe over and over again. That repeated assurance became his shield. He had brainwashed his instincts to endure the void. Reason alone wasn't enough. His body rejected the darkness at first. Trapped in silence, he felt the weight of despair pressing like a second skin. Still, one idea took root: anything was better than what he endured last year. Once he was branded unfit for magic, and discarded by his own bloodline. That rejection, more than any spell, had carved lasting pain into his soul. Compared to that emptiness, this trial felt bearable. Hyel answers Elena without hesitation. Yes, it's better. Hyel treats the sensory seal as a necessary trial, deciding to move forward without dwelling. Elena studies him in silence, shaken by how calmly he recovers after such extreme training. Checking his hands and breathing, Hyel confirms his condition has stabilized and no lingering damage remains. Old pain resurfaces briefly, but he pushes it aside and shifts his attention to the present. Gratitude replaces resentment as Hyel recognizes his path is changing, supported by Ray's preparation. Turning back toward Elena, he acknowledges her role in guiding the training and accepts the result. A strange phenomenon appears. Glowing mana traces and drifting lights respond to the space around them. Hyel realizes that, while his senses were sealed, he still detected Elena's mana through another perception. Elena listens closely, reminded of Ray's influence, as Hyel prepares to understand this new ability. Beneath a calm, moonlit sky, Greenwood Forest remained untouched by the noise of the world. Blue lights shimmered around a secluded doorway as Hyel approached the hidden elven residence. Seated inside, he informed Elena about his regular visits between Mimir's tome and this place. With a soft smile, she assumed Mimir had shared stories about her and the forest. Hyel shook his head. Mimir kept quiet, bound by a mysterious promise he wouldn't break. Elena, reflecting on the past, revealed that she could no longer honor that old vow. Concern flickered across Hyel's face as he gently called her name. Sensing a shift in mood, brushing it off with a smile, she blamed herself for the sudden heaviness in the air. Moments later, she teased that Mimir seemed unusually fond of Hyel, catching him off guard. Taken aback, he clarified, their relationship wasn't bad, just complicated and unclear. His curiosity about the elusive promise only grew, though no clear answer followed. Elena offered only a cryptic smile, insisting the details must remain hidden. According to her, the promise existed solely between herself and Ray, unspoken to outsiders. Hyel realized even Mimir had made a similar vow, likely tied to Elena's past. Respecting her silence, he accepted the mystery, earning Elena's gratitude through quiet understanding. Under the moon's glow, Hyel decided it was time to leave the forest for now. Elena responded quietly as he expressed his intention to continue mastering the divine eye. Curiosity lingered, prompting him to ask one last question before his departure. At first hesitant, Elena eventually described her bond with Mimir as genuine friendship. They had once stood beside Ray, guarding ancient magic tied to Beitner's legacy, despite distance. Their connection remained intact, unchanged like stars across the sky. A flash of light signaled Hyel's return, surprising Mimir with his sudden entrance. He explained, his early visit was due to school the following day. Suspicion surfaced as she questioned whether his training had truly been completed. With a calm expression, Hyel activated the divine eye, revealing golden energy. Mimir noticed the unstable flow, yet acknowledged that progress had been made. Impressed, she remarked on the unusual steadiness of his mana. While sipping tea, Mimir checked again if any side effects lingered. Instead of answering directly, Hyel brought up their chaotic library moment. Laughing, she accused him of using tricks, though he offered only a smirk. Shock spread across Mimir's face as she shouted in disbelief over Hyel's past mistreatment. While surrounded by books, he shared how confusion consumed him only a year ago. Faced with high expectations, he endured rejection that pushed him into emotional isolation. Mimir admitted she had sensed a hidden darkness in him all along. Realization dawned that his strength came from surviving within such a harsh environment. Hyul remained quiet, recalling how he never expected empathy, yet saw it in her. Elena's earlier words came to mind, reminding him the training also deepened their connection. Instead of staying distant, they now chose to understand him in return. Eager to act, he agreed to meet the one tied to the mysterious promise. Morning light warmed the dormitory at Obelisk Academy as a new day began. 2 ancient tomes rested on the desk, glowing softly beside his bed. Reflecting on Elena's teachings, he contemplated the true nature of the Divine Eye. At its first stage, the Divine Eye revealed the color of surrounding mana. Climbing further, it exposed fragments of complex magical formulas. Complete mastery demanded perfect clarity. Mana must become visible at will. Hyul steadied his thoughts, determined to face the upcoming challenge with full confidence and resolve. A message from the Blue Tower revealed his opponent, an experienced Fifth Circle mage named Jo Hanwook. Staring at the profile in shock, Hyul realized the serious weight of the battle ahead. At Obelisk Academy, the training facility buzzed with activity as students prepared for battle. Inside the arena, magic blasts exploded in rapid succession, each strike displaying overwhelming force. A spectator, overwhelmed by the display, questioned whether such power could come from humans. Above the battlefield, glowing runes formed as offensive spells activated mid-air. Targeted projectiles launched in unison, trailing energy as they approached their mark. Rather than sending just a name, the Blue Tower Master had provided full tactical data. Contrary to expectations, the file included movement analysis and combat-style predictions. Understanding its depth, a student confirmed the document resembled a strategy briefing, excited by the potential. Another immediately asked to review the contents firsthand. Holding the device, she verified the file's legitimacy and praised its usefulness. Instead of shallow details, the guide outlined practical weaknesses and tendencies. Others gathered around, eager to see the data for themselves. One instructor advised prioritizing skill development over heavy reliance on reports. Hyul speculated that the information might have been shared to level the field. Regardless of intent, they concluded, focused training remained their greatest advantage. Break time ends abruptly as powerful light floods the academy's training hall from above. Hyul braces himself while chaos erupts. Students scream, trying to escape the sudden surge of energy. Without hesitation, he scolds them for reckless behavior, reminding them magic shouldn't be released indoors. Night falls over Obelisk Academy, and a weary girl quietly returns to her dorm room. She collapses face first onto her bed, completely drained from the day's relentless workload. Though tempted to sleep immediately, she forces herself to sit up and change clothes. Hyul's dazzling moonlight bullet lingers in her thoughts, replaying vividly behind her closed eyes. Frustration builds. Despite her efforts, she still trails far behind him in skill. Determined, she clenches her fist, vowing not to fall short in moon attribute magic. Far from the dorms, a glowing grimoire activates beneath the stars as Hyul resumes his training. An elven mentor observes calmly, noting his rapid growth and improved mana control. He nods with focus, already anticipating the challenges of the next phase. With a gesture, the instructor summons intricate magic circles, beginning the next lesson. She explains that every spell holds a weak point, an entry for disruption. Her attack erases the array's core, demonstrating how to dismantle spells through precision and insight. Hyul focuses intently on the swirling array, attempting to grasp the structure of the magic circle. A deep glow surrounds the pattern as he maximizes his mystic eye to detect magical flaws. His mentor encourages him to try nullifying it, confident he will adapt quickly to the method. Suddenly, an unusual glow catches Hyul's attention, revealing an unstable node within the formation. Leaves flutter as the elven instructor instructs him to locate and analyze the weakest point. Golden eyes flare as Hyul activates the mystic eye, entering a heightened state of perception. Ancient text from the Book of Mimir details that all magic contains structural gaps. As the passage reveals, these imperfections are key to dismantling even the most refined spells. By identifying the flaw, Hyul begins to listen deeply to mana's flow and hidden disruptions. Realization strikes, and the flaw becomes visible as the structure trembles under focused pressure. At that point, the magic loses form, unraveling under the force of his technique. With precise aim, he executes destruction, breaking and nullifying the spell completely. At Obelisk Academy, a grand building shimmered beneath the clear sky as students gathered inside. the strategy meeting for the upcoming Olympiad wrapped up with formal announcements from the officials. Observing silently, Lord Shin and Hyuk remained composed among the quietly dispersing participants. An unexpected appearance by the Arcane Duke clan's leader drew attention and shifted the atmosphere. Rather than avoiding confrontation, the Blue Tower Master questioned his reason for attending. Calmly, the man replied that he was there only as a potential backer of the event. Walking down the steps, the group continued discussing sponsorship possibilities with measured interest. Skeptical, Shin noted the Blue Tower's current limitations in sparing skilled artisans. Fortunately, the guest explained that their stable conditions might allow for unexpected support. Their conversation shifted to Korea's team, led by Shin Hyul and full of promise. It became clear that both men had received the same bold request from Hyul. With a quiet nod, Shin acknowledged the young leader's calculated outreach. Curiosity prompted him to ask what Hyul had proposed specifically. In response, the sponsor shared that Hyul promised victory and requested an engineer. Meanwhile, Shin recalled receiving a similar plea to provide full support until the tournament's end. From Lord In Hyuk's view, Hyul had changed drastically compared to just a year prior. Rather than question the young man's ambition, the sponsor admitted to accepting the proposal with ease. Still, In Hyuk seemed surprised that a mere promise could justify dispatching precious artifact artisans. That surprise led him to ask about the condition placed on Hyul to qualify for support. Hyul was tasked with defeating a 5th Circle Mage in single combat. Impressed by the bold challenge, In Hyuk expressed his interest in watching the match unfold. Somewhere hidden in the forest, Hyul emerged breathless after completing his final magical test. Waiting nearby, Elena praised him and confirmed that all training was now complete. Without hesitation, he accepted her words and stood ready for what awaited him next. Hyul gave thanks, insisting that her guidance made his growth possible. Elena handed him the final material, noting he was prepared for the last mission. With humility he received it, fully aware of the effort behind his transformation. A soft light began to envelop Elena as her role neared its conclusion. She expressed gratitude, calling him a worthy successor and releasing her lingering regrets. Moments later, her body dissolved into pure energy, leaving behind only peace and farewell. Elena stood calmly as her body began to dissolve, along with the magical forest around her. Hyul tried to remain composed, though her fading presence brought a quiet sorrow to his face. Her final farewell echoed as the forest disappeared, fulfilling a long-held promise made with Ray. Hyul, overwhelmed by emotion, expressed how deeply Elena's guidance shaped his path. She gently affirmed his worth as Ray's successor, capable of carrying on that legacy. Tears welled in her eyes as she admitted a lingering regret. The regret, she revealed, was never witnessing the full extent of Hyul's future growth still. She urged him to persevere through trials and to never abandon his resolve. With a smile, Elena entrusted Mimir to him, joking about the spirit's troublesome nature. Bright light marked the conclusion of their bond as her essence vanished completely. A floating book appeared, signifying Hyul's next step in mastering dismantling. Back at his desk, he stood silently, carrying forward her will with renewed focus. Elsewhere, the Blue Tower prepared for the duel between Hyul and the 5th Circle Mage. Spectators filled the seats, speculating on Hyul's chances with mixed expressions. Amused yet tense, the officials couldn't help but wonder why they got involved at all. One observer quietly hopes for Adela's presence, though she's currently assisting Hyul inside the arena. Hyul leans against the wall, composed, while Adela watches him closely without saying a word. From the viewing box, a spectator estimates Hyul's chances of winning at merely 10%. Another guest counters that estimate, believing the odds are far worse, no more than 2%. Attention shifts to Suchin, who hesitates when asked for his honest opinion on the match. Struggling between loyalty and objectivity, he prepares to voice a more optimistic outlook. Suchin asserts a 50% chance, surprising everyone with his unexpectedly bold stance. Although he lacks concrete proof, he insists that Hyul could make it even with full effort. In his view, Hyul's rapid development and hidden power are key factors yet to be unleashed. The official confirms all magical safety checks have been completed, marking the match's start. Adela exits cheerfully, prompting Hyul to respond with slight confusion and readiness. Across the field, his opponent waits silently, exuding calm confidence. Adela returns to the stands, met with gratitude from Suchin for her assistance. Meanwhile, Hyul narrows his eyes, facing his opponent as mana surges between them. The referee signals both to assume their positions, initiating the long-awaited confrontation. Jo Han-wook studies his opponent, surprised to be matched against someone from a prestigious magical clan. Hyul approaches the center with composure, asking his senior for leniency without losing his edge. A single hand gesture from the referee launches the duel, signaling the official start of battle. Rather than rushing, Han-wook offers the first move, clearly confident in his defensive capabilities. Hyul responds by activating multiple intricate spells, determined to make his opening strike count. Curiosity fills Han-wook's gaze as he observes the rumored adaptive magic forming before him. Dozens of fireballs manifest, spiraling outward in chaotic but calculated directions. The spells look identical at first glance, but some twist on irregular paths to mislead. Han-wook watches intently, impressed by their complexity and the difficulty of predicting their targets. Realizing the danger, he speculates how devastating a direct hit from such magic could be. Raising his arm, he erects a powerful fifth circle barrier known as Absolute Shield. Despite the impact, the spell is nullified, confirming the shield's formidable defensive strength. Yet that same barrier leaves its caster completely isolated from the outside world. Taking advantage, Hyul dashes forward with speed, narrowing the distance in moments. Though surprised, Han-wook quickly grasps the intent behind Hyul's strategy and braces himself. Hyul thrusts his hand forward, pressing the attack before Han-wook can stabilize his defense. Energy interference disrupts the barrier as Hyul's spell pierces the shield structure mid-cast. Overlapping magical waves intensify as the distortion surrounds Han-wook, triggering a visible reaction of surprise. Spectators in the booth gasp as a crack forms across the surface of the fifth circle barrier. Without hesitation, Hyul channels another spell, ignoring the audience's disbelief at the shield's failure. A surge of radiant power erupts from his body just as he declares the opponent's delay fatal. The spell condenses into a vortex of flame, growing into a spiraling firestorm above the arena. Hyul's attack descends, striking the weakened shield and completely shattering it upon impact. Adela and others react with shock, realizing Hyul's power has surpassed their expectations. Remaining composed, Hyul explains that his master taught him to create spells suitable for each situation. Han-wook floats down as the barrier fades, quietly acknowledging Hyul's overwhelming pressure. With flames swirling around his arm, Han-wook prepares to retaliate and initiates his counterattack. Hyul narrowed his gaze, confirming the opponent's identity matched the intel provided by the Tower Master. The tablet revealed Jo Han-wook's data, age 29, blood type B, skilled in flame and physical magic. Predictably, Han-wook activated his flame, enhanced combat stance, preparing to engage with overwhelming physical force. Flames whirled around Han-wook as he charged forward, his footsteps pounding with growing momentum. Observing carefully, Hyul noted that Han-wook avoided striking lethally, choosing instead to test his abilities. Despite the restraint, Hyul sensed no leniency. Each attack was calculated, powerful, and fully committed. With fiery intensity, Han-wook launched a flaming right hook, aiming to pressure Hyul's defense. Hyul evaded with swift footwork, dodging the arc of fire while maintaining composure. He pivoted back, anticipating the next attack with sharp focus and tight positioning. Hyul seized an opening, striking directly into Han-wook's midsection and disrupting his balance. Reeling briefly, Han-wook leapt back, impressed by the speed of the counter. He acknowledged Hyul's agility, surprised by the reaction time under pressure. Hyul readied himself again, calmly stating his background in hand-to-hand combat. Admitting the truth, Han-wook reignited his flames while studying Hyul's shifting posture. Recognizing his adaptability, Han-wook realized this mage's potential was anything but ordinary. Han-wook raised his hands, gathering intense flames that surged with raw magical pressure. Without hesitation, he cast Fire Rain, summoning a downpour of blazing projectiles from the sky. Standing firm, Hyul acknowledged the scale. This was the power exclusive to a fifth circle mage. Infernos filled the dome as the wide-range attack exploded across the battlefield. A sinister grin formed on Han-wook's face, confident that no third circle spell could resist it. Rather than panic, Hyul focused, mentally preparing for a precise and effective counter. Light surged from Hyul's core as resonance activated, amplifying his magical response. He summoned Water Shield, conjuring a vibrant blue sphere to guard against the firestorm. Flames crashed down, but the barrier endured, far exceeding the expectations of its magic tier. Spectators watched in awe, wondering if they were witnessing adaptive magic in real time. As smoke clouded the arena, visibility dropped and confusion spread through the room. One observer noted the shield's behavior unnaturally strong for a mere third circle spell vision lost in the mist. Han-wook stumbled, unable to track any movement clearly. Narrowing his focus, he tried predicting Hale's approach, tension rising in silence. Meanwhile, Hale's mystic eye activated, detecting mana flow. Despite the visual obstruction, a flicker of red mana cut through the mist, revealing the glow of a flame sword. Recognizing the trail, Manhwa locked onto the location and moved without hesitation. Confident in his read, he launched a flaming strike, convinced he had cornered his opponent. Suddenly, Hale descended from above, unleashing lightning lance with piercing force. Shock spread across Manhwa's face. He hadn't sensed Hale getting this close. Calling up Absolute Shield crossed his mind, but its earlier failure made it too dangerous. Mana flared in Hale's eyes, tracking every movement with heightened focus. Manhwa summoned Earth Shield, layers of stone rising just in time. Even with the barrier, the onslaught didn't stop. Hale pushed forward relentlessly. Clashing energy lit the arena as Hale surged in, pressing the attack. A concentrated water laser shot forward, slicing through the defense and landing cleanly. The hit forced Manhwa back, his composure cracking under pressure. Another spell detonated, but Hale countered instantly with Water Shield. Clouds of smoke spread across the field, swallowing both figures in fog. Frustration crept in as Manhwa scowled, annoyed by the obscured vision once more. Manhwa launched forward, believing the fog had hidden Hale's tricks for the last time. He surged with flames, aiming a decisive strike to end the duel in one move. Instead of retreating, Hale lowered himself and channeled concentrated mana through the floor beneath him. Mystic Eye activated, Hale analyzed the core structure of the spell before him. He synchronized with the mana, detecting weaknesses and gaps in the enemy's magic. Through that link, he destabilized Manhwa's spell and erased it before it could explode. Hale shattered the last flame and rose with Tempest Circus forming above him. While Manhwa stood stunned, the storm consumed the arena and sealed the outcome. Declared victor, Hale stood tall, his name echoing as the battle reached its end. Worn out from battle, Hale leaned silently against the wall in the training room's waiting area. Muttering under his breath, he acknowledges his fatigue, clearly drained from intense magical exertion. Summono approaches, calling his name and praising the match with admiration and excitement. The silver-haired mage bursts with enthusiasm, still amazed by what he witnessed. He breaks down the match tactics, realizing Hale's strange behavior had set up the nullification. Curiosity growing, he demands to know how Hale cast the complex four-circle spell so effortlessly. Laughter escapes the mage as he admits he can't grasp the logic behind Hale's spellwork, gesturing animatedly. He points out that Hale erased known weaknesses without explanation. Speechless, Hale listens as the man calls it a contradiction and walks off grinning. A flashback reveals Hale's magic, a storm of light and energy, unleashed at blinding speed. The opposing spell was completely nullified, violating the norms of conventional casting. Now, serious. The man questions the very nature of Hale's extraordinary magic. Outside, the towering blue magic tower gleams beneath a bright sky. Inside the office, a woman discusses engineer dispatch plans with calm precision. Sipping coffee, Kim Kangan gives quiet orders to ensure no conflicts with other projects. Kangan leans forward with a curious expression, asking if winning gold is now realistic. With a light gesture, he hints that their chances may no longer be out of reach. His colleague, surprised by the shift, reminds him he doubted even a bronze just yesterday. Fingers resume typing on the transparent keyboard, thoughts clearly occupied. Eventually she nods and admits the performance truly was impressive. Her reaction amuses Kangan, who jokes about how absorbed she became in the match. Despite using the Eye of Ruby, she couldn't fully grasp Hale's technique. Hale's use of steam appeared intentional, blocking magical observation entirely. Even Kangan, watching closely, admits he saw the disruption, but not how it happened. No advanced detection tool managed to uncover the spell's structure. Driven by curiosity, Kangan confronted Hale immediately afterward. Smiling, Hale firmly declined, citing a mage's right to secrecy. The refusal didn't surprise Kangan, though it left him with questions. Rather than suspicion, he reassures her, there's no sign of foul play. All he could confirm was the flawless purity of Hale's mana. Kangan recalls Hale's earlier claim about enhancing memorize through transformation magic. He speculates aloud that transformation might be the foundation of Hale's spellwork. Changing the subject, he casually suggests grabbing food to his colleague. Morning light streams over Obelisk Academy as Hale stirs in bed. A sharp ache spreads through his body, making him wince upon moving. He suspects resonance, and dispelling drained him more than expected. Still seated, Hale reflects that resonance blocks his mana entirely. Even his enchanted robe becomes useless in that state. While dressing, a notification from his father lights up his phone. Reading the message, he senses a shift in tone, less cold than usual. Though encouraged, he reminds himself that the Olympiad draws near. Mimir's cheerful greeting interrupts his thoughts, asking about his battle, feigning confidence. Hale claims victory came easily. Privately, he admits one mistake could have cost him everything. Curious to improve, he requests a book on the fourth Infinity Circle's ring of expansion. Inside a radiant chamber, a young girl casts the fourth Infinity Circle with practiced precision. Energy flares outward as glowing books rise, triggered by the command expansion. These tomes, prepared for a worthy successor, had already been fully absorbed by Hale. Obelisk Academy's campus stands tall as students gather for a high-level magic theory session. At the front, Hale calmly initiates a spell, drawing luminous patterns across his digital screen. A rare magical form, the Ring of Expansion, begins to materialize in response. Intricate rings bloom like petals, each representing complex magical systems in layered harmony. Magic flows smoothly as the stabilized circles enhance performance and minimize energy strain. With balance achieved, drawbacks of other rings like resonance limits and interference are greatly reduced. Though elegant, this structure is unlike anything before, making it extremely difficult to reproduce. A reference from Mimir's spring states, it takes a full year to craft it properly. Pressed for time, Hale quietly studies alone, burdened by mounting pressure, training resumes indoors, where students push themselves in timed endurance exercises. Among them, Hale matches their pace, unfazed by the countdown. He signals a break, giving everyone including himself a brief moment to breathe. One student collapses from exhaustion, gasping for air after relentless training at the academy. Instead of scolding, the girl kneels beside him, offering calm support and encouraging persistence. Her firm reminder about their shared goal reignites his determination to push forward. That night, memories of a post-battle meeting with teammates replay in Hale's mind. While he pleaded for rest, the others insisted he follow through on his commitment. According to them, skipping feedback while tired would waste a crucial part of training. Their words mirrored lessons once taught by Hale himself during intense instruction. Laughing at his own laziness, he resolved to stop making excuses. With renewed focus, the group jumped into practice, shouting instructions with energy. The next day, two students casually discussed Hale's extraordinary talent while walking through town. They admired how quickly he adapted strategy mid-battle, without hesitation. His unpredictable brilliance left them in awe, unsure how to even keep up. One asked if Hale had always shown such skill since childhood. The girl, thoughtful for a moment, recalled a younger version less mature, but just as gifted. With quiet certainty, she confirmed that his genius had always been there. Back then, Hale carried an optimistic spark, often overestimating his own capabilities. Even she had fallen into the same trap, believing too strongly in her potential. Despite that, following his path now brings her more fulfillment than ever before. Hearing this, her companion is shocked that the perfectionist Hale had such a phase. She nods, recalling how he once struggled before joining Obelisk Academy. Rather than a setback, his incompatibility with AI may have become his greatest advantage. Confused, she presses for clarification, unsure how failure could lead to success. He explains that arrogance often stalls brilliance, but Hale never let pride define him. That harsh judgment likely stripped away any ego, fueling his rapid growth. Because of that fall, he rose stronger, more grounded and relentless in his pursuit. While teasing that Hale might object, the boy admits it's a truth earned through results. With new resolve, they commit to giving their all moving forward. Their goal is clear: prove themselves on the same path Hale once walked. Excitement builds as they rally for the upcoming Olympiad, with unity and purpose. Grinning at Hale's rare praise, he laughs, both grateful and motivated. Hale firmly clarifies that he only offered guidance, not hardship. During their training, playfully acknowledging his help, the group responds with exaggerated praise and light-hearted energy. Refocused, Adela rejoins her teammates as special training resumes under Hale's leadership. Obelisk Academy stood tall as students recuperated inside the training facility after rigorous drills. Without wasting time, Hale approached Adela, towel slung over his shoulder and a serious look on his face. His request to talk caught her off guard, but she turned, giving him her attention. Once outside, he explained that the Olympiad team was now official, prompting a shift in priorities. Revising the training schedule, he planned to skip classes starting the next day. According to Hale, the current 8 Horror sessions weren't sufficient for what lay ahead. To increase efficiency, he suggested tactical strategy meetings every morning before physical drills. Analyzing events and reviewing new rules would give them an edge in competition. He'd chosen to speak with Adela first, since their teammate was too exhausted to absorb more information. Support from the Blue Magic Tower ensured that data on rival athletes was constantly updated. Hale emphasized they'd begin immediately, leaving no room for delay. Adela raised concerns about older students accepting junior-led strategies. By morning, the team gathered on the field under a clear sky. Their teammate, visibly nervous, questioned their calmness amidst upperclassmen. Adela, unshaken, replied that the word senior didn't faze her at all. Adela stood firm, declaring her confidence stemmed from having already defeated the third years before. One of the seniors, unimpressed, mocked her attitude and called her far more arrogant than expected. Their attention quickly shifted, and the entire group of upperclassmen focused on the commotion. Veteran students Kang Shinwoo, Ma Jin-seok, and Jeon Haeyoon stepped forward with authority. Challenging her directly, Hyo-yoon asked if Adela would repeat her earlier bold claim. She didn't hesitate confidently, stating no one in the third year could defeat her. Startled by her bluntness, a teammate tried to smooth things over with an apology. Adela, unfazed, clarified that she was simply telling the truth. Not missing a beat, Haeyul addressed the seniors with a composed smile. A sudden proposal came from Haeyul, a second-year versus third-year team match. Though surprised, the seniors seemed intrigued by the challenge. He clarified further, it would be 3 second years against 7 third years. Both Adela and her teammate reacted with shock at the odds. Shinwoo, sensing purpose, questioned Haeyul's motive for such a bold move. With a confident grin, Haeyul hinted there was more behind his decision than pride. Haeyul recognized Kang Shinwoo as the second son of a renowned martial family. Memories of Shinwoo's unshakable demeanor from their youth surfaced in Haeyul's mind. Rather than provoke, he framed the duel as a fair way to assess abilities. Jin-seok exploded in anger, accusing Haeyul of being nothing more than a conceited brat, taking a more composed route. Shinwoo saw through the act and guessed Haeyul's real objective. Without offering a denial, Haeyul stayed silent, letting his stare speak louder than words. Hyun's voice rang out as she called out the juniors' growing arrogance. Despite acknowledging their talent, she emphasized that it didn't excuse disrespect toward seniors. In her eyes, a 3-on-7 battle was nothing short of reckless. Mockery followed as one senior insulted their teammate, calling him dead weight. Visibly shaken, the boy lowered his gaze, hurt by the comment. Neither Adela nor Haeyul responded with words, but both looked ready to act. The seniors extended a final offer, apologize, and the matter would end there. With a sigh, Shinwoo warned them that things had gone too far. Unmoved, Haeyul stood firm, his resolve unwavering. Annoyed by the ongoing tension, Haeyul dismissed the conversations as a waste of time. Shinwoo reacted with disbelief, while others questioned Haeyul's boldness and growing hostility, calling out the seniors as the true weak links. Haeyul provoked them to start the fight. Students march across the academy grounds, tension brewing beneath their composed appearances. One of them reflects on an earlier incident, admitting he held back to keep the peace. Concerned, he checks on Shinwoo, who responds quietly, masking deeper frustration. The confrontation escalates into a proposal 3 against 7. In a tactical duel, victory would mean submission to the winner's strategic approach, without further complaint. Confident and unfazed, Haeyul raises the stakes by offering to quit if they lose. Tempers flare as a red-haired student clenches her fists, clearly provoked by Haeyul's attitude. Without hesitation, he adds another demand: an apology for an earlier insult to a teammate. His unwavering gaze leaves no room for negotiation. Inside the Grand Obelisk Coliseum, preparations begin under Academy supervision. The battlefield transforms into a mountainous night scene, cloaked in digital starlight. With the countdown underway, both teams ready themselves and move into formation. Under official rules, each group guards a designated zone to win by siege. Doubts surface as one teammate questions the emotional weight behind Haeyul's decisions. He confronts Haeyul directly, unsure if such intensity was truly necessary. Among his teammates, Haeyul sensed a willingness to follow him, even without formal authority. Still, he believed loyalty meant more than agreement. It required absolute obedience, rather than compromise. He insisted power was necessary to lead, brushing off concerns about resentment. Frustrated and shouting, Yeowol couldn't contain her rage at Haeyul's confidence. While others tried to calm her, she refused to back down or admit fault. Nearby, Shinwoo recognized the tension but realized there was no time left to intervene. Unable to hide his anger, Shinwoo admitted things had spiraled from the beginning. Rather than suppress it, he chose to embrace the fury and fight at full strength. Just then, the battle officially began, forcing every fighter into immediate action. Electric tension filled the air as the countdown flashed across the field. Every participant focused, eyes locked, and bodies ready to move. With the final signal, Hale stepped forward, unshaken and prepared. Their formation broke as the team charged into the forest terrain, quickly assigning roles. Hale entrusted Sun-chan with a crucial task. Sun-chan nodded silently, his eyes sharp with determination. Under the starry sky, 5 minutes pass before Jeon Haeyoon locates the enemy's flag. Perched on a tree, she scans the area and confirms it is being guarded, smirking. She mocks the lone defender, labeling him just the useless guy. Sun-chan remains calmly stationed beside the flag, appearing unbothered. Suspicion arises. They wonder if others might be concealed nearby. Although no movement is seen, a warning is issued. It might be a trap. Jumping down, John repeats her insult directly to Sun-chan's face. He casually accepts the label, saying it just turned out that way. Her tone shifts as she realizes he anticipated her arrival. Demanding answers, she asks how he knew she'd come first. Sun-chan explains that Hyle predicted her aggression from the beginning. Irritated, she realizes she played right into their strategy. Enraged, she channels magic, calling them arrogant punks. The flame sniper spell erupts, sending fire surging across the field. Flames explode violently, lighting up the battlefield with destructive force. Jeon Haeyoon unleashes the flame sniper, a powerful four-circle spell beyond ordinary defense. Sun-chan wavers as doubt rises, but Hale reminds him of his critical role in the match. Motivated by the challenge, Sun-chan pushes forward, activating his power to counter. Without hesitation, Hale firmly advises his teammate to reconsider his role, emphasizing the importance of balanced team dynamics. Stunned, the blonde young man recoils at being labeled a tank, visibly rejecting the unexpected assignment. Rather than argue, Hale explains the magical affinity observed, identifying the fire attribute as a natural fit within that attribute. Hale highlights a particular strength, high-level defensive magic. A powerful barrier manifests, proving the analysis accurate as it shields a wide area with immense force. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman scoffs, dismissing his abilities as nothing more than misguided self-confidence. The young man silently accepts her insult, already familiar with his standing below the top two fighters. Still, resignation doesn't come. His clenched teeth and rising spirit reveal determination instead. He confronts the threat head, stating that if this is all they've got, he's still in the fight. Enemies descend in formation, ready to exploit any weakness. Their leader commands swift action, aiming to overwhelm the shield with brute force. Magic ignites around her fist as she launches an explosive frontal assault. Despite repeated strikes, the barrier holds firm under fire. Confusion sets in. None of them expected such resilience from a third circle spell. Confident in their numbers, they prepare a coordinated strike to shatter his defense and claim victory. With narrowed eyes, the blonde mage mutters coordinates, analyzing the enemy's movement patterns. Mid-battle, energy barriers shimmer as enemies close in, unaware they're stepping into calculated trap zones. A sudden flash explodes between them, scattering their formation before any strike can land. Out of nowhere, a slicing gust wind cutter tears through the air with violent force. Startled cries rise. No one saw the direction it came from, leaving them exposed. Recognition dawns. Shin Hyle's interference has begun, hidden but dangerously present. Caught off guard, one attacker collapses from an unseen strike. Hyun scrambles for cover, calling for support as chaos surrounds her. Her eyes dart, scanning the treetops, unable to locate the attacker's source, emerging from concealment. Hale stands calmly beside his companion. Their earlier intervention now becomes clear. It was all orchestrated. Faced with growing pressure, the enemy begins to falter. Magic rains down unpredictably, breaking their coordinated attacks. No one can trace the trajectories, disorienting the front line completely. Finally, someone spots Hale standing openly too late to regain control. Hale declares there's no need to delay as he prepares to end the fight swiftly. The enemy mage realizes he's been outmaneuvered, regretting his position against two elite opponents. He recognizes that facing Hale alone might have been manageable, but Adela's presence changes everything. Comparing the pair to a dragon and tiger, he senses the danger closing in. Hyle launches a coordinated magical assault, saturating the battlefield with pressure. Adela supports the attack with a powerful spell, forcing the enemy into full defense. Overwhelmed, the opposing side watches helplessly as the mana stone is secured. Their morale collapses as Hyle raises the victory flag, ending the match decisively. Frustrated, the defeated leader clenches his fist, unable to stop the outcome. With no options left, surrender spreads across the opposing group. Haeyoon collapses in defeat while the match result flashes brightly on screen. Meanwhile, the blonde teammate celebrates, overjoyed by the team's clear and total victory. Following the friendly match, the Academy's conference hall stands quiet. Sunlight streaming through high windows. Hale and his team enter alongside other students, faces tense with anticipation and quiet frustration. Everyone takes their places, instructors positioned at the front as silence settles over the room. Jae-sok slams the table in anger, muttering complaints about the match's unfair outcome. Another student fires back, pointing out the flag. Defense was left weak while Shin Hyul was gone. Intervention from the instructor halts the tension, reminding them that blame solves nothing. Hyul remains silent while Adela calmly observes, unaffected by the surrounding frustration. Nearby teams sit in uneasy quiet, still processing their loss without speaking a word. Clenching his fists, Jae-sok growls in frustration, overwhelmed by the sting of defeat. One classmate turns to Hyul, asking how the enemy managed to bypass their defense. Rather than rushing, Hyul offers to explain the key moment that decided the match. With focus, he prepares to reveal the overlooked detail that turned the tide. Sunshan had been the only one guarding the flag during the final push. Adela guesses he used advanced spells, but Hale immediately rejects that assumption. He calmly admits it was his magic that immobilized the attackers and secured victory. Lone student, visibly stunned, demands how Haeyul cast spells while standing in plain sight. Rather than denying it, Haeyul casually confirms he redirected magic across the battlefield. Gasps follow as someone recognizes the move Moonlight Blast, a forbidden spell of the mystic authority. Hale quickly clears the suspicion, stating there was no information leak involved. He explains that he deciphered the spell independently, using his own analysis. Despite disbelief, he reveals his unique trait eyes, capable of reading hidden magic formulas. The room erupts as whispers spread. He possesses mystic eyes, a rare gift. Without reacting to the noise, Hale shares how he used those eyes to study Moonlight Blast. He had pre-installed the blasts and cutters around the field, even before the match began. Powerful, spell effects trigger, catching students off guard with their intensity. By tracking the spell paths, Hale managed to identify and control their direction. Another student questions the precision behind those seemingly impossible movements. Suanchan confirms the spells flew perfectly, directly hitting their intended marks. He attributes the accuracy to the earlier numerical data Hale had provided. According to Hale, the numbers defined spell IDs and their trajectory angles. Standing with Adela and Sunchan, Hale begins revealing what magic he previously shared with them. Although he informed them about some techniques, he intentionally withheld the Bitenor-style spell. From the front, he reassures everyone that only safe and approved magic had been discussed. That, Hyle states, is the limit of what he's willing to disclose about his abilities. His calm declaration stuns several students, who now realize the depth of his planning, driven by ambition. He reminds the room that his true objective is winning the gold medal. Lowering his head, Hale makes a rare request asking for their trust and cooperation. In exchange for their support, he promises to secure the championship victory. Reactions remain mixed as the room processes his bold vow in silence. Eventually, Jae-sok responds, reluctantly agreeing to follow Haeyul's strategy. He brushes off surprise by citing a lost bet as the reason for his decision. Admitting the stakes, he concedes that refusing would mean giving up on being a representative. Without hesitation, Jae-sok approaches Sunchan and speaks with unexpected sincerity. He apologizes for doubting him and acknowledges the strength of his defensive magic. Grinning brightly, Sunchan praises Jae-sok's fire magic in return, breaking the tension. Morning light cast down over Obelisk Academy's towering spires, marking another day of intense training. In the bustling cafeteria, students gathered to recover after facing off against the senior class. Standing before them, Hale commended their efforts and hinted at a request before future plans began. Instead of joining the next training session, he asked to be excused for personal reasons. Claiming to glimpse the path to enlightenment, he concealed his true purpose behind vague words. His teammates reacted with surprise. Adela's expression mixed with admiration, the others with confusion. Away from their eyes, Hale reflected on forbidden knowledge drawn from a lost magical tome. What he practiced, beholder. Style magic was beyond the Academy's norms, approaching the complexity of the fifth circle. Although doubted by one, Adela's unwavering faith sparked quietly in her eyes. Hale reaffirmed his decision, apologizing for stepping back from training temporarily. They laughed it off, teasing him about skipping entirely if needed. With a smirk, he reminded them their physical test was still inevitable. Meanwhile, under starlit skies, a hidden conversation took place within the Mage clan's estate. One man reviewed ominous artifacts, dangerous remnants of past catastrophes. Among them, the Eye of Leviathan hinted at deeper threats soon to emerge. Hoyle inquired about the true intent behind gathering rare magical ingredients. He explained they were essential to constructing the fourth circle, knowledge he obtained from the Spring of Mimir, reviewing past references. He recalled a missing explanation and began searching for a specific book. Mimir quickly denied the book's existence, offering no useful clarification, rather than assist directly. She pointed him toward purchasing a replacement volume on his own. As he searched, Hayol stumbled upon a dusty title labeled Magic Potion, drawing his attention. He opened it, noting the book's age and neglected placement. While criticizing Mimir's chaotic organization, he scanned the pages carefully. Suddenly, his expression lit up. This was the exact method he needed. Contained within was a formula designed to absorb vast quantities of mana. Such a potion could significantly reduce the time to unlock the Ring of Expansion. Standing before officials, he declared his proximity to breaking into the fifth circle. Though most ingredients were obtainable, rare ones required his father's influence. The elder examined him in silence, evaluating his intent. At last, the man accepted his reasoning, the potion explanation held up under scrutiny. Asked about the potion's origin, Hale explained it came from a rare undocumented formula. He claimed to have obtained it through studying ancient knowledge buried deep within old texts. Reluctantly, the elder approved the request, warning him to prove the results true. Skepticism grew as the man recalled Hyle already possessing an ancient robe before. Despite not understanding his motives, he admitted Hyle's luck seemed unusually strong. Moments later, on a quiet road, something unexpected caught Hyle's attention. Afterward, his father's curiosity turned into direct questions about his unusual magic techniques. He brought up every detailed duel tactics, spell structures, and even inquiries from high-ranking mages. Refusing to answer, Hayol understood full well that suspicions were mounting. By the following day, he was navigating Monster Byproduct Street, searching for ingredients. Shouts from vendors flooded the street, each claiming to offer the best deals. Caution guided him. Experience taught him these places were full of fakes. Lone merchant pitched false Saint Spider Silk with a confident smile. Without hesitation, Hale exposed the scam for what it was. He moved on, uninterested in wasting time with lies. Hale examined the material's glow under the light, noting its unnatural shimmer with suspicion. He deduced the effect came from an artificial glow powder, not the material's authenticity. After exposing the scam, he left the vendor irritated and shouting behind him. Surrounded by strangers, Hale realized he looked like an easy target wandering alone. However, he had memorized thousands of spells from the public magic archives. Confident in his sharp memory, he vowed not to be fooled by cheap tricks. Crowds filled Monster Byproduct Street, a lively market overflowing with exotic magical ingredients and shady dealers. Intent on crafting an ancient elixir, Hale navigated the chaos with clear purpose and focus. Identifying genuine byproducts proved difficult, as counterfeit goods were rampant among the untrustworthy vendors. Rather than fall for a cheap trick, Hale called out a merchant's fake powder with sarcasm. He walked away without hesitation, ignoring the man's angry shouts echoing behind him. Nearby, an elderly vendor watched him with interest, impressed by the boy's sharp judgment. With a crooked smile, the old man praised Hale's keen eye and invited him to chat. Though skeptical at first, Hale remained polite, shrugging off the comment with a small smile. Amused, the elder offered to show him something special from his own collection together. They made their way through side streets until arriving at a quiet little shop. Opening the door, the old man stepped inside and promised to bring out rare material. Hyle waited silently as the merchant disappeared behind the wooden entrance. Out came a glowing black bull horn, pulsing faintly with strong magical energy. A manometer confirmed 94% purity, an unusually high grade for such an item. Eager to sell, the old man claimed it was worth millions, offering a rare discount. Hale questioned the absurd claim, pointing out that the horn belonged to a buying bull, not a black one. Shock spread across the merchant's face as his scam unraveled in front of him. It became clear the earlier seller was part of a coordinated plan to push counterfeit goods. The pattern made sense, a double-layered trick meant to gain false credibility. Rather than argue further, Hyel cut through the deception with calm precision. He demanded the authentic item, warning the merchant not to waste more time. Caught off guard, the older man paused, uncertain of what move to make next. His cane slipped from his grip as tension rose between them. Reluctantly impressed, the merchant admitted defeat and motioned Hyel to follow. Far from the marketplace, a car sped through the glowing city streets. Inside, a man reviewed reports concerning Hyel's recent activity. He learned Hyel was gathering materials to craft an ancient elixir. Doubt crept in, but his advisor offered to inspect the items himself. Confidence returned quickly. The superior dismissed concerns, trusting Hyel's expertise. Instead, attention turned toward a bigger issue: the status of the octagon beast's horn. According to the import schedule, the horn's delivery would take approximately 1 week. A glowing barrier activated instantly, sealing their surroundings in magical silence. Without wasting time, he brought up the status of the internal audit he had requested. In response, the subordinate mentioned signs of interference linked to the Black Magic Tower. Summonon had deliberately altered a classified report masking their involvement. Tampering had been detected, but the identity of the traitor remained unclear. At present, suspicion focused on upper ranks, capable of accessing family records. Despite thorough questioning, they uncovered nothing suspicious or incriminating. Oddly enough, every candidate appeared too perfect, not even minor errors existed. He raised an eyebrow, noting that such flawlessness was itself highly suspicious. If no evidence could be found, they'd wait for the traitor to act again. With the city below shimmering under moonlight, he issued a quiet command: be ready. Meanwhile, spell pages flared with light as Hyel and Mimir began unpacking. Collecting everything had worn him out, and he collapsed onto the couch. Smiling, Mimir reassured him they were close, only 3 ingredients left to go. To activate the elixir's full power, it must be consumed in an area dense with ambient mana. After ingestion, proper mana circulation is required to safely draw out its maximum effect. Hyel mentioned Bangyong Island, a place known for its rapidly increasing mana concentration. Mimir approved the idea enthusiastically, eager to travel with him. Hyel responded confidently, hinting he already had a strategy in mind. At the academy, rumors quickly spread Hyel's training arc was about to begin. News spread that a 6-day training program would take place on the secluded Bangyong Island. To make this possible, a request was made directly to the Blue Magic Tower's lord. Standing confidently, Hyel urged the group to prepare seriously for what lay ahead. Students reacted with a mix of excitement and hesitation as chatter filled the room. Some viewed the event as a chance to relax, while others quickly realized its seriousness. Meanwhile, Hyel noticed the tension among them had finally begun to ease. Following a recent friendly match, tensions between second and third years had mostly settled. With improved coordination, Hyel efficiently organized training schedules and earned growing respect. Their routine shifted again when a sudden call came for a main test at the Blue Magic Tower. The towering structure of the Blue Magic Tower loomed as the next destination. Young Swa, representing the tower, welcomed the participants and gave instructions for the test. Only Hyel was told to remain behind, as the Tower Master had summoned him directly. Inside a grand chamber, T sat waiting under a chandelier's warm glow. Kim Kangin greeted Hyel with a smile, asking about his training progress. Grateful, Hyel responded that everything was proceeding well, thanks to the Master's support. Kangin inquired whether any friction or internal issues had surfaced within Hyel's team. Though still new to the group, Hyel noted that everyone was gradually becoming more comfortable together. Encouraged by the answer, Kangin remarked that as long as harmony remained, progress would continue smoothly. Shrugging casually, Kangin dismissed the island arrangement as something easily handled. Changing tone, he hinted at a more important reason behind summoning Hyel. Realizing the intent, Hyel guessed it concerned the artifact, and Kangin confirmed it. The artifact test involved imprinting one's unique mana onto a magical item. Success depended on how well the artifact responded to the candidate's energy signature. Kangin instructed Hyel to begin preparations, confident in his compatibility with the relic. Later that evening, Hyel immersed himself in research inside the Blue Tower's grand library. After finishing a volume, he turned to request the next one. Preparation continued quietly, his focus unwavering ahead of the artifact task. With a burst of magic, a librarian conjured glowing tomes into the air. The books floated down gently, guided by luminous energy. Handing over 2 texts, she encouraged Hyel to study both without hesitation. Curious about the odd aftertaste, Hyel suspected the tea wasn't made with ordinary leaves. The librarian clarified that it came from a rare mana plant, cultivated only in special regions. Without lingering on it, he quickly returned to studying, determined to maintain focus. Back at the lab, the mana calibration test had already begun under strict conditions. Kingen observed Hyul's progress, surprised by how efficiently he handled the setup. Unlike most candidates, Hyul had completed in hours what normally took all night. The test, though labeled simple, required maintaining mana flow within tight margins. Even minor fluctuations would disqualify the attempt, making precision crucial. Having mastered this stage earlier, Hyul advanced with calm, practiced control. Reviewing the test results, the staff deemed the output more than satisfactory. Comparisons arose to the Imperial Ring, a well-known class artifact, though not identical, in effect. Hyul's item showed the potential for similar greatness. A vivid prism displayed the artifact's compatibility with 4 elemental types. Its diverse range hinted at superior adaptability in practical combat. Stunned, Hyul realized the artifact might qualify as both S-class and 4-tier ranked. Recognizing the artifact's immense value, Hyul realizes it ranks among the world's top-tier magical items. Liam watches with amusement, noting how rarely Hyul shows this much visible excitement. Unable to contain his interest, Hyul eagerly asks if the artifact has already received a name. His focus shifts as a message notification draws his attention. It is from his father. The contents reveal details about the shipment and timing for delivering key, magical ingredients. Finally, with all components secured, Hyul's face lights up in anticipation. Inside, a glowing lab, enchanted texts and materials hover around a vibrant brewing setup. Hyul and Mimir observe the table, now covered in essential and carefully arranged ingredients. Overwhelmed by their quality, Mimir praises their perfection and embraces Hyul with enthusiasm. Both seated, they review potion instructions, preparing a backup in case of failure. Gently lifting a crystal, Hyul questions whether it matches the required specifications. A burst of dark energy erupts, forcing them into immediate action as danger unfolds. The room settles once more, the corrupted magic finally contained. Though most supplies are now ready, 3 rare materials remain unfinished. Among them, an octopus horn, a catastrophe's heart, and eyes from a leviathan, all irreplaceable. A short tea break offers a moment of calm as Hyul quietly enjoys a cup. With a satisfied smile, he drinks deeply, savoring the brief pause in their work. Refocused, he rises with energy and begins with the first ingredient, the octa. Deer's horn, holding a glowing blade. Hyul prepares to cut the horn precisely according to instructions. The carving begins slowly, every motion guided by the ancient crafting notes. Meanwhile, Mimir readies the next material, the heart of a catastrophe, for purification. Next, the Leviathan's eyes are gently coated with mana to avoid volatile reactions. Together, they arrange all the ingredients, confirming that the preparation phase is complete. With no hesitation, Hyul begins the final task, stirring non-stop for 10 long hours. Time passes, and morning sunlight floods the library as the long process nears completion. Inside, the now quiet workspace, the tools and books remain neatly arranged. Collapsed from exhaustion, Hyul lies flat, breathing heavily but relieved. Steps approach, and Mimir returns with news of success and congratulates him. The potion glows inside its vials, infused with the mana's blessing. Far away, on a ship, 2 men await its arrival with eager anticipation. Clear skies surround the ship as it continues toward its destination, marking the journey's next phase. 2 men lean over the railing, discussing the completion of preparations for the upcoming ceremony. One of them pulls Hyul in for a photo, pleased with the scenic background as a keepsake. A girl calls over another, inviting her to join the group for the photograph. The team gathers at the deck's edge, standing together under the bright midday sun. Moments later, they count down and pose, capturing a light-hearted memory before the serious work begins. After the photo, the group reflects on their past and how long it's been since the last visit. Adela smiles, expressing how long it's been since she last returned to this location. Hyul, amused, acknowledges it's likely his first and hopes it won't be the last. They shift focus toward the distant mountains, identifying their destination as Bangsung Island. Adela confirms it has been 5 years, but she remembers it as ideal for training. Eyes fixed ahead, Hyul feels anticipation rise as the island draws closer with each wave. A sleek boat sails toward Hanyang Island, known for its intense magical energy field. Upon arrival, students disembark, taking in the majestic view as they head toward the facility. The Hardam building towers above them, signaling the start of their advanced magical training. Excitement fills the air as they enter a hall lined with an extravagant buffet. Dishes of every kind tempt the students, who eagerly gather around the tables. An instructor reminds them of the schedule and directs everyone to the training grounds. Gathered at the indoor arena, the students stand in silence as Hyul takes charge. He cautions them about the island's dense mana, which could strain their absorption capacity. A glowing projection illustrates how the body reacts under heavy mana intake. Hyul instructs them to circulate mana to assess their tolerance. Some struggle immediately, their expressions tense under the unfamiliar energy pressure. Observing closely, Hyul evaluates their performance without comment. Advice is given individually. Adela and Shin, who are told to continue as they are. Others receive specific corrections, adjusting output or circle flow, training resumes with renewed focus as they adapt under Hyul's guidance. Sungin struggles to maintain control until Hyul points out flaws in his posture and mana flow. By following the adjustments, he quickly feels the improvement as tension leaves his body. Grinning with relief, he praises the result, while Hyul instructs him to hold that state. Once an hour passes, the students collapse from the intense mana circulation. Even those confident earlier admit the task was more draining than expected. Adela hands out bottled water, offering a quiet gesture of support to the group. As she watches Hyul, admiration grows. His level clearly exceeds the rest. Without wasting time, he shifts their focus toward the next training phase. The announcement of self-directed training catches several students off guard. Rather than guide further, Hyul encourages everyone to progress at their own pace. His role, he says, is complete after offering tailored advice. Asked about his plans, he mentions needing adaptation time himself. Personal training begins as Hyul focuses on adjusting to the island's mana density. Others whisper, surprised this is his first time here, despite his confidence. He gazes at the landscape, eager to harness its overwhelming energy for growth. Morning light filters through the forest, as Hyul searches for a powerful energy source. After scanning the area, he detects a familiar glow and rushes toward it. Blue light bursts from the ground. He's found a mana vein, a concentrated magical pool. Natural formations like these are rare and essential for deep mana training. Settling beside the glowing spring, Hyul confirms the mana density surpasses anything he's felt before. From his coat, he retrieves a vial, only one of 5 specially prepared elixirs, designed to absorb and stabilize overflowing mana. The elixir is crucial for his next step. With no hesitation, he drinks it, bracing himself for what follows. Almost instantly, energy floods his body, wild, powerful, and difficult to control. Mana surges faster than expected, forcing him to concentrate harder to maintain balance. Uncontrolled flow could turn volatile. He channels everything into holding the ring of expansion. Straining under pressure, he resolves to endure 1 full hour without collapse. 30 minutes in, the ring stabilizes briefly, but the strain begins to show. Blood spills from his palm, and panic sets in as pain erupts. Staring at the injury, he realizes something's gone terribly wrong inside his body. A towering hotel lit by neon marked the late hour 11 p.m. in the bustling city. Near the window, a man quietly took a call, his posture tense and deliberate. He listened carefully, then confirmed the task: eliminate Shin Hyul without fail. Elsewhere, a group cloaked in darkness gathered, radiating a sinister, purple energy. One operative, grinning, received the confirmation Hyul was now marked. Their strategy was clear: avoid the mistakes of the past and strike with certainty. 2 beasts crept into the room, their movements silent and calculated. Hidden in the shadows, they waited for the perfect moment to act. Once the signal came, they pounced, ending their target with swift, brutal force. Urgency filled the caller's voice. Delay was no longer an option. Kim Sok-hyen's sudden support for Hyul shifted the stakes dramatically. Acting now became the only way to prevent interference. Surprised, the assassin realized the danger of Sok-hyen's involvement. The man warned that hesitation would cost them their advantage. With no time left, the order was given: strike, before Sok-hyen could intervene. Information surfaces that Hyul is located on Barringdonia Island, a remote and dangerous location. The man grows uneasy as the figure hints at a hidden method to deal with Hyul. From his throne, the hooded man reveals a shocking plan to trigger a massive disaster on the island. Masked figures ready themselves for chaos. Cloaked in swirling magical energy, shock spreads across the listener's face as he learns the plan involves disguising the attack as an accident. He questions the possibility, only to hear it's viable due to the island's unique structure. The hooded man casually confirms their intent to exploit the island's unstable energy core. Though such knowledge is classified, he agrees to proceed as a favor to a trusted client. He grins, setting the plan into motion and asking if the other knows what lies beneath the island. Hale, wounded and alarmed, finds himself standing within a luminous chamber. A strange energy surges through the space, warping the air around him. He realizes this ancient ruin holds a dormant magic beyond normal comprehension. Despite resisting, Hale is pulled deeper into the ritual circle by overwhelming magical pressure. A voice warns him the seal was placed to suppress something deadly. A young girl holding a vial states the grim truth: if he can't endure, he'll die. Clenching his teeth, Hale decides to endure the trial's pain until sunrise. As light pierces the sky, the blue energy finally begins to fade. He collapses beside a makeshift tarp, body trembling and barely responsive. Grateful to have survived, Hale takes a moment to breathe near a calm spring. While resting, he ponders the strange mana phenomenon that may have protected him. A sudden surge erupts again, catching him off guard and pulling him toward it. 2 days later, Hale joins a formal training session inside the examination facility. His opponent charges confidently, forcing Hale to keep his distance. At the command, he activates his spell First Circle, Deliberation. The attack shocks the trainer with its force and stability. Unlike before, Hale's mana output remains high without straining his mind. Even his previously limited resonance spell shows signs of improvement, though untested. The enhanced resonance feels stronger than expected. He quickly advances to Third Circle, Interference, intensifying the flow. In a burst of power, Hale rockets through the ceiling with explosive force. A sudden surge of power erupts as Hale slams an opponent into the wall. With explosive force, observers, including a blonde girl, react with amazement. Hale, now more composed, clenches his fist in satisfaction. Above Bangyanyang Island, a mystical sky shimmers as waves glow with hidden mana. Lights gleam from the resort building, where Hale returns after a long day. With a towel over his shoulders, he steps out and sinks onto the bed, exhausted. Power pulses through his clenched fist, the ring of intransigence, now fully stable. Though Dispel was unused, Hale still sensed a refined level of control taking shape. His eyes gleam gold as the ring sinks deeper with his awakened mana flow. A walk to the balcony brings sharper awareness. The artifact's output and duration have grown. Magic formulas appear vividly, revealing spell structures with clarity beyond his prior limits. Yet unease creeps in something unnatural is building in the mana-rich atmosphere. Rapid changes in mana density raise alarms. Training could soon be disrupted. Recalling old records, he remembers a facility hidden deep within the island. He resolves to investigate it tomorrow before the situation escalates further. Elsewhere, arcane machines hum as a secret lab quietly activates. A figure inserts a crystal, triggering a sudden surge of dark energy. Black magic research resumes concealed beneath the island. Its purpose remains ominous. Morning arrives at the dormitory, and Hale concludes the training session with firm instructions. While others struggle to recover, he swiftly excuses himself and departs without delay. Among his peers, some wonder about his sudden departure, suspecting a visit to the research lab. Beneath the starry sky, he questions whether the mana situation has grown truly dangerous. The Institute, located on Bangyanyang Island, monitors mana levels and anomalies daily. Hale approaches the facility, convinced it holds the answers he's been searching for. Inside, a staff member greets Hale formally, acknowledging the urgency of his visit. He apologizes for the late hour, but she assures him they were the ones who called. She explains the anomaly's escalation demanded immediate action and swift contact. Hale asks about the cause, suspecting a mana-related disturbance. Though no concrete progress has been made, the leading theory involves a mana vein explosion. She asks him to wait briefly. The expert in charge will provide a full explanation. As he waits, strange energies flicker the atmosphere, thickens with dark magic. Footsteps echo down the hallway just before a voice interrupts. A man appears with a sly grin, announcing his delayed arrival. Hale narrows his eyes, quietly assessing the unfamiliar man claiming to be the director. A puzzled response follows, as the man asks if something's wrong with his appearance. Rather than press further, Hale offers a neutral reply, and follows him inside. Doubt creeps in: this person doesn't match the official data Hale previously reviewed. An unnatural energy hangs in the air, too refined to belong to a researcher. Although their words are cordial, Hale's instincts remain on high alert. Without hesitation, he silently activates Divine Eye, cloaked behind a calm exterior. Corrupted mana floods his vision, dark, unstable, and swirling like smoke. The fake director's body begins reacting as black energy wraps around him. Feigning innocence, the man tries to maintain control of the situation. His illusion magic flares, masking his identity behind a crafted persona. But Hyel recognizes the spell pattern instantly. It's an illusion. Type used by dark mages, that dense black mana confirms everything. He's encountered it before, exactly the same as the traitor smiths. This man belongs to the Black Magic Tower, and Hyel may be surrounded. Struggling to remain composed, Hyel senses something off but hides his reaction carefully. The memory of friends and allies flashes through his mind, sharpening his sense of urgency, maintaining a calm front. He listens as the professor brings up the mana density on Bangyang Island, feigning casualness. Hyel claims his training is affected by shifting mana levels. The professor nods in understanding and opens a projection, showing a detailed mana map of the island. While pretending to focus on the data, Hyel quietly assesses the conversation for hidden intent. After the discussion ends, he excuses himself and steps into the cool night air. With a friendly smile, the professor bids farewell, joined by his assistant at the doorway. Moments later, a flicker of purple energy appears behind them as suspicion quietly stirs. Dark mana swirls around the assistant as she contacts a hooded accomplice. They confirm Hyel is already tagged. No further interference is needed. With time running out for him, both vanish into shadows, without a sound. Elsewhere, agents gather in a secret location to report Hyel's unexpected visit. Following orders, one vanishes underground while others watch cautiously. Doubt surfaces: did Hyel already uncover their scheme? From the shadows, a cloaked man dismisses Hyel's awareness, claiming it changes nothing. Within the lab, a glowing crystal surges uncontrollably, its energy, rigged to trigger an island-wide eruption. Certain of success, he grins as the Black Tower's scheme nears completion. Under a starry sky, Hyel dashes across the empty road, urgency driving each step. Thoughts race: this pattern of mana buildup couldn't have formed naturally. Doubt creeps in. Maybe he orchestrated this, sending an assassin to eliminate him. The presence of a shadow spell on him should have warned off any attacker. That fact leads him to reconsider perhaps he was never the intended target. Clues fall into place as he recalls Banyang's odd mana activity and staff behavior. Past events replay in his mind. Training, timing, and location all seem orchestrated. He suspects infiltration. The enemy likely moved in long before the incident began. All signs now point toward the director as the one holding the key. Determined, he plans to contact Hyon and initiate evacuation. By morning, he arrives at the port only to learn the boats are grounded. Blocked exits confirm his fear. The island is already under magical lockdown. Thickened mana has rendered the mana lines unusable, causing engines to overheat on every attempt. Without a qualified mechanic nearby, there is no way to restore function to the damaged systems. Hyel frowns, suspecting the Black Magic Tower had anticipated and prepared for this exact scenario. Others quickly gather news about the stalled ship, surprised that travel is now completely restricted. Flying out isn't an option either, as even helicopters can't withstand the turbulent weather. Rather than spark concern, Hyel leads everyone back to the lodging in silence. A notification buzzes. His device displays a coded message from Shadow Unit 01. The update confirms the research director is no longer traceable anywhere on the island. Jaw tightening, Hyel realizes the disappearance isn't a coincidence, it's a calculated move. Storm clouds swirl overhead as he races toward the hillside response team. One operative mentions mana started acting up moments before the research lab incident, despite the rain. They confirm something unnatural is influencing the flow of energy. Inside the facility, every log and internal record has been wiped clean. The missing data deepens suspicion this was no ordinary malfunction. Wasting no time, Hyel orders a full-scale investigation into the lab immediately. The agent urges caution, noting Hyel's tendency to act alone like his late father. Despite the warning, Hyel smiles and expresses gratitude just before an explosion erupts behind him. Caught off guard, he shields himself as the blast roars. Panic spreads among the team. Lightning cracks the sky as torrents of rain pound the earth. A sudden burst of mana erupts violently. Hyel stands at the epicenter, engulfed in an unfamiliar blue energy that pierces through the storm. Nearby figures react with concern, but Hyel focuses on the sharp resonance, something unlike any mana he's known. Collapsed on the ground, Hyel is quickly approached by a guard checking his condition. He dismisses his injury, asking if the man heard the strange sound echoing moments earlier. Only silence meets his question. Confused, Hyel wonders if he alone can hear the mana's scream. With Divine Eye activated, shimmering glyphs become visible above the forest canopy. His gaze lands on a glowing barrier surrounding the lab, crackling with unstable magical force. Hyel assesses its state: fragile and volatile, capable of detonating under minor disruption. He senses mana thickening unnaturally in the atmosphere, a precursor to disaster. Massive energy builds within the barrier, pressing outward with dangerous instability. Realization strikes. This is a mana disaster, not just a malfunction but a full-scale threat. Panic rises as he recalls his uncle, Seikon Hyon, likely trapped inside. Another man urgently gathers reinforcements, determined to assist. Digital structures flicker. If one more thread breaks, the entire mana seal will unravel. Rain pours as guards rush to report the lab's instability and request immediate instructions from Hayal. Instead of hesitation, he analyzes the surroundings and issues a warning about the imminent danger. Identifying the situation as critical, he takes a determined step toward the barrier without delay. Fingers raised, Hayal activates a spell, weaving mana precisely to strike the barrier. Violet light explodes as his magic collides with the protective field, destabilizing it instantly. Shocked, a masked observer confirms that all sealing traces have disappeared inside the zone. Cautious, Hayal instructs everyone to retreat, aware the internal mana remains volatile. He recalls a flaw in the structure, one weak spot within the intricate circle. Mana overload surges outward as he disrupts the point, triggering a full collapse. Gasps echo among the onlookers as the entire barrier fades from sight. A nearby agent remarks on Hayal's unmatched magical control and precision. Without responding, he dashes forward, ready to face what lies beyond. Inside, silence greets them. The lab appears long abandoned. Instead of stopping, Hayal follows the thick mana flow, leading down the corridor. Suddenly, a strange pulse halts him, an interference blocking deeper access. Beyond, a concealed entrance, a narrow staircase descends into a dim underground corridor. One of the guards takes the lead, advising Hayal to remain behind for safety. Quietly, the group advances through the passage, guided by the faint glow of violet energy. Inside, the hidden room, a surge of mana pressure confirms something unnatural lies ahead. Glowing with instability, the spirit core floats within containment, pulsing erratically. Recognizing the source of the mana disaster, Hayal observes the dense, unstable mass carefully. Spirit cores, typically sealed far below ground, channel energy through vast Lie-line networks. These natural releases form mana veins that rise and vent through mountain terrain. In places where multiple veins converge, mana density multiplies beyond safe thresholds. Evidence suggests someone illegally activated the spirit core for research. Though the black magic tower is suspected, the lab director remains unidentified. For now, Hayal prioritizes containing the threat over uncovering who's responsible. One soldier recalls how a nation's spirit core experiment once obliterated half its territory. Evacuating the island might not be enough with such volatility present. Stepping forward, Hayal prepares to examine the core himself. Hayal activates his divine eye, unlocking advanced perception as golden energy radiates from his eyes. An overwhelming stream of data floods his vision, revealing calculations and mana patterns in rapid succession. Despite processing delays, he confirms the spirit core will detonate within 1 hour, triggering total destruction. Restrained by guards, Hayal brushes off concern, insisting he is unhurt despite the tense atmosphere. Ignoring his condition, he urgently reveals the core could detonate in less than an hour. One operative, realizing the severity, concludes there is no chance to evacuate in time. The spirit core pulses violently within its chamber, surrounded by unstable energy. Faced with no alternatives, Hayal states they must attempt to stabilize it immediately. No known method exists for halting a rampaging core, leaving them without guidance. Ancient texts once mentioned the terrifying power of spirit cores buried underground. Even exposed near the surface, they release extreme mana levels, affecting nearby terrain. Now, the unstable core distorts the chamber, escalating the danger by the second. Blaming the Black Tower, Hayal clenches his fist, furious at their interference. Despite intense focus, a solution remains elusive with so little data available. A silent gesture on his shoulder reminds him he is not facing this alone. Turning to Suk-hyeon, Hayal finds reassurance in his presence. The older man affirms that he doesn't need to bear the weight alone. With newfound resolve, Hayal accepts their support and prepares to act. Determined, Hayal sharpens his focus, brushing aside hesitation as urgency takes over. He demands that all available data on the spirit core be gathered immediately. Without delay, Suk-hyeon pledges to alert the family head, receiving Hayal's firm trust in return. News spreads fast. Powerful figures begin responding from within the noble family's high command. Across the facility, the spirit core continues to destabilize under Hayal's watchful eye. Inside, a rain-drenched mansion, the family leader listens in silence as the situation unfolds. A call connects. Tension thick in the air as a decision weighs heavily. He refuses to sit idle while his son faces death, determined to act. Orders fly. Elite forces are to be mobilized, and the 7th circle is activated immediately. Technicians working frantically uncover hidden logs containing critical research details. Suddenly, a countdown appears triggered by accessing the classified data. As seconds tick away, desperation builds to break through the layers of encryption. Staring at the flood of information, Haeyul recognizes its overwhelming scope. Within the chaos, he realizes the system might erase everything once opened. Typing rapidly, the masked expert pleads for more time to crack the secure files. Silently, Haeyul processes the gravity of the situation while machines continue running in the background. Without hesitation, he initiates a full analysis of the gathered data himself. Elsewhere, a distant figure admits that finding any link to the Black Tower seems unlikely. Dread threatens to take hold as Haeyul wonders if death awaits him here. Refusing defeat, he rises with defiance, determined to fight back. The glowing interface reveals a crucial clue. His instincts were right. A moment of doubt lingers. There aren't enough people to execute the plan. Still, backing down isn't an option. He makes his decision. He calls out urgently, instructing the others to gather the full team. Storm clouds roar as allies arrive under heavy rain. One woman quickly assesses the core's state and confirms the remaining time. With resolve, Haeyul warns them that stopping the core is their only hope. Skepticism surfaces among the group, unsure if a solution truly exists. In response, Haeyul affirms that he's already prepared for this moment. From his case, he presents a serum developed secretly beneath the 4th circle. Haeyul explains the elixir's function. It boosts mana absorption, essential for dispersing the unstable core. While some question its safety, he confirms it's been tested and poses no risk. He reveals the remaining vials and outlines a plan to use them through the mana veins. Outside, the core's mana continues to spiral out of control under the pouring rain. By injecting the elixir into key veins, they hope to redirect and release the excess mana. But Haeyul warns that any failure could lead to widespread rampages throughout the vein system. He cautions the team absorbing raw mana may trigger overwhelming surges. If mishandled, the resulting backlash could destroy a mage's body and future. Despite the danger, Adela volunteers, fully aware of what's at stake. Haeyul remains behind to stabilize the core from its source. He chooses Adela, Kangxin, Wu, Ma Jin, Suk, and Jin Haeyun for the mission. Trust placed in them, Haeyul ends with a single message: he's counting on their success. As rain crashed against the cliffs, the storm set an ominous tone for the mission ahead. The team reached ley line number 4, gathering at the designated point, surrounded by drenched forest and mud. Without delay, Haeyul signaled Jin Hewan to prepare. His gaze fixed on the trembling energy field, one member questioned the system's design, confirming mana control mattered more than circle level rank. Instead of taking the task himself, Haeyul proposed Sun Chan handle it, citing his stronger control. Caught off guard, Sun Chan hesitated, but Haeyul's silence made his reasoning clear. Rather than act out of pride, Haeyul insisted the job go to someone even slightly more capable. He acknowledged Sun Chan's dedication, noting his effort had surpassed that of others. The device was passed into Sun Chan's hand, lightning flashing as he silently accepted. With determination, he shouted his resolve and took his place beneath the turbulent sky. Though uncertain, he sought reassurance, receiving firm support through Haeyul's confident response. Motivated, Sun Chan prepared to act as Haeyul and trusted the outcome to him completely. Elsewhere, a lone man watched the storm unfold through a screen. Recognizing the shift, he whispered that it had begun. He stepped forward, sensing that today would mark a turning point. Clouds thickened over the ocean as the silver-haired man welcomed himself into a luxurious poolside suite. Before he could settle in, a call came through, pulling him back to business. Answering calmly, he revealed that even from afar, he sensed the mana core's instability. Thunder echoed ominously, while the voice on the line demanded urgent action. With a smirk, he stated that intervention was unnecessary, not from inability, but from design. Relaxed, he clarified that events would unfold perfectly without him lifting a finger. The core's final connection was confirmed, locking Bang Yongdo into a sealed fate. Even if powerful reinforcements came, they would arrive too late to stop destruction. Rather than act, he invited the caller to observe as the disaster unfolded like theater. Casting doubt aside, he hinted that this was no accident but a crafted scenario. With precision, he pointed out each element timed perfectly to sabotage Haeyul's survival. Portals closed, mana lines failed, and the storm ensured no escape was possible. As energy drained from the core, even flight magic became useless under storm interference. Faced with every factor aligned, the caller began to grasp the truth. A final confirmation came: the island would explode, completing the assassination of Shin Hyul. Inside a high-rise office, one man nervously questioned what would happen if Hyul survived. Smirking darkly, the silver-haired conspirator declared he'd handle Hyul personally if the plan failed. With no patience for further doubts, he ended the call, demanding his bonus without delay. Leaning back, he exhaled calmly, satisfied with the situation's progression. That calm quickly faded as an unexpected beam of light tore through the clouds. From his poolside view, he stared at the glowing vortex rising far in the distance. Disbelief gripped him as he rushed inside, eyes locked on the magic display. His breath caught what he saw was nothing short of miraculous. He shouted Hyul's name in amazement, stunned by the impossible comeback elsewhere. Leyline number 1, activated, lighting up the storm-drenched ground with blue currents. Soon after, a second leyline flared as mages directed their energy into formation. Circuits across the region began stabilizing, resisting the chaos in synchronized effort. Leylines 3 and 4 surged to life, amplifying the magical field. Sunshanshin steadied himself, drained but focused as lightning crackled nearby. Watching from afar, Hyul remained composed, trusting in the team's unwavering resolve. With all participants channeling energy, the core's swirling mana finally began to break apart. Blue light overtook the dark core as mana flow started shifting into a stable pattern. Inside the control room, teams confirmed each leyline's communication was steady despite the surrounding storm. Suddenly, a spike was detected at leyline number 1, triggering emergency alerts across all channels. Hyul reacted instantly as Adela collapsed from overload during mana circulation. He issued new orders, prioritizing her safety while shutting down the unstable leylines process. Soon after, a second surge erupted from leyline number 2, affecting Kang Shinwood as well. Meanwhile, the core's energy visibly weakened, signaling progress in reducing the overload threat. As the situation worsened, Hyul demanded a full update on the fourth and final leyline. Before anyone could answer, Sunchan collapsed under immense pressure from failing mana flow. Bloodied and weakened, he struggled to maintain control of the unstable stream. If no action was taken soon, he would die before a mana surge even triggered. Lightning flashes as a man yells in anguish, wishing he could trade places with Sunchan, kneeling in despair. The woman clenches her fist, helpless without any elixirs to offer. Sunchan screams as uncontrollable energy builds inside, threatening to tear his body apart. Through the rain and pain, Hyul's voice echoes faintly in Sunchan's ears, struggling to lift his head. Sunchan sees a glowing screen appear beside him. Inside a lab, Hyul stands before a pulsating mana core, preparing to guide him through the chaos. Mana veins glow violently, as Hyul explains 3 are already in overdrive, floating amidst the turbulent flow. Sunchan braces himself as energy rushes toward him. Without hesitation, Hyul cuts off the unstable stream and urges him to stabilize his breath. A sharp burst of mana is redirected as Hyul executes a precise spell, watching in fear. The others plead for Sunchan to endure just a bit longer. The woman reminds him that failure will doom them all. He must not collapse. Annoyed by the shouting, Sunchan mutters under his breath, barely holding on. Realizing the pain is shared, he fights to stay conscious for Hyul's sake. He clenches his will, refusing to let everything end here. Hyul's hand surges forward, guiding the flow as he promises to restore the mana connection. Sunchan, drenched and shaking, musters strength and shouts his renewed determination to see it through. Rain pours harder as electric light floods the area, amplifying his voice and will to act. The others rush toward him, calling out in awe as the light intensifies. Lifted by raw energy, Sunchan activates another vein, drawing cheers from his allies. A mysterious observer confirms the fourth mana vein is now overflowing beyond safety. Inside the facility, a monitor displays the team's retreat as the system stabilizes. Despite signs of strain, Hyul assures his guards that he remains in control. Grim but proud, he attributes their success to his unwavering belief in Sunchan. Screens replay each member's sacrifice, documenting the weight they all carried together. Storm clouds fade as the core pulses gently within the containment unit. Silently, Hyul observes its rhythm, knowing the danger has passed for now. Golden power envelops his body as he invokes Shenan, a refined resonance technique. Spiraling streams of mana respond instantly, coiling around the core in harmony. With precise command, he completes stabilization, sealing the system from external interference. Arcane threads spiral upward as the core reacts to Hyul's final control command. In response, beams of energy lift the core into the air, glowing with intensity. A blinding flash engulfs the sky as the core shatters, followed by a thundering impact. Smoke blankets the facility, but signs of stability finally emerge. From above, a glowing sphere of light gently floats downward, signaling the storm's end. Beneath a tree, Sun Chan lies unconscious while his companions check his condition and worry. Words from a distant voice echo in his mind, urging him not to give up. Suspended in a serene void, Sun Chan drifts between life and unconsciousness. Suddenly, his eyes snap open as he bolts awake in a hospital bed. Broadcasts confirm Banyongo and its residents are safe. Sun Chan reads news, highlighting Hale's actions throughout the crisis. Apparently, Hale returned to the academy immediately and resumed work without pause. In a distant office, a superior listens to the final field report. Details confirm Hale used a unique, undocumented technique to suppress the core. The officer, intrigued, remarks on the unprecedented nature of what occurred. Hale stands on a cliff, lost in thought as mana particles drift quietly through the air. A suited officer questions how Hale could have resolved the crisis so precisely and timely. He announces a joint investigation with the Blue Tower to ensure such disasters never repeat. Meanwhile, a magic book activates unexpectedly, releasing light and small enchanted objects. The girl with pale hair stares wide-eyed. Sensing an abnormal magical surge, Hale turns around, confused by her sudden reaction as she freezes mid-expression. Hale rested quietly beside the bonneted girl inside the immense library, his gaze steady and patient. She tilted forward, her lips parting slightly as a strange awareness stirred deep within. With sudden joy, she beamed, enveloped in sparkling energy as if unlocking something long forgotten. A thought struck Hale. There was no record of black mana in the vast archive around them. Startled by his question, she hovered, guessing he referred to standard dark attribute mana. He corrected her, hinting at a darker, corrupted force, unlike anything common. Recognition dawned in her eyes when he described the tainted mana twisted by darkness, calling him successor. She tensed, reacting to the name and the energy it invoked. Hale realized he'd never mentioned the Black Tower and knew he had to explain. He spoke of past incidents, first his teacher, then the head of Restorers both attacked. Each was surrounded by the same corrupted black aura, too familiar to ignore. Outraged, she demanded why he had kept this from her until now. Determined, she rose, summoning intricate glyphs and magic that swirled with authority. She declared a relic appeared an ancient book designed to decode even forbidden sources of power. That this twisted mana, like theirs, stemmed from something far older. Divine in origin. Pondering the source, Hale questioned whether the corrupted mana had a deliberate origin. She responded with certainty: an archmage once linked to the Black Tower had caused its spread. Identified through ancient records, the traitor's name echoed darkly: Veil Stole. Bright skies hung above Shinji Han's penthouse, moments before chaos erupted. Crashing through a table, Turkish exploded in rage, unable to contain his fury. Confused and shouting, he demanded why Hale had survived the Baikryong Island incident. From the shadows, a cloaked figure emerged, accusing Turkish of disastrous missteps. On the broken tablet, news confirmed Hale as the island's unexpected savior. As Turkish lunged, magical pressure halted him, a silent warning not to go further. With calm restraint, the hooded man apologized, avoiding direct confrontation, rather than answer with force. He reminded Turkish of the growing internal unrest. Should Hale's influence expand, global magical balance would tilt irreversibly. Determined, the cloaked mage declared he'd handle the threat himself. Swearing on the Black Tower's name, he accepted full accountability. Meanwhile, Hale, resting quietly, unlocked truths tied to Veil as a Fifth Circle master. A glowing sphere of information revealed the Black Tower's persistent efforts to track Hale's rising energy. The girl warned him that to stay ahead, he must grow even stronger without delay. Though concerned, Hale understood that reaching the Fifth Circle level had opened access to Veil's hidden legacy. At the Blue Tower headquarters, Hale stood awestruck before the massive artifact research facility. Inside, cutting-edge technology was displayed, some not even released to the public. Acknowledging Hale's accomplishments, the Tower Master pledged full backing for his artifact development. A custom-built machine stood at the center, designed solely to create Hale's personal artifact. To his surprise, Hale realized the device had no other function but to serve him. The revelation marked the significance of his role in the Blue Tower's future plans. This machine compressed mana stones with extreme precision, refining them thousands of times. After extensive research, the engineers crafted a one-of-a-kind composite artifact named the Four Seasons. It became the tower's greatest magical achievement to date. In a sleek, modern restaurant high above the city, Hale sits across from a well-dressed elder. He praises the food's quality, noting that the establishment was a fortunate discovery. Their host, wasting no time, politely requests to hear the reason for Hale's visit. To ensure complete privacy, the elder swiftly draws runes in the air, forming a protective spell. A glowing dome envelops the room, silencing outside interference and enhancing magical security. Hale warns directly, the Black Tower may attempt to sabotage the upcoming Olympiad. Startled by the claim, the elder demands a full explanation without delay. Hale references a recent interview where he revealed his magic eye ability to the public. Although the revelation exposed his weaknesses, it was vital to clarify the Baikryong Island incident. That risk also granted Hale a chance to display his true strength to the masses. Support soon followed, especially from those within the powerful magic god family. Acknowledging the tactic, the elder calls it a bold move that attracted significant attention. Such a strategy, the man notes, demands absolute confidence and exceptional power to succeed. Hale explains that his magic eye identifies mana through color recognition, a rare and useful trait. With realization dawning, the elder understands that Hale may have traced the Black Tower's unique mana. Surrounded by ominous energy, Hale explains how he identified the Black Tower's mana by color. That same distinct aura appeared again during the Baikryong Island incident, confirming their involvement, linking both events. The elder suspects the nuclear core rampage was also their doing. Concern deepens as he suggests someone from within the magic god family wants Hale eliminated. Their plan likely centers on removing him before the succession of the next family head. Understanding dawns on Hale. The previous clash with the Tower Master triggered this threat. Moonlight shines through the trees while Hale rides in silence, replaying the conversation in his mind. Despite uncertainty, he calculates the Tower Master would likely accept the request. Even in the worst case, personal intervention from the Master remains a slim possibility. Arriving at his destination, Hale steps out and responds politely to the escort. Though protection is secured, anxiety persists as he faces the magic god family's estate. Resolving himself, he believes the solution lies beyond the building's grand entrance. A voice greets him. Jacinta appears, smiling from the upper steps. They exchange words, casually, though Hale masks his vigilance with a calm expression. Beneath that smile, he senses this reunion holds more weight than it seems. Jacinta steps forward, introducing his twin brother with casual confidence and a smile. Hale listens, deflecting concern while insisting there's no need to be looked after. He acknowledges Jacinta's intent, but gently reminds him not to overextend himself. A new figure joins them, commenting on the strong bond between the brothers. He praises Hale's goal to win the Olympiad and bring honor to the family. Encouraged, Hale expresses his determination to grow stronger and become more reliable. Laughter masks tension as Jacinta prepares to leave, claiming he's short on time. He proposes a future meeting, but his fading presence radiates ominous energy. Left alone, Hale suspects Jacinta is secretly planning something for the Olympiad. Inside the Lunaris estate, Hale arrived for a long-awaited meeting with his father. Years of distance hadn't dulled the tension. His father's presence remained stern and commanding. Without hesitation, the man instructed his son to sit, setting the tone for the exchange. That night, the academy dormitory stood silently under a sky dotted with stars. Hale awoke in his room, surrounded by towering piles of books and research notes. Rather than speak, he stared into the darkness, his mind weighed by unspoken burdens. He recalled critical discussions held between top Federation officials concerning magic-related threats. A pattern emerged: incidents involving dark energy, particularly one centered on Yunguang Island. Suspecting his father knew already, Hale figured Suk Hyun must have briefed him in advance. In response to rising danger, elite guardians from the shadows were assigned to Hale. Until the Olympiad concluded, these protectors, including Suk Hyun, would ensure his safety. With preparations in place, Hale allowed himself a brief moment of rest. He kept one truth hidden: his alliance with the Black Magic Tower. Another secret remained: his own use of the forbidden Baitnor style magic. Unleashing that power, Hale embraced its potential while keeping it concealed from everyone. Only 9 days remained before the Olympiad, marking the end of the day's training session. Hale reminded the group to focus on recovery and maintain peak condition starting immediately. Laughter erupted among the students, some stretching, others teasing one another to break the tension. Following their recovery from the Yunguang Island event, the team wasted no time returning to training. While energy surged across the arena, Hale politely declined a drink, eyes monitoring progress. Adela's power had evolved dramatically after receiving the island's blessing, enhancing her mana control. Although Jin, Suk and Shin, Wu strengthened their mana circles, Adela remained the most advanced. In contrast, Sunchan's reckless attempt to circulate mana pushed him to an unexpected breakthrough. Thanks to sheer effort, he pierced the wall of enlightenment and achieved the fourth circle. Haeyul viewed their progress as the upside of recent chaos. He gathered the group again, preparing to deliver a final update. The flight plan had changed, prompting concern from one of the seniors. Announcing the upgrade, Haeyul explained they'd secured the Blue Magic Tower's private jet. News of a sudden departure at 10 a.m. tomorrow sparked wide-eyed panic. Before dismissing them, Haeyul urged everyone to be fully prepared for what lies ahead. Excitement filled the air as students assembled to receive their Olympiad gear. Adela admired the sleek artifact, while Haeyul confirmed it was crafted specifically for their team. Though identical in form across nations, each ring's color and internal structure differed by region. Sunchan mischievously claimed ownership of the ring, teasing Adela in front of everyone. Haeyul explained that each item matched the user's mana wavelength and couldn't be swapped. A wrong match sent Adela staggering, overwhelmed by the artifact's rejection response. Meanwhile, instructors checked final preparations and reminded students not to delay departure. Due to his unique wavelength, Haeyul's gear required a separate adjustment. With everything confirmed, the group was ordered to move out without hesitation. The private jet awaited, gleaming under the morning sun on the runway. Inside, students were stunned by the lavish interior offered by the Blue Magic Tower. Their guide introduced the amenities while thanking Haeyul for his leadership. During the flight, a sealed document was quietly passed to Haeyul. Inside it, warnings about unusual activity by the Black Magic Tower were revealed. Gripping the file, Haeyul prepared himself for whatever would come next. A quiet airport morning sets the stage as the aircraft prepares for takeoff on a classified mission. Seated inside, an older man explains to Haeyul that he studied the Black Magic Tower independently. He presents a hologram, highlighting patterns of magical incidents occurring from January to May each year. Reviewing the data, Haeyul notes the average of 133 annual cases this year's count has halved. The elder references a similar dip 11 years ago, tied to a major global event. An image of the Great Atlantic Wormhole appears, a massive disaster long suspected of magical origin. That year, 61 cases occurred in the same months, a disturbing match to the current trend. Haeyul suspects a looming attack, possibly orchestrated by the Black Magic Tower. A map appears, comparing recent incident locations to those from a decade earlier. This year, the United States emerges as a hotspot, with incidents aligning near the Olympiad. Meanwhile, cloaked figures gather in secret, plotting their strike alongside the global event. The older man urges caution, while Haeyul braces for the impending storm. At an American academy, new students arrive, unaware of the hidden threat. Excitement fills the air as instructors begin orientation and dorm assignments. Among the crowd, Haeyul remains watchful, certain that danger is drawing near. Surprising everyone, the instructor casually offers to arrange a visit with the Red Tower's master. She explains that both Haeyul and Adela were specifically requested for the meeting. Accepting without hesitation, Haeyul steps forward, while Adela timidly voices her intention to join. That evening, strange magical patterns shimmer in the sky, hinting at an ominous development. Passengers begin boarding buses under tight supervision as night fully settles over the terminal. Nearby, a student praises the instructor's precision, unaware of the danger soon to unfold. A blinding explosion of light suddenly tears across the sky, halting all activity. Haeyul and his companions instantly tense up, instincts sharpened by the unnatural energy. Massive streaks of blue magic crash downward, signaling the beginning of an attack. Chaos erupts as magical force slams into the area, scattering students in every direction. One girl is struck and encased in a glowing magical barrier, unable to resist. From above, a cloaked figure descends, marking the operation's official commencement. Under a starry sky, a silver-haired man named Sylvain steps forward with unsettling charm. Adela eyes him carefully, unconvinced by his overly smooth demeanor. With a twisted smile, Sylvain announces this isn't a welcome, it's a direct challenge. Kyle steps forward and formally challenges Haeyul, eager to test his strength without delay. With a cold stare, Haeyul listens as Kyle hypes his own power and reputation. Despite the bravado, Haeyul remains still, uninterested in proving himself through pointless combat. Dismissing the provocation, Haeyul calmly rejects the duel, seeing no benefit in such a clash. Kyle protests, baffled by the refusal, while others watch the scene unfold in disbelief. Confidently, Hale explains there's no gain in fighting someone he has already surpassed. Flustered, Kyle demands to know if Hale thinks he'd actually lose. Nearby students comment on Hale's habit of rejecting challenges in his usual smug fashion. Even after Kyle brags about his status as a 5th Circle Mage, Hale remains unimpressed. Maya appears, pulling Kyle aside and reminding him that his approach was doomed from the start. She offers a calm apology, suggesting they postpone the fight for a more appropriate time. Hale accepts without hesitation, brushing it off with a relaxed attitude. Reflecting on the earlier spell, Hale realizes the flashy magic had no real effect. He notes that it was all show, harmless and empty of actual threat. As Maya and Kyle retreat, Hale remarks the storm of chaos might just be beginning. Traffic crawled under the city lights, while a bus carried its passengers toward their destination. Among them, a red-haired woman scowled, her thoughts replaying the earlier ambush. Unprovoked, two strangers attacked with magic, clashed briefly, then vanished, without a trace or explanation. She questioned Hale, demanding action and punishment for the reckless use of magic. Instead of outrage, he responded calmly, stating no penalty would be issued. To him, Kyle's windcutter was harmless mana, not enough to warrant official concern. Even a direct hit wouldn't have pierced a basic shield, Hale added. He reminded her that in America, magic of that scale isn't criminal. Nearby, others speculated the attackers recorded footage to analyze team abilities. Hale agreed the goal was likely data collection through provoked encounters. With every clash, they gathered insight on magic styles and weaknesses. Despite the risk, many teams would still accept such duels for the same reason. Kyle had hinted at using duels to gather information, not win. Hale emphasized that preserving strategy mattered more than impulsive retaliation. As the hotel approached, she clenched her fist, unwilling to let it go quietly. The quiet hotel room offered a perfect workspace, clean and undisturbed. After organizing supplies, Hale confirmed that only the tome and Mimir's core remained. He paused upon discovering a concealed magic vault built into the floor. Opening it revealed rare materials, privileges reserved for those in top-tier peaks. Eager to resume his studies, Hale prepared for an uninterrupted session. His destination was a sealed chamber, where Mimir waited expectantly. Greeting him casually, Mimir inquired about any incidents during transit. He shrugged off the earlier scuffle, unwilling to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Mimir voiced suspicions regarding the Black Tower and British team movements, declaring her support. Mimir took initiative and began a spell. Hale appreciated the gesture but questioned her interpretation. Suddenly, glowing tomes filled the air, summoned by her magic. One book stood out. Hale instantly recognized it as related to the Fourth Circle. Mimir praised his insight, then warned of mounting danger from rival factions. While urging restraint, Hale still admitted her instincts were valid. The sun began to set behind tall buildings, casting an orange hue over the park. Hale spotted Adela sitting alone and approached with curiosity. Though initially surprised, she greeted him and admitted she had a lot on her mind. Earlier signs of unease during training resurfaced in Hale's thoughts. He observed her distant behavior and grew concerned about her emotional state. Recognizing her importance to team stability, he hurried to stop her departure. Strolling beside her, Hale carefully brought up the Red Tower visit. He recalled how Swa's announcement had clearly shifted Adela's mood. Her response, however, dismissed that as the cause of her worry. After a pause, she hesitated, but asked if he would laugh. With a serious face, she revealed her distress over the absence of banana milk in America. Stunned, Hale tried to process her unexpected concern, laughing softly. He explained that banana milk could be found in import stores. Embarrassed and flustered, Adela realized she'd been misled by a teammate. As she ran off in relief, Hale turned back, ready to face tomorrow's challenge. A towering structure radiated magical energy, drawing in awestruck visitors with its futuristic design and glowing symbols. Zone's startled student recognized the iconic Red Tower transport platforms lit up with power as Hale. While observing the facility, a guide highlighted its emphasis on automation and magical engineering breakthroughs. A nervous whisper broke the calm concern. Rose about entering the core domain of the Red Tower. That unease stemmed from the place being Darlia Sorrentia's stronghold, raising fears about possible information leaks. Hale brushed off the tension, reminding everyone it was just a tour. Meanwhile, interest shifted to the Olympiad, where political stakes surged as tower alliances backed their chosen teams. Without hesitation, Hazel's companion revealed the truth. Even the Tower Masters had placed their own bets. A fiery disciple reported their team's defeat, with their retreat already underway after a fierce battle. Rumors suggested that the outcome rested entirely on the Tower Master's performance, intensifying the pressure. Darlia Serentia herself watched closely, her calm presence contrasting the charged atmosphere surrounding her disciple. Hale casually admitted he wasn't officially bound to the Blue Tower. The girl, slightly disappointed, implied she would have considered defecting if the Blue Tower valued its own. In response, Hale smirked, preparing to share something unexpected that could change her impression entirely, praising the Blue Tower Master's generosity. One student joked that switching mentors might not be a bad idea. The fiery girl burst into laughter, admitting she was only playing around and found Hale amusing. Before she could introduce herself, Hale revealed he already knew her name and much more. Their handshake was met with surprise as she questioned how he recognized her without an introduction. Hale reminded her of a meeting from childhood when they crossed paths during her birthday celebration. As a child, she had stood proudly beside the Red Tower Master, introduced as his prized disciple. Though she couldn't recall the moment clearly, she smiled and accepted his version of events. Suddenly, a new presence arrived, and Hale welcomed him with a casual, confident embrace. The Red Tower Master laughed heartily, teasing Hale for using charm as his strategy. James challenged the Blue Tower, mocking them for losing the bet tied to the Olympiad. Unbothered, the Blue Tower Master returned the jab, claiming Hale's looks had tipped the scales. Embarrassed by the exchange, the girl quickly stepped in, urging her master to behave properly. Still amused, James teased further, asking if she had fallen for Hale's charm. Her face reddened with frustration as she shouted back, demanding silence. Without waiting for more, she ignited her magic and departed, vowing to meet again at the Olympiad. One glance from the Blue Tower Master was enough to ask James to tone things down, amazed. James admitted he couldn't resist poking fun due to Hale's entertaining reactions. Feigning offense, he wondered aloud if he was truly that terrible to make someone consider switching. Moments later, James properly addressed Shin Hale, acknowledging their previous encounter. Their handshake was firm, and Hale respectfully returned the greeting without hesitation. Plans to personally guide him were cut short, as James noted his overwhelming schedule. Next, the group explored the advanced analysis room filled with magic monitoring technology. On-screen data visualizations immediately impressed those observing the real-time spell metrics. Further along, the cafeteria dazzled with ambient magic light flowing through the crystalline ceiling. Lunch passed quickly. Someone remarked they hadn't realized 2 hours had already flown by. Interrupting the casual atmosphere, a suited man approached Hale for a private word. Without much explanation, he revealed that both Tower Masters were now requesting Hale's presence. A silent ride up the tower led them swiftly through dozens of floors. The platform stopped on level 75, opening into a majestic corridor lined with red carpet. Noticing the elegant structure, Hale realized everything here was crafted from rare flamestone. Hale entered the room quietly as he was ushered in by the escort standing beside him. Inside, he was surprised to find his father already seated with 2 other tower figures. He questioned his father's early arrival, learning it was due to an urgent and unexpected situation. The meeting's atmosphere shifted as the Black Tower became the clear subject of concern. James apologized for involving Hale in serious matters, despite his original visit being for sightseeing. Without delay, the Blue Tower Master revealed they had caught a disguised Black Tower mage that morning. High above the city, a meeting was convened urgently in a corporate skyscraper. Sirius official explained that new intel had surfaced following their earlier flight discussion. Hale arrived at the meeting room, where officials had gathered to hear his analysis. One of the men looked startled, still processing the abrupt news about the captured infiltrator. Apologizing for his outburst, Hale was asked to sit and compose himself. Details emerged. The spy had been apprehended during a final inspection at the upcoming battle site. A vigilant staff member had noticed the enemy attempting to place a suspicious device. As Hale held the object, he quickly sensed an unusual magical reaction. Recognition dawned. The artifact was a concealed trigger, primed for activation. Tension filled the room as Hale revealed the nature of the embedded spell. This was no ordinary trap. It was a ritual-based explosive spell designed for maximum damage. Others at the table acknowledged Hale's swift and precise magical insight. He further confirmed the presence of Black Tower mana, linking the attack to a known enemy. Laughter erupted. His magical abilities had clearly exceeded their expectations. Before the meeting ended, a firm warning was issued to keep everything confidential. Before the man could speak, Hale preempted his words with an accurate guess. Taking a deep breath, the man disclosed that the spy had taken their own life when caught. Though unfortunate, Hale remained composed, noting they still had tangible evidence to act on. Attention shifted toward understanding the enemy's motive behind targeting the Olympiad. According to Sin-In, Hyok, their sole intent was abducting gifted mages for experimentation. Recognition of the speaker's authority stunned the group into silence. Tension rose when one questioned the wisdom of speaking freely around Hyle. It was clarified that Hale had received the relevant report 2 years earlier. Challenging the decision briefly, the man then conceded the matter was internal. The theory that young mages were being harvested for research met reluctant agreement. Outrage followed, especially from those disgusted by the Black Tower's methods. Aya's suggestion to cancel the event was quickly dismissed due to completed preparations. Political complications arose, with global institutions firmly against canceling the Olympiad. Proposing an alternative, Hale recommended reinforcing the security infrastructure. With urgency in the air, discussion turned toward the existing defense system's readiness. As dusk blanketed the skyline, the council prepared to conclude the tense discussion. Sin-In, Hyok assured them that updates would follow after internal coordination. Watching silently, Hale realized the immense responsibility these leaders carried. Elsewhere, magical energy burst from an ancient book, illuminating the room. A girl expressed disdain, recognizing that the Black Tower still pursued human experiments. She proposed withdrawal, but Hale rejected the idea without hesitation. Determined, Hale revealed he intended to shift his approach. The girl, surprised, asked how he would execute it. He answered firmly by entering the page of the 4th trial. She reminded him of the monthly limit on attempts. Meanwhile, lights danced above the Olympiad's opening ceremony. Spectators buzzed in anticipation, eager for the magical showcase. Nations unveiled their best as the performance segment began. Excitement filled the air, but panic struck backstage. Hyle had vanished. A single magical book remained behind, glowing faintly in his place. Cheers echoed throughout the international stadium, as flags from countless nations fluttered above the entrance. Spectators filled the colossal arena, their eyes fixed on the stage where something monumental was expected. Behind the scenes, anxiety surged. Hyul had vanished without a trace just before the event began. Only an old robe and a glowing book remained on his bed, confirming his absence. Tension rose as confused students and faculty scrambled to make sense of the situation. While waiting for higher authorities to arrive, the group began discussing potential replacements. Announcers declared the Olympiad's grand opening, prompting thunderous applause from the packed stadium. Amid the celebration, students panicked at Hyul's continued disappearance. One girl stood in silence, her concern hidden beneath a composed expression. The night before, Hale had been consumed by a magical explosion triggered by the ancient book. Now cloaked, he exhaled in relief after finishing the 3rd trial. Instead of resting, he turned to face the next challenge without hesitation. The book glowed once more, lifting into the air as a voice echoed in his mind. It granted access to the 4th trial, warning it could only be entered monthly. Without delay, Hyul gripped the book, ready to continue his ascent. Bathed in glowing light, Hyul walked into a vast hall lined with towering marble pillars. A sense of awe filled him as he identified the place as the 4th trial's domain. From above, a calm voice welcomed him as the chosen successor. Moments later, a radiant figure descended, announcing her role as the trial's appointed guide. She introduced herself as Gamma, eyes glowing with ethereal gold. Recognizing the pattern, Hale confirmed she followed Alpha and Beta in the sequence. Greeting her politely, he stood ready for the explanation of what lay ahead. Gamma revealed the trial measured the precision and unity of one's infinity circle. She warned that failure meant a month-long delay before another attempt. Flashes of past challengers crossed his vision, each one battling with purpose. Instead of combat gear, a piano appeared before him, gleaming under magic light. With a cautious step forward, he approached the unexpected instrument. Hovering over the keys, he paused as a familiar voice echoed his master's. The message revealed Gamma had taken the form of an instrument he could control. Unlike any normal object, the piano held a power uniquely tied to the challenge. Hale pressed the keys gently, but silence met his effort. Surprised, he learned the piano would only respond if all 4 rings were in sync. Rather than hesitate, he gathered his focus and adjusted his mana accordingly. A faint sound finally rang out, breaking the stillness. Though audible, the tone was jarring, far from what he expected. According to the message, basic mana lacked the refinement needed to succeed. Victory demanded more than effort. Only perfect execution would meet the trial's standard. Nearby, a tall clock began ticking, signaling a strict 12-hour deadline. With pressure rising, He reminded himself of his master's parting words. Thoughts raced as he recalled Gamma's explanation of the Infinity Circle's purpose. Channeling deeper energy, he shaped his magic to achieve total harmony. No room remained for doubt. His next attempt had to count. Light spiraled around him as the rings began to align mid-air. Each keystroke resonated with unified mana, producing a sound that felt alive. Success hinged on balance. Only flawless fusion could awaken the instrument's true voice. With the method now clear, Hale steadied himself to fully commit to the trial. A small smile formed as he recalled his childhood piano training and etiquette class. As his fingers moved with intent, a burst of glowing energy filled the chamber. Elsewhere, chaos stirred as Hyle's friends panicked before his sudden arrival. He offered no explanation, only reassurance that preparations had already been arranged. Mentioning the Blue Tower's help, he hinted that everything was under control. Meanwhile, the Olympiad continued with Team Italy finishing an impressive performance. A new contestant appeared next, drawing attention with vibrant stage presence. Dressed in red and gold, Daria Sarentia proudly led the U.S. team onto the stage. Excitement rippled through the packed arena as the Red Tower's team was finally introduced. All eyes turned to the platform as energy began to concentrate at its center. Descending in a beam of light, a female mage appeared, radiating power and confidence. Flames spiraled upward, forming a towering vortex that lit up the entire stadium. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the fiery magic twisted into the shape of a rose. With each rotation, petals of flame spread outward, dazzling spectators with their vivid glow. Gasps echoed as the blazing rose hovered gracefully above the arena floor. Encircled by flame, the mage stood motionless at the eye of the storm. A final burst of energy sent petals flying, transforming the scene into a magical spectacle. With a swift motion, she launched the rose skyward, igniting it in midair. Colorful fireworks exploded above, drawing cheers and applause from the mesmerized audience. Smiling wide, she took in the roaring crowd and the brilliance she had created. Spectators jumped from their seats, shouting praise for the incredible performance. In a control room above, instructors stared silently. Clearly impressed, one whispered. "She's on another level entirely," as awe hung heavy in the air. Team England's turn begins as the announcer draws everyone's attention back to the arena stage. Green confetti rains down, while a lone male mage steps confidently into the spotlight. Cheers erupt from the stands as he raises his wand, releasing glowing energy into the air. Streams of bright magic circle his body as he begins channeling his spell. A sharp gaze pierces through the light. His focus remains unshaken beneath the swirling energy. Suddenly, a massive green vortex shoots upward, twisting violently inside the stadium. Spectators gasp as his body levitates, caught in the center of the raging whirlwind. A graceful motion of his hand redirects the storm, shaping it with refined precision. Above the platform, the cyclone intensifies, launching him high into the sky. Everyone watches in disbelief as he vanishes momentarily into the blue sky. He reappears in a spinning descent, expertly landing with momentum still in control. Green energy explodes outward as he touches down, leaving a crater of light behind him. Gasps and admiration ripple through the audience following the stunning finale. The mage lowers his staff slowly, surrounded by remnants of the dissipating wind spell. Commentators remark on the performance's elegance and control, clearly a showcase of elite skill. Dalria's brilliance followed by Kyle's precision leaves the room buzzing with quiet excitement. Several instructors note the overwhelming praise, declaring this year's competition already legendary. Though Hyal is missing, Adela urges the team to believe in him without question. VIPs observe calmly from their elevated seats as the stadium lights shimmer. Leaning back with a smirk, one remarks that Kyle exceeded expectations. Despite the compliment, Min Gaeun expresses frustration at losing her chance to overpower them. Their exchange turns playful, yet both acknowledge the other side's strength. Grudging respect replaces rivalry as they call the match even. Attention shifts again. Kangen, their supposed prodigy, is nowhere in sight. Without warning, Kangen arrives, composed and unapologetic. He offers only a brief explanation, saying everything's under control. Pressure builds as others press him for details about Hyal's plan. Uncertain, Kangen admits, he's just as in the dark as everyone else. Hyal's refusal to use AI-based magic left the team unable to assist. Now, all eyes turn to the stage, eager to witness what he's prepared. A massive arena hummed with anticipation as the city skyline loomed beyond the crowd-filled structure. Cheers rose when the announcer declared the next performer. Team Korea's representative, Shin Hyal. Draped in white, Hale walked calmly onto the stage while spectators reacted with curiosity and doubt. With a swift motion, he activated a glowing formation that wrapped around his arm in arcs of light. From within the circle, a grand piano emerged, encased in intricate mana patterns. Whispers spread why summon a piano in a magic competition. Confusion stirred among the onlookers. Hale took his seat, unfazed, fingers hovering above the keys as silence settled. Expressions shifted across the crowd, interest overtook skepticism. The moment his hands touched the keys, radiant energy pulsed outward, synchronizing with his aura. Music merged with mana, transforming the arena into a field of vibrant green light. Gasps escaped as the audience felt the sound physically resonate through their bodies. Each keystroke shaped the air, wrapping Hale in a swirling flow of magic. Butterflies formed from pure mana drifted through cherry blossoms blooming mid-air. One spectator whispered. Stunned, it felt like spring had arrived inside the stadium. Magic and music intertwined flawlessly. Hale had turned sound into living mana. Disbelief struck the crowd as a man shouted, unable to fathom how Hale had done it. One woman stared hard, piecing together the truth. Hale had been hiding his true potential. Across the stage, Kangen watched wide-eyed, stunned by a spell he couldn't recognize. Above the stage, the piano hovered, glowing as mana and music intertwined like a single force. Suddenly, the arena's surface lifted, reshaped by a wave of radiant energy. Within moments, the season shifted. Spring's freshness gave way to the heat of summer. Autumn arrived in a swirl of amber leaves, transforming the scene once more. Spectators gasped as a spear of light formed overhead, divine and precise. Yet Hale continued unfazed, summoning winter's chill with floating snow orbs. The four seasons merged into a glowing emblem above, cycling in perfect harmony. Ancient runes lit the sky, recalling the forgotten path of Raybel Bittner. With a final keystroke, Hale invoked the ultimate spell, Infinity Circle. Even veterans fell silent, awed by the scale of what they witnessed. To one student, it was a reminder: magic without pride reveals true mastery. In that moment, Hale didn't just cast a spell, he redefined what magic could be. Music faded as Hale's fingers lifted, bringing a close to his breathtaking performance. He stood within a glowing ring of mana, declaring through action who he had become. Applause exploded throughout the arena, shaking the stadium in response to the spectacle. One analyst immediately noted that Hale's magic went beyond mere technical execution. Rather than just shaping mana into sound, he had drawn out emotion itself. Others watched in disbelief, realizing the implications of such raw, unassisted magic. Team Korea gathered, congratulating their leader with admiration and awe. Hale responded casually, brushing aside the praise with a smile. He hinted that this performance would make their next strategy easier to implement. Elsewhere, other teams scrambled to analyze the shift Hale's magic introduced. Concern grew. Team Korea had become a serious contender. No one could afford to underestimate them now. From the trees, a scout reported someone approaching their position. The group expected trouble, but it was just one person. Shin Hale appeared alone, his calm gaze fixed straight ahead. From above, Hayul's sudden appearance causes panic. One attacker doubts he came without reinforcements. Assuming a trap, the group scatters to search for hidden allies outside the area. Hayul calmly faces them and dismisses the need for a search. He arrived entirely on his own. With confidence, he declares his intent to handle all 5 enemies by himself. Outraged, they shout insults and charge, unwilling to accept such blatant provocation. While magic flares around them, Hayul unleashes a glowing formation that lights up the sky. An immense burst labeled Resonance detonates with overwhelming force. Elsewhere, unaware citizens celebrate under the stars, enjoying drinks and conversation. Some partygoers pause, sensing something strange. Hale's magic hasn't gone unnoticed. A friend casually checks on Hale, recalling his warning about exhaustion. Smiling, Hale claims he's fine and brushes off concern. In truth, he hides Resonance's existence by pretending it was just his full strength. Curious, a blonde girl questions why he revealed his power so early. She reminds him that his earlier display during the ceremony was already excessive. Without hesitation, Hale affirms he had a reason, one known only to him. During a quiet moment, Hale recalls his match and brings up the artifact he wore. 4 seasons, a contact lens, like Tool, allowed him to fully access his magical strength. He questions whether rival teams even realized the artifact was in use during the performance. Inside the British team's hotel, a meeting takes place analyzing recent combat footage. Their analyst confidently claims that Hale used no artifact. Based on mana camera data, Mana concentrated near his pupils raises suspicions, possibly evidence of an advanced magical trait. One of the members listens thoughtfully while watching the evaluation unfold. Multiple screens display the report submitted by British experts. Surprisingly, they find no trace of support magic Hale fought, using only his own ability. The Italian analysis suggests Hale matches the strength of a 6th Circle mage. He overwhelmed opponents with spells far beyond the 5th Circle category. Their team concludes he cast 6 advanced spells simultaneously during the fight, despite the intensity. His body showed no magical strain or instability. Analysts now recognize Hale's power as consistent with a 6th Circle classification. Acknowledging this, their leader states a new plan is needed to counter him. The match concludes as cheers erupt across the stadium. Victory is declared with overwhelming excitement. To the crowd's surprise, the Korean team is announced as the winner of the round. Although caught off guard, opponents realize they underestimated Hale's strength in leading his team. A day earlier, Hale discusses the artifact's effects and how teams misread its purpose. He speculates that most teams don't understand the lens's mana output or its true function. By controlling reactions and masking emissions, Hale manipulates assumptions about his magic classification. Startled by his revelation, teammates react in disbelief after hearing the misdirection plan. Hale stresses that they must fully exploit this misunderstanding during future matches. In reality, the technique they feared was only a 4th Circle spell, not 6th. To maintain secrecy, Hale labeled his magic as modified rather than advanced. By doing so, opponents assume he's merely a 5th Circle mage during evaluations. This psychological edge may slow enemy strategies unless the next opponent is better prepared. Cheers erupted across the massive arena as the quarterfinal between Korea and England reached its peak. Amid the excitement, fans debated intensely, some favoring England's legacy, others rooting for Korea's bold contender. Bets were placed with confidence, especially by those who had witnessed Shin Hyeol's recent victories. Inside the observation room, dignitaries analyzed the battlefield, each forming their own silent expectations. One woman, resolute and proud, claimed Kyle's triumph was inevitable. Without hesitation, another guest countered with faith in Hyle's strength, while a third watched in amusement. Asked for his opinion, James leaned forward, intrigued by the unfolding duel. A woman nearby remained uncertain, unable to choose between the two rising talents. After brief thought, the final observer pointed confidently his choice was Hale. The signal blazed across the screen, and the battle began without delay. Rushing into combat, Kyle and Hale engaged directly, wasting no time on caution. Their fierce stares met in the center, the atmosphere crackling with intensity. Explosions lit up the forest, shaking the arena with raw magical force. Kyle greeted Hale with a smirk, recounting their last meeting down to the second. Unimpressed, Hale readied himself calm, focused, and fully prepared for the battle ahead. Kyle confidently confirmed the exact timing, his grin unwavering under the glowing magical aura. Memories of their first encounter seemed to drive him, a fixation he openly admitted. Rather than deny it, he revealed how long he had waited to clash with Hyle. Hyle watched closely, noting Kyle's enthusiasm hadn't changed. Without delay, Kyle summoned a swirling mass of green energy, rising like a vortex. The air distorted violently as powerful wind magic gathered at the center of the arena. Kyle emerged fully transformed, now wearing the legendary wind god armor. Hyle's eyes followed every movement, fully aware of the power his opponent had awakened. A direct challenge was issued. Kyle demanded to face Hyle's full magical prowess. With explosive speed, Kyle charged forward, closing the gap in seconds. Hyle barely managed to react, his blade intercepting the incoming strike at the last moment. Their weapons clashed with force, generating a shockwave that scattered surrounding energy. A brilliant flash erupted where swords met, lighting the field in green and blue. Kyle, surprised yet impressed, acknowledged Hale's clean defense on the very first strike, declaring his next move. Kyle activated Wind God, Sword Fey Form 1, Wind Strike. Kyle infused his blade with a wind-based enchantment, amplifying its cutting force dramatically. That previous strike had moved so fast, Hale barely registered its trajectory. Analyzing the situation, he realized earlier predictions were useless against Kyle's current speed. To adapt, Hale activated Divine Eye, sharpening his awareness to track rapid movements. This time, Kyle didn't hold back. Multiple attacks surged forward with relentless precision. Dodging through the incoming barrage, Hale twisted mid-air, avoiding each consecutive strike. Countering swiftly, Hale unleashed Flareball, sending searing flames straight toward his opponent. The spell detonated on contact, lighting up the battlefield in red and gold, emerging unscathed. Kyle advanced again, the wind god armor still fully intact. Hale expected resistance, but not total immunity to a third circle spell. The result confirmed his suspicion. Kyle's defense was beyond ordinary spell tiers. With a grin, Kyle acknowledged Hyle's agility, impressed by his ability to survive. Kyle questioned the spell choice, wondering if he'd been underestimated. Refusing the claim, Hale assured him that respect had never been lacking. Eagerly, Kyle surged forward once more, demanding to face Hale's true strength. The audience watched in silence as Hale's magical pressure surged across the arena. One observer acknowledged Hyle's skill, recognizing his dominance in both reflex and counterattacks. Another expert noted Hyle's current power eclipsed both Kyle and even the top mage, Dala. James reflected on Hyle's planning, believing it began when he first witnessed 4 seasons. From above, he quietly requested a promise, his tone unusually hesitant. The others were surprised, unsure why such a personal request came in the middle of battle. 2 tower masters agreed to secrecy, swearing oaths on their mana and titles. James then revealed a shocking truth: Hyle hadn't yet reached the 6th circle. Despite his performance, the possibility of Hyle losing remained real in this high-stakes match. A mage watching the battle judged Hyle's strength as below the standard of a 6-circle magician. At the center of the field, Hyle channeled several magic elements, readying a fierce counterattack. Swirling green energy surrounded him, as someone shouted his name, signaling the clash had escalated. While floating midair, Hale questioned whether using full power was even necessary. His spell clashed with the enemy's defense, lighting up the battlefield with forceful magic. Infuriated, the armored warrior shouted in disbelief, insulted by Hale's lack of seriousness. Clarifying the situation, Hale stated the battle wasn't a solo duel. It was part of a plan. Without warning, an enemy screamed as a surprise assault overwhelmed his position. Nearby soldiers panicked, one urgently calling out that an emergency had erupted. Raising his hand, Hale activated a networked magic system for long-range attacks. Flames and energy blasts rained from above, coordinated across distant zones. Their commander, stunned by the sudden bombardment, shouted coordinates in confusion. Lightning strikes danced through the air as Hale pressed forward with rapid movements. As he charged, he yelled for Kyle's attention to synchronize the attack. Facing Hale, the enemy trembled and demanded to know what had just been unleashed. Magic detonations shook the forest while Hale remained still, calmly surveying the chaos he triggered. A golden glow surrounded him as excitement lit up his face. He clearly enjoyed the moment. Not far away, a blonde fighter rushed in, only to be struck mid-charge by Hyle's spell. Victory was declared for Team Korea, drawing thunderous applause from the arena's massive crowd. One spectator questioned how anyone could control magic so precisely from such a long range. Instead of answering directly, the analyst beside her admitted he'd need footage to understand it fully. A seasoned mage speculated that Hyle's cunning far exceeded his age or apparent rank. To mislead his enemies, he staged an elaborate illusion of being a 6-circle magician. By drawing Kyle away, he successfully broke the enemy formation without direct confrontation. Another strategist expressed disbelief that such a calculated plan came from someone so young. Rather than overpower Kyle, Hale simply feinted and manipulated assumptions about his strength. That level of deception, they feared, could even endanger top-tier mages, like Dahlia. Celebratory light shows burst above the arena, signaling the match's end. From a quiet room, a girl reviewed the footage and acknowledged Hale's potential. Others analyzed his strategy, noting how he predicted Kyle's behavior with frightening accuracy. Facing the arena, a mage admitted her magic type was a poor match against tree-based spells. Mimir pointed out that using resonance could easily turn the battle in her favor. Hyle countered that the real threat wasn't just Kyle, it was Dahlia who concerned him. Resonance, while powerful, placed too much strain on Hyle's body if used repeatedly. Rather than waste energy, he planned to defeat Kyle without relying on it. Mimir, half-joking, accused him of over-preparing again. Though she respected his methodical nature, the tournament pressed forward and the next stage loomed closer for every remaining team. Determined to grow stronger, Hale aimed to reach the 5th Infinity Circle. Across the stadium, spectators roared as the U.S. team won their semi-final match. Korea's team reviewed footage, noting that the Americans hadn't revealed any secret techniques. Their analysis suggested the U.S. lacked detailed intel on Dahlia's capabilities. Confidence grew as they finalized their preparation for the upcoming showdown. Elsewhere, another team watched Korea's progress with growing frustration. A commander slammed the table, shattering crystals in a burst of anger. He hadn't expected their opponent to match his circle, let alone surpass him completely. One participant panicked after realizing the strength of Korea's team had been underestimated from the start. In secret, cloaked figures discussed eliminating Hale to maintain balance and protect hidden agendas. Their plan was clear: sabotage the match and ensure Hale would be removed from the stage. As the finals of the siege battle commenced, a massive crowd filled the towering stadium. Shinin Hyuk made a rare appearance, standing silently above the arena with composed authority. An approaching official noted his presence, remarking that even Hyle would be taken aback. The silver-haired man inquired about progress on their proposal to the Anti-Terror Bureau. Hyuk confirmed success, noting the Bureau had finally agreed after prolonged resistance. The official expressed mild surprise before casually shifting the topic to his own status report. Due to professional duties, 2 key allies couldn't attend the match. James, in particular, regretted missing Dahlia's performance on the field. Grinning, the official saw this as a chance to support Hyle together. Uninterrupted, the team entered the arena as lights shimmered and cheers echoed through the stadium. From above, Hyuk observed quietly, doubting Hyle needed any encouragement. Still, even the stoic leader couldn't deny his admiration for his son. With the Olympiad finals underway, the match began under a brilliant digital display. Hyle sprinted forward, taking immediate initiative to pressure the opposing team. Their winning tactic was clear: disrupt the enemy with fast, one-on-one engagements. Dahlia's unpredictable nature made her far more difficult to manage than Kyle ever was. A 1-on-1 encounter could be exploited with coordinate fixation magic to collapse their base. However, if she launched a direct assault, Hale would be forced into enemy territory. As he sprinted forward, the uncertainty of America's hidden tactics lingered in his thoughts. Closing the distance, he caught sight of Dahlia, waiting calmly under the open sky. Rather than attack, she greeted him casually, hiding intensity beneath a relaxed demeanor. She commented on the absence of his team, clearly aware of their defensive stance. Avoiding obvious traps was their plan, minimizing risk rather than rushing forward. To his frustration, she had already deduced the nature of his placed-type magic. Power surged as Dahlia activated her overwhelming area-based offensive spell. By holding position, her teammates ensured no support would come to her or to him. The entire outcome now depended solely on the clash between the two. Blue flames flared, signaling the intensity of her next move. With narrowed eyes, Hale recognized the true weight of this encounter. Everything would be decided by their strength alone, no reinforcements, no second chances. Blue flames wrapped around Dahlia as she surged in, forcing Hyle to keep repositioning. Across the field, the inferno spread in bursts, turning every approach lane into a hazard. Rather than rush, Hyle conserved power and studied her attack rhythm. Visibility failed him because her magic circle stayed hidden behind layered effects. Only the attack radius offered guidance, so distance became his safest measure. Subtle irregularities in the flame pattern hinted at a method unlike Kyle's. Above his head, condensed energy gathered as he prepared a precise counter, closing in instead of retreating. He tried to pressure her before another wave expanded. Alarm flickered in Dahlia's eyes when she noticed his plan to break her spacing. A jump carried Hyle skyward while he shaped wind into a cutting edge. Downward, the formed strike dropped to split through the blue blaze and reach her line. Calmly tracking it, Dahlia stabilized her stance and adjusted her output. Then a massive column of blue power erupted, twisting the battleground's flow. Midair rotation redirected Hyle's body, avoiding the core of the surge. That altered trajectory caught her attention. Prompting an immediate recalculation, Dahlia countered Hyle's approach, stopping his pressure with a stronger defensive output and tighter control. Sliding across the ground, Hale realized his curved high-speed strike failed to break through her protection. With options running out, he gathered concentrated power around his body and triggered resonance. Glowing orbs of water magic surged outward, dancing through the air in a fluid formation. Not impressed, the red-haired mage glanced at the spell and immediately dismissed its threat. She retaliated with a blazing surge of heat, confident her ultra-het attack would burn through it. The two forces collided mid-air, sending a blast of mist across the battlefield. From above, thick steam obscured the entire area, leaving spectators unable to follow the action. Confusion spread among the onlookers as the scene below vanished behind a growing white shroud. Within the mist, Hale calmly stepped forward, unharmed by the fiery onslaught. His opponent laughed. impressed that someone had finally neutralized her strongest move. She pointed at him, accusing him of holding back, despite the intense clash. New waves of water spells burst again, blanketing the surroundings in more vapor. Steam surged outward, reaching far beyond the battlefield's center. Trapped in the haze, the mage struggled to locate her target. A sudden thought struck. What if this mist was planned? A bright magical flare gave away Hale's position inside the fog. Without hesitation, she fired toward it, unwilling to give him an opening. A sudden flash of panic crossed her eyes as crackling lightning magic surged toward her. Electric rings formed around her midair, forcing her to shift into a defensive stance. Relying on a reinforced water shield, she believed the electricity wouldn't penetrate through. Hale narrowed his eyes, calmly questioning her strength, without raising his voice. Their magic clashed again as both opponents charged forward, leaving the ground trembling behind them. Without warning, she swung her arm at him, aiming straight for his head. Irritation surged through her as she gritted her teeth, stunned by his bold counter. Though it barely made contact, she recoiled, realizing how close it had been. Calling him out, she fumed at the audacity of striking a woman's face. Blue flames spiraled around Hale as he gathered more energy for the next strike. From every angle, spheres of water launched outward, keeping her in constant retreat. She smiled mid-dodge, relishing the intensity building between them. Only then did she notice something missing her. Earpiece was gone. It must have flown off during the last exchange, likely from Hale's close hit. Pushing the thought aside, she focused again, ready to decide the match head-on instead of holding back. Hale sharpened his focus, centering all attention on the fight itself. Magical energy surged from his core as he unleashed a swift, high-pressure assault. Dahlia staggered slightly, shocked by the intensity. This power didn't feel like a typical sixth circle spell. Doubt crept in as she wondered why he hadn't ended the battle with brute force. Had he been stronger, overwhelming her from the start would have been effortless. With a knowing grin, Hale hinted that she might be questioning his true level. "Don't misunderstand," he said, clarifying his restraint wasn't due to limitation. His goal, he explained, was information, learning more about her hell. Rather than crushing her outright, he chose tactics because this was a team match. He reminded her of the tournament's format, where teamwork determined the outcome. Even without his strength, past victories had proven his team's capability. Suddenly, a system alert flashed. Match over. Dahlia stared, stunned. Across the arena, cheers erupted. Team Korea had claimed victory. Far away, spectators debated the dramatic outcome from glowing screens. Yet hidden among them, a cloaked figure whispered ominously about what would follow the Olympiad. A cloaked figure watched silently as a bat-like creature moved restlessly in the shadows. Without responding, he remained still, while another presence declared the end of idle discussion. A dark entity emerged from the void, announcing that someone significant would arrive soon. A screen shattered with a sharp flash, as ominous energy filled the room. Cloaked figures turned to face the towering silhouette, approaching through the blood-red light. The Dark Magic King made his entrance, surrounded by eerie silence and wary eyes. The siege battle concludes beneath a bright sky as the system declares Korea's Obelisk Academy the winner. Confetti scattering over the massive circular arena. Within the glowing hexagonal barrier, a red-haired girl stands frozen in disbelief, while the victory announcement shines behind her. Opposite her, a black-haired boy with red eyes watches calmly, his steady expression contrasting her shock. He lifts his hand and crushes a small in-ear device, fragments falling deliberately to the floor between them. Facing her across the fading battlefield, he explains that in team matches communication tools are as vital as life itself. With a slight turn of his head, he adds that once heavy hitters lose contact, defeat naturally follows. Frustration overtakes the girl as she swings at him, rejecting his words and the outcome. Before anything escalates, the arena dissolves into towering blue light, separating both players as the system shuts down the field. Later that evening, under a quiet sky near the academy, the boy sits alone on a bench, the intensity of battle gone. A banana milk carton is suddenly extended toward him, interrupting his thoughts. A blonde teammate stands before him under soft streetlights, offering the drink as recognition of his effort. Taking it with a faint smile, he credits her as the one who truly carried the team's workload. They sit side by side, as she admits his actions saved many of their strategic cards. Her tone turns serious while mentioning that tougher matches await from the next round onward. Meeting her gaze steadily, he reminds her that her safety matters more to the team than any victory. The blonde girl cheerfully confirms her thoughts before glancing at the late hour. deciding to head back first as the night settles over the academy clock tower. She walks away down the tree-lined path, leaving the boy under the warm streetlights as he watches her figure fade into the distance. Standing alone, he studies the Olympiad details on his device, noting that 10 total events exist and each participant may enter only 6. Under the bright moon, he reflects that every moment outside official matches must be used to strengthen himself. A magical book erupts open in a surge of red energy, its pages radiating power as he returns to the hidden training space. Inside a vast library chamber, he announces his return to Mimir, the small robed spirit who oversees his instruction. The spirit greets him eagerly and confirms he has several free days before his next match. With calm confidence, he explains that he intends to remain here and focus entirely on training. When questioned about leaving his teammates without guidance, he states that they are capable of handling matters on their own. Holding a stack of books, he insists that even without him, the team can manage, showing complete trust in them. His attention shifts to advancement, specifically reaching the 5th infinity circle known as the Ring of Truth. A glowing tome reveals that this circle must be constructed beside the Ring of Expansion, forming a super-large structure. While reviewing the theory, he realizes the structure differs entirely from expansion magic, which creates a dangerous complication. A vision of interlocking circles appears, demonstrating that 4 total circles must connect to stabilize the 5th. 4 days later, the Academy building stands silent at night as he continues pursuing a breakthrough that could reshape the Olympiad. A broadcast screen summarizes the Olympiad standings, explaining that Korea, the UK, and the US have each secured 1 event victory so far. Further reports reveal that Korea was eliminated in the round of 16 in the Lillside event, and later dropped out in the reverse field semifinals. The updated rankings display Korea falling from 1st to 3rd place, placing pressure on the remaining competitors. Analysts highlight Shin Hae-il as Korea's strongest contender, emphasizing that he still has matches left to compete in. Meanwhile, American Dahlia and Britain's Kyle have already concluded their events, leaving uncertainty about the final impact on standings. Watching the coverage, Hae-il dismisses concern over 3rd place and focuses solely on winning the next match. Inside the arena, the red-haired girl confronts a silver-haired young man seated comfortably, questioning his presence beside her. He calmly replies that he chose the spot for its clear view, indifferent to her irritation. Frustration rises as she points out empty VIP seats elsewhere, yet he remains relaxed, refusing to move. An announcement echoes through the stadium declaring the tie-break match between the Netherlands and Korea will begin in 30 seconds. Both spectators turn their attention toward the arena floor, tension replacing their earlier argument. The red-haired girl falls silent, her focus sharpening as the countdown nears completion. Hae-il steps into the arena wearing his cloak, his presence immediately drawing attention from those gathered. Observers note that after the tie-break lottery, he is expected to compete in tennis. A physically demanding event, the arena transforms into a luminous court suspended above the structure, signaling the start of a decisive tie-break that could shift the rankings once again. Rain pours over the arena as the Netherlands' first player. Raymond steps forward holding a massive cannon-like launcher. Despite visible tension in his eyes, Raymond steadies himself and activates his weapon, releasing a concentrated surge of blue energy toward the Korean side. The attack streaks across the stadium and detonates against Korea's defensive formation. The energy blast shatters part of the protective setup, and the system declares a break while confirming that Korea now has 9 protection stones remaining. From the spectator seats, the red-haired girl reacts sharply as she realizes the Netherlands only needs to destroy 10 stones to secure victory. In response, Hae-il immediately orders a reinforced shield deployment, initiating a calculated follow-up to stabilize their defenses. Observers note that in tie-break mode, all restrictions are lifted, allowing both teams to use their abilities without limitation. Rather than retreat, Hae-il advances through the fading shockwave and channels power directly into his launcher. His counterattack tears across the field, overwhelming multiple Dutch defenses at once, and forcing the outcome of the match toward a decisive reversal. The American team lodging hotel rose above the city, marking the temporary base where the team gathered before the decisive matches. Within the conference room, Sarah Salon stood at the head of the table and explained that the situation was unfavorable, as the tiebreaker match had not yet been decided. Days earlier, during an official recognition match against Korea, the American team had realized they could not defeat them under normal conditions. Facing the digital ranking board, Sarah indicated that Korea led the standings, followed by the UK, the USA, Germany, the Netherlands, and Italy. She reminded everyone that only 4 members could be chosen as representatives, while 6 matches still remained to determine the final outcome. Given those limits, she concluded that avoiding Shin Hyul would be the safest strategic choice overall. Uncertainty remained about which event Hyul would enter, but analysis showed that battle survival, open raid, and individual match granted the highest scores. Because those events carried greater weight, every nation would deploy their strongest participants there. That left labyrinth exploration, magic quiz battle, and area conquest as alternative options. Considering Hyul's intelligence, Sarah judged that he was most likely to participate in the magic quiz battle. She admitted that confronting him directly in that event would probably result in defeat. Instead, she proposed securing victories in labyrinth exploration and area conquest. The proposal startled the red-haired teammate, who understood it meant surrendering one high-score category. Calmly, Sarah emphasized that maintaining stability outweighed chasing pride. Ultimately, she affirmed that consistent wins in safer matches offered the American team their best path forward. Sarah declared that if Shin Hyul entered the Magic Intelligence match, she only needed to secure victory there, believing she could handle him directly in that field. She compared her reasoning to Maya from the UK, who likely reached the same conclusion based on a similar strategic mindset. However, she noted that Kyle's aggressive nature would prevent him from avoiding a decisive confrontation, which strengthened her belief that winning the remaining labyrinth exploration would guarantee at least a silver medal. The next morning arrived under a clear sky, signaling the beginning of another critical day in the Olympiad. A sudden alert on a device disrupted the calm atmosphere as new participant information appeared. To their shock, the area conquest list confirmed that Shin Hyul was participating in that event instead. Meanwhile, the credibility of the 37th Olympiad had reached a new height as the arena filled with spectators. Commentators highlighted that ratings had surpassed last year's, with excitement rising throughout the stadium. They explained that area conquest required teams to claim territory within a time limit, while only 4 out of 8 teams would advance, making unpredictability part of the challenge. Attention shifted to the anticipated clash between Shin Hyul, Dahlia, and Kyle as the central focus of the match. All eyes turned to the competitors when the first round officially began. With calm determination, Hyul stepped forward onto the glowing hexagonal field alongside his teammates. Upon landing, the team immediately secured the default starting area as planned. Just as they prepared to advance, Hyul sensed an unexpected presence and paused. Across the grid, multiple opposing teams materialized at once, surrounding the field and signaling a sudden shift in the match's balance. On the hexagonal field, Hyul observed that all 7 opposing teams had formed a temporary alliance and were advancing together toward Korea's position. Golden System messages appeared, showing that multiple nations had expanded their controlled areas at once, confirming a coordinated attempt to surround and pressure them. His teammates questioned whether such a large-scale alliance was excessive, suspecting that the others intended to eliminate Korea first before turning on each other. Standing calmly within their starting zone, Hyul acknowledged that the strategy was rational but driven by fear of Korea's strength. He criticized their approach as arrogance disguised as cooperation, pointing out that rushing together revealed insecurity rather than confidence. Flames erupted around him as he released his power, declaring through action that their combined force only challenged his pride. A pillar of fire burst upward, forcing nearby opponents to retreat in shock, as the ground trembled under the sudden surge. When the blaze faded, several enemies lay defeated across the glowing tiles, their formation broken instantly. Hyul then invited the remaining teams to attack together if they wished, displaying absolute confidence in facing all of them at once. Moments later, the first match concluded with Korea declared the winner, their dominance unquestioned. Inside the Olympiad VIP room, observers noted that the United States team had barely been pressured during the chaos. Attention shifted to Sarah, whose planning appeared to have influenced the battlefield's early flow. Analysts explained that by capturing a wide territory, a team could obtain an area buff that strengthened their performance. The rules allowed up to 10 connected zones to merge into one, granting advantages in both damage dealt and damage received within that space. As more areas were combined, the buff intensified, making territorial control the decisive factor in area conquest. Dahlia unleashed a wide area attack after the allied teams redirected their focus toward her. From the VIP seating, an official observed the battlefield and predicted that Hyul would face difficulty if the pressure continued from several directions at once. Later that evening, the city skyline appeared calm, contrasting with the tense atmosphere inside the American team's lodging, where members reviewed the match results. Inside the room, the team studied the updated area conquest participant list displayed on a tablet, confirming the presence of major nations, including Korea and the UK. Frustration spread among them as they realized they would face the same dominant opponent again in the next round. Attention shifted to Hyul when a teammate asked about his next move, expecting a calculated response. Before he could answer, Kyle suddenly entered the room energetically, drawing startled reactions from everyone present. Standing confidently at the doorway, he clarified that he had not come to spy, but to present a direct proposal. With a serious expression, Kyle suggested forming an alliance with Hale for the upcoming matches. The unexpected offer caused visible surprise among the team members, who had considered him a rival rather than a partner. Hale evaluated the situation in silence, recognizing the strategic value of cooperation under current tournament conditions. After brief consideration, he accepted the proposal and agreed to establish a formal alliance with Kyle Vensha. With a confident smile, the blonde young man extends his hand while proposing cooperation to Hanyul. Nearby students react with visible surprise as they hear about the proposed alliance. Shock spreads across their faces. After considering the situation briefly, Hanyul steps forward and firmly shakes the offered hand. Following the agreement, both young men exchange calm and observant looks. Careful attention fills the moment as each of them silently evaluates the other's intentions and abilities. A subtle smile forms on Hanyul's face while he reflects on the new partnership. Confidence in his eyes hints that he already has ideas about how to use this alliance effectively. Soon afterward, the clasped hands confirm the deal completely. The scene then transitions to the following day, as the massive academy arena prepares for the next stage of the tournament. High above the arena, two women sit among the spectators while watching the competitors below. Discussion between the observers focuses on the blonde strategist and his remarkable intelligence. Below the stands, multiple teams gather across the arena floor while preparing for the next round. During their conversation, one observer recalls how the blonde competitor handled the first round with precise strategy. Attention then shifts toward Hanyul as they analyze his role during the territory capture match. Curiosity grows about the reasoning behind some of his bold choices. A quick look at the standings shows Hanyul and several others placed among the leading competitors. Inside the arena grounds, officials explain the rules for the second round to several cloaked participants. Nearby, three teammates gather together while preparing for the upcoming battle. Determination appears on their faces as they rely on teamwork to move forward. Standing calmly before the others, Hanyul assures his allies that betrayal will not occur within their group. Across the wide arena floor, several cloaked competitors stand together while discussing the situation calmly. Nearby officials continue monitoring the contestants while explaining the consequences of reckless behavior. Standing slightly apart from the others, Hanyul folds his arms while quietly analyzing the battlefield. A glowing digital board suddenly activates above the arena as the countdown begins. The large number signals the final moments before the next stage of the match officially starts. Several observers in the stands focus their attention on the competitors, while the countdown continues. The final number appears as the competitors tighten their focus. Every participant braces themselves, ready to act the moment the signal is given. Countdown ends, and the signal for the match echoes across the arena. Immediately, multiple teams rush forward across the glowing hexagonal battlefield. Instead of spreading out as expected, most of the groups suddenly change direction and head toward the same target. From above, the arena map shows nearly every team charging directly toward the UK team's position. One competitor reacts with shock as the massive movement becomes clear. The sudden shift reveals that the UK team has become the primary target of the round. Members of the UK team quickly realize that their original strategy has collapsed. Confusion spreads among them as they try to understand how the ambush formed so quickly. Observing the chaos from a distance, Hanyul remains calm while considering his next move. Moments later, a lone figure approaches Hanyul and his group across the hexagonal battlefield. Standing confidently before them, the woman calmly presents a proposal involving cooperation. While studying her expression, Hanyul listens as she outlines an alliance that could remove their biggest rivals. Standing calmly at the edge of the battlefield, the Russian representative explains her proposal, while the arena behind her erupts with flashes of magic and clashing weapons. Across the glowing tiles, Hanyul and his teammates listen carefully while analyzing the offer. A brief silence follows as Hanyul considers the situation with a thoughtful expression. With a confident posture, the Russian representative raises her arm and emphasizes that the plan benefits both sides. Hanyul's expression sharpens as he evaluates the hidden risks behind the proposal. The calm look in his eyes suggests that he already understands the real intention behind the offer. Meanwhile, the battlefield erupts with powerful clashes as combatants exchange attacks across the arena. At the center of the fight, a blonde swordsman moves rapidly while deflecting multiple magical strikes from surrounding opponents. One of the attackers briefly pauses while observing the swordsman's movements with curiosity. The same fighter quickly realizes that a secret arrangement might have already been made between teams. Sudden realization strikes the blonde swordsman as the idea of a hidden deal becomes clear. Elsewhere in the arena, a blue-haired competitor confidently explains how the coalition intends to divide the captured territory once the strongest team is eliminated. The strategist continues describing how weakening the strongest opponent would create opportunities for every remaining team. High above the arena floor, several cloaked fighters continue pressuring the exhausted blonde swordsman from different directions. Suddenly, blazing flames erupt across the battlefield as Hanyul enters the fight with overwhelming power. Standing amid the burning energy, Hanyul reveals that he has already rejected the proposed alliance. On the glowing hexagonal battlefield, Hanyul stands firmly beside his teammate, while a defeated opponent collapses nearby. His team refuses to abandon loyalty, choosing to fight directly rather than accept dishonest alliances. Suddenly, a rival competitor rushes forward with a sudden attack, after realizing the previous strategy has failed. At the center of the arena, Hanyul calmly restrains an enemy fighter while magical energy swirls around them. Flames burst around Hanyul as he releases a powerful attack that knocks several enemies backward across the arena. One surviving opponent watches with shock as Hanyul stands surrounded by fading fire and magical energy. Moments later, the arena officials announce the end of the second round, while defeated contestants lie scattered across the field. The final result confirms that Team Korea and Team Great Britain advance as the winners. Shin Haeil stands beside it in the empty corridor and casually picks up the bottle as the machine finishes its soft mechanical sound. Their attention quickly settles on Haeil, as they recognize him and call out his name in the otherwise quiet passage. Turning slightly, Haeil opens the bottle and looks toward them with a calm expression. Both women stop a short distance away and begin questioning him about the earlier match. His answers remain short while the topic slowly shifts toward the strange magic he used during the battle. Memory returns to the scene of the fight where flames surrounded Haeil while wind energy moved in perfect harmony with them. Suspicion grows as the red-haired woman states that the technique looked like circle-level magic. Instead of confirming anything, Haeil simply responds with uncertainty and a faint smile. Standing beside her, the gray-haired woman questions why he openly revealed such advanced magic during the match. Tilting his head slightly, Haeil avoids giving a direct explanation. His calm demeanor suggests he has no intention of sharing the truth behind his actions. The red-haired woman asks why he suddenly helped defend another team's base during the Alliance attack. Only a faint smile appears on Haeil's face as he gives a vague response. Before leaving, he hints that something might be revealed before the finals. Later that night, the scene changes to a luxurious office overlooking the city lights. A well-dressed man laughs while reviewing the results of the day's match. Across the table sits Haeil, listening quietly while the man analyzes how the Alliance's strategy collapsed during the battle. Thoughtfully resting his hand against his chin, the man mentions the mysterious magic seen at the end of the fight. Inside the elegant office, the silver-haired man studies Shin Haeil carefully while recalling the match earlier that day. A serious tone fills the room as the man asks directly about the mysterious magic. Haeil's sharp red eyes remain steady, revealing little about what he is thinking. During the match, powerful flames and wind surrounded Haeil as he stood at the center of the arena, releasing a spell that overwhelmed the battlefield. Sweat briefly appears on Haeil's face as he considers how to answer. The pressure of the question becomes clear while he carefully chooses his words. Instead of revealing the spell immediately, Haeil calmly explains that he has recently made some progress in his magic training. Shock spreads across the silver-haired man's face as he realizes what Haeil might be implying. The man quickly recalls the theory surrounding the sixth circle, known as the wall even geniuses struggle to cross. Images of Haeil during the match return to his mind, showing the young mage surrounded by immense magical energy, facing Haeil again. The man expresses disbelief that someone so young could reach such a level. Haeil calmly clarifies that he has not completely reached the sixth circle. His explanation reveals that the situation is more complicated than it first appeared. Instead of a single core, his mana forms several smaller circles moving together in a balanced pattern. Through careful control and deep concentration, this unusual structure increases the output of his magical energy. The silver-haired man rises from his seat and walks toward the window overlooking the city lights. Turning back toward the young mage, he explains that Haeil cannot actually be a true sixth circle magician. Although relieved that his secret remains partially hidden, Haeil listens as the man suddenly returns to his original curiosity. Standing near the chair, the silver-haired man reflects on the fundamental rules of magic. Shock spreads across his face as he wonders whether Shin Haeil truly violated that fundamental principle. For a moment the room falls silent. Haeil lowers his head slightly, calmly thinking about the question before finally responding with a firm. After leaving the conversation, Hale stands alone inside a quiet restroom. Water runs softly nearby. As he removes his jacket and wipes sweat from his face, relief slowly appears on his expression as he reflects on the tense meeting. However, Hale understands that the deception cannot continue forever. Determination fills his mind as he begins considering a plan for the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man rides through the city at night while reviewing the conversation in his thoughts. High above the skyline, a massive arena stands brightly illuminated. The competition soon resumes as the next stage of the battle tournament begins. Inside the stadium, commentators announce the start of another intense match. Magical screens display live footage as the Korean and American teams prepare to clash. In the arena, a red-haired competitor approaches Shin Hyle with a strategic question. Observers watching from the control room quietly analyze the possibility. One experienced strategist calmly concludes that such cooperation is unlikely to succeed. Shin Hyle's presence alone drastically changes the balance of power on the battlefield. As the match intensifies, two powerful mages collide mid-battle, with waves of blue magical energy erupting around them. The American team's spell begins dominating the battlefield, filling the arena with massive surging currents of magic. Seizing an opening, the red-haired fighter launches a sudden attack toward Hyle. He stands firmly in the arena, while blue wind energy gathers around his body. Sharp streams of compressed air spiral outward from his hands. Suddenly, the swirling wind expands into a massive surge of energy that cuts through the surrounding magic. Observers watching from the control area react with visible shock as they recognize the technique. Within the arena, Hale continues moving through the storm of wind energy while controlling the magic with precise movements. Waves of compressed air crash downward as the technique known as a sword-first strike unleashes its destructive force. Despite witnessing the attack, the red-haired competitor realizes that the spell resembles a far more advanced form of wind magic. After the clash settles, Hale stands calmly while the wind currents slowly fade around him. Elsewhere, the red-haired competitor reflects on the situation and realizes that Hale had previously gathered information about another powerful opponent. Returning his focus to the present battle, Hale gathers wind energy again, while preparing another technique.